as the opening picture gently fades away into a soothing and complete darkness. Allow yourself to settle fully into rest, inviting a calm sense of peace to drift over your body and mind. Tonight, as the soft stillness of the night surrounds us, we begin a restful exploration into the long history of medicine, a journey that leads us back to the very earliest moments when human beings sought to comfort the sick and ease the heavy burdens of weariness. Long before the advent of modern hospitals, complex pharmaceuticals, or precise surgical tools, the fundamental human instinct to offer care was born out of empathy, quiet observation, and a deep reverence for the body's innate capacity to restore itself. In those ancient times, healing was not seen as something forced, aggressive, or hurried, but rather as a delicate natural process that unfolded best in complete harmony with the surrounding environment. Early healers looked to the gentle, unhurried cycles of nature, the steady rising and setting of the sun, the soothing rustle of wind through leafy canopies, and the quiet shadow of nightfall that invites all living things to rest and recover. They recognized that before any medicinal herb could be offered or any bandage bound, the most vital medicine of all was a tranquil mind, a warm environment, and a peaceful place of shelter. Throughout the ancient Mediterranean world and beyond, holy spaces and dedicated sanctuaries began to emerge, intentionally built far away from the noise, dust, and commotion of crowded city streets. These sanctuaries were thoughtfully placed near fresh mountain springs, shaded olive groves, and breezy coastal hillsides, where the air was pure, and the gentle rhythm of the sea could lull the weary into deep, undisturbed slumber. As we close our eyes to the waking world, we imagine stepping back through the centuries to visit these peaceful retreats, where medicine was first practiced not as a clinical routine, but as a gentle art of sanctuary, quiet contemplation, and natural peace. Among the most renowned of these classical places of recovery were the ancient Greek sanctuaries known as Asclepia, dedicated to Asclepius, the ancient deity associated with healing and rejuvenation. Seekers of health traveled from distant lands across the Aegean to reach these tranquil valleys, leaving behind the noise of daily life to spend days in quiet reflection, bathing in clean mineral spring water, walking along sunlit colonnades, and listening to the rhythmic murmur of surrounding pine forests. The philosophy of these early healing centers was rooted in a profound, holistic understanding that physical health could never be separated from emotional tranquility and environmental harmony. The architecture itself was designed to soothe the human spirit, featuring wide open courtyards framed by elegant limestone pillars, shaded walkways that caught the passing sea air, and peaceful gardens filled with fragrant herbs, lavender, and sweet cedar. Visitors were encouraged to slow down their steps, to breathe deeply of the pine-scented air, and to let go of their daily anxieties before even approaching the inner chambers of the sanctuary. Here, the boundary between sacred ritual and practical medical observation was soft, welcoming, and gentle. Healers listened attentively to the personal stories of those who came seeking help, offering warm baths, gentle herbal teas, simple diets of wholesome local food, and long, uninterrupted periods of quiet rest. The entire sanctuary functioned as a quiet haven where time seemed to slow down, allowing the noisy worries of the world to fade away into the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. In this serene atmosphere, patients were prepared for the most sacred part of their journey, a night spent sleeping within the sanctuary walls, trusting that rest itself possessed a gentle power to comfort, restore, and guide the human body toward balance and renewal. Perhaps the most famous exemplar of this tranquil philosophy unfolded in the rolling hills of the Peloponnese Peninsula, where a grand sanctuary welcomed all who sought rest and renewal. In the 4th century BCE, at the Asclepieion of Epidaurus, patients rested in the serene Encomiterian hall among whispering pine trees, experiencing incubatio, a ritual of quiet, restorative sleep guided by the sound of coastal breezes. As darkness gathered over the stone porticos of the hall, soft oil lamps were dimmed, and a deep stillness settled over the sleeping couches arranged along the open-air colonnade. The cool night air, drifting gently from the nearby Saronic Gulf, carried the clean scent of pine resin and ocean salt, filling the hall with a soft, natural lullaby. During incubatio, those seeking healing lay down under warm woolen blankets, listening to the soft rustle of pine needles overhead and the distant, rhythmic murmur of the tide. It was believed that during these peaceful hours of night, in the quiet sanctuary of sleep, dreams would bring comforting visions, symbolic guidance, or a sudden sense of physical relief. The attendants moved softly through the shadows, ensuring that every sleeper remained completely undisturbed, creating a space of absolute safety where the mind could unclench and the body could relax its burdens. In the morning, patients would speak with the resident physician priests, who interpreted their dreams with gentle care, suggesting soothing remedies, dietary adjustments, or simple walks through the quiet hills. This gentle integration of nature, peaceful architecture, and deep rest formed the cornerstone of early medical thought, a timeless reminder that long before medicine became a science of complex intervention, it was fundamentally a sanctuary for rest. As you drift off into your own quiet sleep tonight, carry with you the peaceful imagery of Epidaurus, the soft whisper of pine trees, the cool coastal breeze, and the timeless comfort of a peaceful night's rest. Long ago, across the sun-dappled landscapes of the ancient Mediterranean, early human understandings of health began to shift gently toward an enduring appreciation for peace, harmony, and the restorative rhythms of the natural world. Far removed from the clamor of busy harbor towns and crowded city markets, early sanctuaries were established in secluded pockets of countryside, where pristine spring waters emerged from deep within limestone hillsides, and the delicate scent of wild herbs lingered in the warm afternoon sun. In these quiet retreats, physical suffering was met with an atmosphere of profound stillness, grounded in the intuitive belief that true recovery required a complete easing of tension in both body and mind. Pilgrims would travel great distances on foot, walking along dusty paths lined with wild thyme, flowering sage, and ancient oak trees, seeking not only the wisdom of trained attendants, but also the silent grace of the earth itself. The architecture of these early healing centers was designed to honor this subtle balance, employing wide open colonnades, smooth stone steps, and sheltered courtyards that allowed light and fresh air to move freely through every room. As evening fell over the rolling hills, long shadows stretched across cool stone pavers, and the daily burdens of life were laid aside in favor of quiet rest, gentle reflection, and patient care. There was a deep and thoughtful wisdom in these sacred spaces, recognizing that before any herbal draught could soothe an ailment or any warm oil ease a strain, the nervous system itself needed to settle into a state of deep, undisturbed quietude. As these intuitive practices matured into structured sanctuaries across classical Greece, architectural craft aligned seamlessly with therapeutic intent to create dedicated environments for overnight healing rituals. In the 4th century BCE, at the sanctuary of Asclepios in Epidaurus, healers built the Abaton, a quiet, open-air marble portico where weary visitors slept wrapped in soft sheepskins, while gentle night breezes rustled through surrounding pine and olive groves. Here, under the vast and starry canopy of the Mediterranean night sky, patients experienced the time-honored practice of incubation, resting upon the smooth stone floor while listening to the slow, steady whisper of wind drifting down from the surrounding hillsides. The long marble portico was purposefully positioned to capture every gentle draft of evening air, keeping the atmosphere fresh, cool, and deeply comforting throughout the quietest hours of midnight. Attendants moved with silent, unhurried steps among the resting pilgrims in the night, tending low oil lamps that cast warm, soft glows against white limestone pillars, while the distant, melodious calls of night birds drifted softly through the trees. Encased in the protective warmth of their fleece blankets, weary travelers yielded to the slow, rhythmic cadence of their own breathing, trusting that in the quiet sanctuary of deep sleep, the body would gradually unlock its own natural capacity to repair and mend. Dreams were welcomed not as random wanderings of the mind, but as gentle messages of internal guidance, bringing subtle insight and comfort to both patient and healer. As dawn broke softly over the eastern horizon, across the shimmering waters of the Aegean Sea, this peaceful approach to healing reached further expression as sanctuaries incorporated coastal sea breezes, elevated terracing, and natural thermal springs into their physical layout, tiered across 3 cypress-shaded hill terraces on the Aegean island of Kos. The 3rd century BCE Asclepian featured an encoimaterian hall where patients rested beside thermal spring basins, inhaling cool mountain air while listening to the wind rustle through sacred pine groves. Built gracefully along the natural slope of the hillside, each terraced level offered a harmonious transition in the recovery process, guiding visitors gently upward through fragrant gardens of rosemary, lavender, and myrtle toward serene fountain courtyards fed by clear subterranean waters. In the open colonnades of the encoimaterion, the soothing steam rising from mineral-rich spring waters drifted softly into the crisp mountain air, creating a microclimate that eased weary lungs and relaxed tight muscles. Patients could lie undisturbed for hours upon comfortable wooden couches, watching the gentle play of golden sunlight and cool shadow across tall marble columns, while listening to the tranquil, rhythmic trickle of spring water as it cascaded softly into stone basins below. The caregivers of Kos understood that human health was intimately tied to environmental harmony, recognizing that the combined influence of clean elevation, thermal warmth, pure water, and peaceful scenery created an optimal atmosphere in which natural healing could take root. These early Greek sanctuaries laid a quiet and enduring cornerstone for the future of medicine, bridging ancient spiritual care with an empirical understanding of how environment shapes human well-being. Rather than confining the sick to dark, airless quarters, these early centers intentionally opened their architecture to the surrounding landscape, integrating pure water, fresh air, peaceful surroundings, and restful slumber as fundamental components of healing long before modern clinical science would formalize their therapeutic value. The serene calm cultivated within the marble porticos of Epidaurus and across the cypress terraces of Kos established a lasting philosophy that would quiet minds and soothe bodies across centuries. This holistic perspective laid a compassionate foundation for the true hospital institutions that would gradually develop across the ancient Mediterranean and medieval worlds, where dedicated shelter, clean bedding, and environmental comfort were prioritized alongside specialized medical knowledge. As twilight softens into the quiet stillness of night, the memory of these pine-scented groves and peaceful stone arcades remains a gentle reminder of the body's innate wisdom, inviting the mind to release all residual tension, quiet its remaining thoughts, and rest deeply in the tranquil embrace of sleep. As night descended upon the ancient Mediterranean world, the bustling rhythm of daily life slowly softened into a quiet, rhythmic calm, giving way to places dedicated entirely to rest, recovery, and the gentle restoration of body and mind. Long before modern hospitals raised their soaring glass walls, ancient seekers of health traveled across dusty hillsides to sacred healing complexes known as Asclepia, nestled within serene valleys, where where mountain breezes rustled through pine needles and ancient olive groves. These expansive sanctuaries were designed with an intuitive understanding that healing required an atmosphere far removed from the clamor of city markets and urban anxieties. Visitors arrived not merely to receive physical treatments, but to immerse themselves in a landscape of quiet contemplation, where clear spring waters flowed over smoothed river stones and shadowy colonnades offered cool refuge from the sun. The ancient approach to medicine in these places recognized a deep, harmonious relationship between environmental tranquility and the human body's natural capacity to repair itself. Healers understood that before any ointment could ease a suffering limb or any herb could settle a feverish pulse, the spirit had to be gently coaxed out of its state of tension into a settled stillness. Here, under skies filled with bright, silent stars, the slow work of healing began in earnest, guided by doctors who observed the subtle signs of nature, listened to the stories of their patients, and allowed the natural rhythm of day turning into night to usher in a state of profound physical and mental ease. Among the most renowned of these ancient sanctuaries was the great Asclepieion of Pergamon, an architectural marvel built into the sloping hillsides of Mysia, where medicine was practiced with a remarkable blend of empirical observation, hydrotherapy, and psychological care. Visitors to Pergamon found themselves surrounded by elegant marble porticos, shaded library halls, open-air theaters designed for restful listening, and sacred baths fed by pure subterranean springs. The air carried the subtle sense of dry earth, wild thyme, and fresh water, creating an environment where every sensory detail was calibrated to soothe the tired nervous system. Physicians attached to the sanctuary believed that clean air, gentle exercise, balanced diets, and the calming influence of music and theater were just as vital to therapeutic success as surgical interventions or botanical remedies. Patients spent their days taking slow walks along shaded arcades, drinking from mineral-rich waters believed to hold restorative properties, and engaging in quiet conversations with compassionate attendants trained to listen attentively to their worries. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the surrounding mountain peaks in gentle shades of amber and violet, a profound quietness settled over the vast stone courtyards, preparing the weary travelers for the central ritual of their stay, the night of quiet rest, inner reflection, and restorative slumber. It was within this peaceful environment, during the 2nd century of the Common Era, that the celebrated physician Galen perfected his understanding of human physiology, carefully attending to the individuals who sought relief within the sanctuary walls. Galen, whose groundbreaking observations would shape medical thought for well over a millennium, recognized that true healing required preparing the mind to enter a state of deep peace before sleep could perform its medicine. To achieve this, patients were guided downward away from the open twilight into the quiet quiet embrace of the cryptoporticus, a subterranean passageway engineered to shelter the senses from external distraction. In the 2nd century CE, at the Asclepieion of Pergamon, Greek physician Galen oversaw patients walking through the cryptoporticus, a cool 80-meter vaulted stone tunnel where the gentle subterranean murmur of sacred spring water echoed softly off the walls to quiet minds before night incubation. Stepping into this long, arched gallery, travelers experienced an immediate shift in temperature as the crisp night air gave way to a constant, soothing coolness held within the thick stone masonry. Their footsteps fell softly upon the smooth stone flooring, while the delicate, rhythmic sound of underground water trickling through subterranean channels created an acoustic blanket that hushed intrusive thoughts and quieted anxious heartbeats. Walking slowly along this expanse in near darkness, guided only by the dim flicker of low-burning oil lamps, patients felt their muscles release their lingering tension, their breathing broaden and slow, and their minds grow calm as they approached the sacred incubation chambers where they would rest throughout the night, waiting for peaceful dreams to guide them toward health. This harmonious blend of architecture, environmental serenity, and empathetic care formed a foundational bridge between early spiritual traditions and the emerging science of rational medicine. The quiet, vaulted halls of Pergamon demonstrated that a healing center could be far more than a place of clinical intervention. It could serve as a sanctuary where the environment itself actively participated in the restorative process. The subterranean waters continuing their endless, quiet murmur beneath the stone arches reminded all who passed through that nature possessed an enduring flow toward equilibrium and wholeness. As patients lay down upon their simple couches in the darkened incubation rooms, wrapped in warm wool blankets, while the cool night air circulated softly through the sanctuary, they drifted into sleep with the reassuring knowledge that their bodies were being cared for by attentive hands and surrounded by a deeply peaceful world. Even today, as we look back across the centuries to those quiet stone tunnels and whispering springs, we find a timeless reminder that rest, stillness, and a quiet spirit remain at the very heart of human healing, inviting us to release the burdens of the day and rest deeply in the quiet dark. As the golden light of late afternoon gradually softens over the fertile plains of Mesopotamia, a deep and comforting stillness settles across the ancient city of Nippur. Here, in the quiet heart of the Fertile Crescent, the daily rhythms of labor slowly yield to the soothing embrace of twilight. Along the banks of the Euphrates and the winding irrigation canals that feed the surrounding fields, the air cools, carrying with it the gentle, earthy scents of river silt, damp reeds, and sun-warmed clay. For the farmers, builders, and craftspeople who have spent the long hours of the day cultivating crops, molding sun-dried bricks, and weaving coarse textiles, evening brings a welcome opportunity to rest weary muscles and restore inner balance, long before modern medicine mapped the complex physiology of fatigue. The early healers of Sumer recognized that the body possessed a natural need for evening restoration, and that true healing often began with the intentional easing of physical strain at the close of day. In these early communities, medicine was closely intertwined with the rhythms of nature, drawing upon the surrounding landscape for herbs, waters, and resins that could calm the body, alleviate soreness, and usher the mind into peaceful sleep. The mud brick homes of Nippur held the gentle residual warmth of the sun, providing a peaceful sanctuary where families gathered as oil lamps flickered to life. In these modest spaces, the practice of healthcare was quiet, intimate, and deeply reassuring, focused on providing practical comfort through warm baths, fragrant oils, and attentive care. To preserve their growing understanding of botanical remedies and therapeutic treatments, Mesopotamian healers turned to the abundant clay beneath their feet, inscribing detailed medical instructions onto soft tablets using fine reed styluses. These cuneiform records represent some of humanity's earliest written medical literature, offering an extraordinary window into a world where medicine was both a practical craft and a gentle art of comfort. Healers carefully documented the preparation of plant extracts, distinguishing between different herbs, roots, and tree barks based on their distinct soothing properties. Among these ancient records is a particularly tender remedy designed specifically to ease the burdens of daily toil and prepare the body for restful slumber. Recorded on a 2100 BCE Sumerian clay tablet unearthed at Nippur, ancient Mesopotamian healers prepared a soothing evening footbath of warm river water infused with crushed thyme, willow bark, and sweet myrrh resin to ease physical fatigue and drift weary workers into quiet sleep. This thoughtful formulation demonstrates an intuitive understanding of herbal synergy that modern science continues to appreciate. Willow bark, rich in natural salicin, the chemical precursor to modern aspirin, offered a mild anti-inflammatory effect that eased deep muscle soreness and joint stiffness after hours of exertion. Crushed thyme released aromatic essential oils, such as thymol, which provided a gentle antimicrobial cleanliness while filling the evening air with a clean, relaxing herbal scent that encouraged slow, steady breathing. Meanwhile, the sweet myrrh resin dissolved into the warm water to release its rich, balsamic fragrance, long valued for its grounding and tranquilizing effect on the spirit. By combining these natural elements into a simple footbath, the ancient healers created a holistic ritual of evening care that addressed both the physical ache of tired limbs and the mental tension accumulated throughout the day. The process of preparing and administering such a remedy was itself an exercise in slow, restorative mindfulness. As night fell over Nippur, water drawn fresh from the river was gently warmed over low fires fueled by palm fronds and dried brush. In small stone mortars, the healer or family member would carefully crush sprigs of dried thyme and pieces of willow bark, releasing their oils before stirring them into the heated basin, along with bits of aromatic resin. The weary worker would then sit comfortably on a woven reed mat, submersing their tired feet into the warm, herb-infused liquid. As the soothing heat expanded the blood vessels in the feet, blood flow increased throughout the lower limbs, gently drawing tension down away from the head and chest. The steam rising from the basin carried the calming aromas of thyme and myrrh, creating a quiet sensory environment that signaled to the body that the time for labor had passed. The simple act of bathing another's feet, or allowing one's own feet to soak in warm, fragrant water, fostered a deep sense of security and physical ease. In an era when hard manual labor was the foundation of daily existence, such gentle therapies provided essential relief, preventing chronic soreness and allowing workers to wake refreshed for the coming dawn. These quiet domestic rituals highlight an enduring truth in the history of medicine, that long before the invention of complex pharmaceuticals or hospital wards, human beings sought health and healing through warmth, touch, and the comforting gifts of the natural world. As the stars emerged above the quiet rooftops of Mesopotamia, the tranquil effect of the evening foot bath would slowly take hold. Muscular tightness melted away, breathing deepened, and a gentle drowsiness settled over the household, bringing peace to both body and mind. The surviving clay tablet from Nippur stands as a remarkable testament to the timeless nature of human care, bridging more than 4 millennia to connect us with the quiet moments of those ancient evenings. It reminds us that medicine, in its earliest form, was born from a compassionate desire to comfort the weary, ease physical suffering, and grant the gift of quiet rest. As night enclosed the city, Nippur rested under the starlit sky, held in the gentle rhythm of sleep that unites all living things across the ages. As twilight gathered over the ancient Nile, casting soft amber light across the quiet reed beds and still waters, early Egyptian healers understood that true restoration began with the peaceful arrival of night. Long before formal hospitals or modern pharmacies existed, medicine was an intimate craft deeply attuned to the rhythms of the natural world, the cool evening breezes, and the gentle cycles of bodily rest. In the quiet sanctuaries and domestic courtyards of Memphis and Thebes, caregivers sought not only to mend physical ailments, but to create a serene environment where the mind and body could slip effortlessly into quiet slumber. They observed how the body, weary from the day's labors under the sun, naturally gravitated toward stillness as shadows lengthened over the desert sands. To assist this natural passage into sleep, these early practitioners turned their attention to the comforting gifts of the soil, harvesting plants, sweet nectars, and warm liquids that promised to calm restless thoughts and soften tense muscles. In this early dawn of healing knowledge, medicine was as much about quiet comfort and patient observation as it was about active intervention, establishing a timeless belief that a quiet mind and a rested body were the true foundation upon which all physical recovery was built. The gentle rustle of palm fronds in the night air and the steady murmur of the river provided a natural backdrop for these evening rituals, reassuring patients that they were safe, cared for, and held within the steady order of the cosmos. This deep appreciation for rest as a vital therapeutic tool was carefully documented in the remarkable medical texts of the era, preserved with great devotion upon long scrolls of papyrus. Among these ancient scrolls, written in clear hieratic script, lay centuries of accumulated wisdom detailing treatments for every imaginable condition, spanning from minor scrapes to complex internal afflictions. Yet, amidst the detailed instructions for set bones and soothing ointments, the ancient scribes took special care to record remedies designed purely to encourage peaceful, uninterrupted nighttime rest. In the 1550 BCE Ebers Papyrus of ancient Egypt, physicians recorded a calming bedtime draught prepared by steeping crushed blue lotus blossoms and wildflower honey in warm milk to relax tired muscles and usher patients into peaceful sleep. The blue lotus, floating quietly upon the still surfaces of garden pools, was prized for its soft, ethereal fragrance and subtle relaxing qualities, while the wildflower honey offered a nourishing, familiar comfort gathered from hives along the river banks. When gently warmed together with fresh milk, this herbal draught served as a gentle invitation to ease away the lingering burdens of the day, creating a soothing internal warmth that prepared the body for deep rejuvenation. The physician would hand the warm cup to the patient in the quiet hours of dusk, offering reassuring words as the subtle aroma filled the room, demonstrating how early medical practice integrated physical nutrition with quiet, emotional comfort. The preparation of such soothing draughts revealed an intuitive understanding of the subtle connections between sensory comfort, physical digestion, and the natural mechanics of sleep. Ancient Egyptian physicians recognized that introducing a warm, gently sweetened liquid before bed helped settle the stomach and steady the pulse, creating the ideal physical state for restful unconsciousness. Warm milk provided a rich, grounding foundation that coated the throat and calmed internal tension, while the delicate essence of crushed lotus petals infused the drink with a subtle botanical tranquility that quieted an overactive mind. The inclusion of pure wildflower honey, harvested from local blossoms that bloomed along the fertile floodplains, provided a soothing touch of natural sweetness that made the draught pleasant and easy to consume. This holistic approach to evening care highlighted a foundational philosophy of ancient medicine: that healing was not an aggressive struggle against illness, but rather a gentle alignment of the individual with the restorative powers of nature. Scribes wrote these recipes down with meticulous precision, specifying exact measures and preparations so that caregivers across generations could reproduce these gentle potions with consistency and care. By placing equal importance on physical remedies and tranquil states of mind, these early healers laid the groundwork for a tradition of patient-centered care that would echo through the centuries, reminding future generations that the simplest acts of comfort often hold the profoundest power to heal. As the centuries folded into history, these tranquil evening practices continued to shape the early foundations of global medical thought, proving that the human need for peaceful rest remains unchanged across time. The calm sanctuaries of ancient Egypt set a precedent that would influence neighboring cultures around the Mediterranean, demonstrating that the environment surrounding a patient, the stillness of the room, the warmth of a drink, and the reassuring presence of a caregiver played a fundamental role in restoring health. In these early medical traditions, the transition into sleep was viewed as a sacred, protective threshold, where the body's innate healing mechanisms worked quietly without distraction. The soft glow of oil lamps, the subtle fragrance of dried herbs hanging from wooden beams, and the rhythmic sound of nightfall created an atmosphere of safety that allowed weary individuals to let go of their worries and surrender to deep slumber. Today, as modern science confirms the essential role of deep sleep in cellular repair and immune function, we look back at these ancient Egyptian drafts not merely as historic artifacts, but as early expressions of an eternal human truth. In every era, the path to wellness begins with a quiet evening, a warm comfort, and the peaceful assurance that rest will bring a brighter, healthier tomorrow. As dusk settled over the fertile river valleys of the ancient Mediterranean and Near East, the quiet rhythm of early healing began not with hurried interventions, but with the patient, meditative act of preparing nightfall remedies. In the shadowed chambers of ancient Egyptian dwellings, where the residual heat of the afternoon sun slowly surrendered to the cool breeze drifting off the Nile, physicians and herbalists understood that physical recovery was intimately intertwined with deep, undisturbed rest. Their papyri preserved an intricate repository of botanical knowledge gathered across generations of quiet observation, carefully matching the subtle qualities of indigenous plants to the needs of weary bodies seeking release from daily strain. Within these ancient texts, healing was framed as an accord between nature and human biology, relying on gentle vehicle liquids such as warm milk, honey, and oils to deliver the soothing properties of roots, seeds, and aromatic grasses into the system. In the circa 1550 BCE Ebers Papyrus of ancient Egypt, physicians recorded an evening draught prepared by simmering crushed wild celery seeds and sweet cyperus grass in warm honeyed goats, milk to soothe bodily tension and guide patients into quiet sleep. The preparation itself was an exercise in calm intent. The slow, rhythmic stirring of the liquid over a low clay hearth allowed the earthy, aromatic oils of the crushed seeds to infuse seamlessly with the delicate notes of sweet cyperus. As the steam drifted into the dimly lit room, carrying a subtle fragrance of hearth and field, the warm potion offered a comforting ritual of transition from the demands of waking life to the soft stillness of night. The gentle warmth of the milk relaxed tight muscles, while the honey added a mild, natural sweetness that eased the palate, reassuring the sufferer that care was at hand and that the body could safely let go of its vigilance. This foundational philosophy that true healing requires an environment of tender comfort and physiological ease was mirrored across the ancient world, echoing along the trade routes that connected early civilizations. Further east, along the lush banks of the Indus and Ganges rivers, ancient Indian scholars were simultaneously cataloging the natural world with profound precision, viewing the human body as a delicate ecosystem governed by elemental balances. In these traditions, medicine was not merely an art of treatment during acute illness, but a holistic discipline aimed at nourishing the body's innate vital force through gentle touch, soothing topicals, and harmonious living. Healers recognized that skin harmed by injury or surgical intervention required deliberate protection from harsh atmospheric elements, requiring dressings that could maintain moisture, prevent irritation, and impart a sustained feeling of gentle warmth. Rather than using dry, restrictive cloths that might pull at tender tissue or cause distress during removal, these early practitioners devised warm, emollient applications designed to cushion the body's natural repair mechanisms. The preparation of these dressings involved a mindful blending of pure, natural substances known for their softening and cooling properties, transforming routine wound management into a quiet, comforting ritual of restoration. Soft linen, woven with care from flax fibers, was chosen for its breathability and light feel against delicate skin, serving as the vehicle to convey herbal preparations directly to the affected area. The atmosphere surrounding the patient was kept tranquil, allowing the natural soothing properties of the preparations to work in quiet tandem with the body's own nocturnal rhythms of repair and cellular renewal. Detailed codification of these techniques found its highest expression in the foundational literature of Ayurveda, where surgical finesse was combined with an equally deep commitment to post-procedural comfort. In the ancient Indian treatise Sushruta Samhita, recorded around 600 BCE, healers dressed healing wounds with linen bandages dipped in lukewarm clarified butter and powdered licorice root to soothe irritated skin and bring restorative warmth to resting patients. The clarified butter or ghee created a soft, protective lipid barrier that shielded the vulnerable tissue while maintaining a gentle, soothing temperature that calmed localized throbbing. When combined with finely ground licorice root, celebrated for its naturally cooling and anti-inflammatory qualities, the mixture formed a rich, fragrant paste that cushioned the wound without adhering harshly to sensitive skin. Applying these lukewarm bandages was performed with deliberate gentleness, ensuring that the patient felt cared for and physically safe as evening settled over the sanctuary or home. This tender attention to physical comfort allowed the nervous system to settle, reducing the perception of pain and inviting a deep, restorative stillness. The slow absorption of the warm butter into the linen ensured that the dressing remained supple throughout the night, preventing the tightness and stiffness that so often disturbed a healing person's sleep. Across distant geographic realms and spanning centuries of medical evolution, a clear and tranquil thread connects these early healing paradigms. The deep understanding that medicine finds its greatest potency when paired with rest. Long before the advent of modern clinical wards, ancient healers recognized that the body possesses a silent, intrinsic wisdom that unfolds most effectively in quiet, comfortable surroundings. Whether sipping a warm botanical infusion beside the Nile or resting beneath soft, herb-infused linens along the Ganges, patients were granted the peaceful space necessary for bodily harmony to reestablish itself. The slow rhythm of these ancient evening treatments provided not only physical relief to worn muscles and delicate skin, but also profound solace to the weary mind. As night quieted the ancient villages, the soothing scents of cyperus, celery seed, licorice, and warm honey lingered in the air, creating a sanctuary of stillness where breath slowed and restorative slumber could take hold. In these timeless practices, we glimpse the true dawn of human medicine, a gentle synthesis of nature's remedies, patient care, and unbroken sleep. As the quiet shadows of dusk extended across the ancient river valleys of the Indian subcontinent, the early practitioners of Ayurveda observed how human vitality moved in harmony with the gentle cycles of the earth. In these peaceful early centuries, medicine was understood not merely as an intervention against ailment, but as a continuous, quiet art of maintaining balance between the inner self and the surrounding environment. Early healers paid close attention to how the body gathered heat throughout the daylight hours, absorbing the radiant energy of the midday sun, the physical exertion of daily tasks, and the lingering warmth stored within the air itself. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon and the evening, cool, began to settle over the landscape, physicians recognized the necessity of releasing this accumulated heat before sleep could truly take hold. In the philosophy of classic Ayurvedic care, the evening was viewed as a sacred transition, a deliberate interval during which the restless energy of work and movement was softly surrendered to the quiet stillness of night. Through gentle observation over generations, these early healers learned that true rest required the body to cool gradually, easing the spirit into alignment with the silent, cooling presence of the nocturnal sky. The atmosphere of ancient healing centers, surrounded by fragrant trees and whispering waters, offered a sanctuary where the senses were systematically unburdened, allowing the weary traveler to find peace amidst the quiet rhythms of nature. Within this tradition of mindful healing arose classical texts that captured centuries of refined clinical insight, preserving detailed guidance on how to care for both the physical form and the subtler channels of perception. Among these foundational works was the Sushruta Samhita, an extraordinary repository of medical knowledge compiled during the 6th century BCE by the revered physician Sushruta. While modern history often remembers Sushruta for his pioneering surgical techniques and anatomical observations, his medical vision extended with equal tenderness into the quiet realms of preventative care and daily wellness. He recognized that the human body functions best when its internal rhythms are kept in gentle harmony with the passage of time, and that the quality of one's nighttime slumber directly influences the body's capacity to restore its tissues and maintain vitality. Sushruta understood that when the heat of the day remains trapped within the skin and mind, sleep becomes fitful and light, preventing the deeper layers of rest necessary for true healing. To counteract this lingering warmth, he formulated specific evening protocols designed to soothe the nervous system, soften tight muscles, and prepare the mind for a long, undisturbed night of recovery. These ancient recommendations were grounded in a profound understanding of botanical properties, combining plants that possessed distinct cooling, grounding, and aromatic qualities to help smooth the transition from active daylight consciousness into the quiet depths of twilight repose. To bring about this necessary cooling and tranquility, Sushruta placed great emphasis on the therapeutic power of water mixed with carefully chosen botanical remedies. In the circa 6th century BCE Ayurvedic text, Sushruta Samhita, physician Sushruta recommended an evening bath prepared with warm water, infused with crushed vetiver root, sweet jasmine leaves, and powdered white sandalwood to release lingering day heat and prepare the senses for peaceful rest. Selection of these particular botanicals reflected a deep, intuitive mastery of plant medicine and sensory physiology. Crushed vetiver root, harvested from dense perennial grasses, imparted a deeply grounding, earthy aroma that helped anchor a scattered mind, drawing away the restless mental chatter accumulated during hours of labor. The soft leaves of sweet jasmine added a delicate, uplifting floral note that gently eased emotional tension, opening the breath and softening the rhythm of the heart. Powdered white sandalwood, renowned throughout antiquity for its ability to reduce inflammation and cool the skin, dissolved into the warm water to create a soothing bath that absorbed the excess heat stored within the body's outer tissues. As the bather submerged into this fragrant infusion, the gentle warmth of the water relaxed tight joints, while the combined essence of root, leaf, and wood worked harmoniously to quiet the nervous system. The steam rising from the basin carried these subtle plant notes into the quiet air, filling the evening chamber with a serene stillness that allowed every muscle to relax completely. and every heavy thought to dissolve into the peaceful dark. This gentle practice of evening bathing was far more than a simple act of personal hygiene. It represented a fundamental principle of ancient medical philosophy that viewed health as a continuous process of gentle realignment. By incorporating such soothing rituals into daily life, ancient physicians helped individuals cultivate a profound awareness of their own physiological needs, teaching them to listen to the quiet signals of fatigue and heat before imbalance could manifest as illness. The holistic framework established in texts like the Sushruta Samhita laid the groundwork for centuries of medical thought across Asia, emphasizing that healing is intimately connected to the rhythm of our days and the peacefulness of our nights. When the body is supported through such deliberate, calming traditions, the natural self-repairing mechanisms of life are allowed to work unhindered through the silent hours of darkness. As the warm water drained and the soothing scents of vetiver, jasmine, and sandalwood lingered softly on the skin, the ancient patient stepped into a quiet space, prepared for deep, uninterrupted slumber. In this way, the early masters of medicine demonstrated that true healing often begins not with complex remedies or dramatic interventions, but with the quiet, compassionate act of helping the body let go of the day, wrapped in the comforting warmth of nature's most soothing gifts as the night unfolds in timeless silence. As dusk settles softly over the fertile river valleys of ancient India, the natural rhythms of day gradually ease into the quiet sanctuary of night. In this ancient land, early medical traditions recognized that true healing was deeply interwoven with the harmony of one's surroundings, trusting that when the body and mind are bathed in tranquility, the subtle forces of life naturally align toward restoration. Long before the construction of modern medical institutions, healers across the subcontinent turned their attention not only to herbs and remedies, but to the creation of peaceful environments where the sick could find true respite. They observed how the rustle of leaves, the quality of light, and the gentle stillness of shelter could soothe a troubled spirit, treating comfort not as a luxury, but as a foundational pillar of care. In this holistic understanding, health was viewed as a gentle flow, a balance between internal vitality and the peaceful whisper of the world outside. The air in these early sanctuaries was filled with the soft scent of earth after rain, and every detail of the environment was thoughtfully arranged to cradle the senses in warmth and silent reassurance. Healers moved with slow, deliberate steps, recognizing that anxiety was a barrier to recovery, while stillness opened a space for the body to mend itself. This ancient wisdom laid the groundwork for dedicated spaces of care, where human compassion met structured design to create some of history's earliest hospital environments. The formalization of these compassionate principles found rich expression in the foundational texts of Ayurveda, where medicine was understood as both a scientific art and a meditative practice. Within the classic pages of the Charaka Samhita, an ancient Indian medical treatise set down around 300 BCE. Early physicians carefully outlined the design of dedicated hospital wards known as acharezala, specifying that they be built completely windless and quiet, furnished with soft bedding and sweet floral garlands, and attended by gentle musicians whose quiet melodies eased the minds of the resting. This meticulous attention to the physical sanctuary reflected a deep scientific intuition regarding the human nervous system and its need for undisturbed peace. The absence of harsh drafts ensured that the patient's body remained at a steady, soothing warmth, while the scent of fresh blossoms like jasmine and lotus softened the air, creating an atmosphere of gentle, natural purity. The soft bedding provided a forgiving rest for worn limbs, allowing muscles to uncoil and breath to steady into a slow, rhythmic pattern. The musicians, trained to play delicate notes on traditional stringed instruments, created a comforting tapestry of sound that filled the room like a warm evening breeze. Every element of the acharezala was crafted to minimize sensory strain, shielding vulnerable individuals from the abrupt noises of the outside world. Healers understood that, by soothing the senses, they were removing the subtle burdens that exhaust vital energies, thereby allowing the natural processes of repair to unfold smoothly. Beyond the physical architecture of the acharezala, the daily routines within these ancient wards were woven with an unhurried, nurturing rhythm that honored the body's need for quiet retreat. Attendants prepared subtle herbal infusions, brewing sweet decoctions of roots and leaves over low fires, allowing aromatic steam to drift through the quiet corridors. The air carried notes of sandalwood and vetiver, cooling the senses and infusing the space with an intangible sense of sacred calm. Patients lay back upon clean, soft linens, listening to the faint, melodious hum of music that drifted like falling leaves across the quiet ward. In this peaceful setting, time seemed to slow down, offering a gentle pause from the demands of daily life. Physicians visited each bedside with soft words and reassuring gestures, taking time to observe the patient's pulse and breathing without haste or urgency. Their examinations were conducted in whispers, respecting the deep silence that enveloped the room. The inclusion of music and flowers was not merely ornamental. It was an early form of holistic therapy, designed to uplift the heart and release tension from the body. By surrounding the sick with beauty, stillness, and gentle human presence, ancient Indian medicine demonstrated a profound awareness that healing is an inner journey best supported by outer serenity. The mind, coaxed into a state of quiet rest, could ease its worries, allowing the restorative powers of sleep to wash over the patient like a cool wave. As the night deepens and stars appear across the vast sky, the legacy of these early Indian hospital wards shines as a testament to the timeless human search for comfort in times of vulnerability. The vision recorded in the Charaka Samhita reveals that the earliest hospitals were built not merely as places of treatment, but as sanctuaries of peace, where architecture, art, and medicine harmonized to protect human life. This enduring philosophy that a calm environment is fundamental to well-being spanned across centuries, influencing how societies across the globe came to view the sanctuary of the hospital. Long before modern science measured the physiological benefits of stress reduction, clean air, and quiet sleep, these ancient practitioners had already woven those very elements into the foundation of their medical care. The quiet winds, the soft bedding, the gentle music, and the fragrant flowers of the Acharazala remain an inspiring reminder of a time when medicine was practiced with exquisite patience and tender reverence. In looking back at these quiet beginnings, we find a comforting truth that resonates across thousands of years. That amidst all the complexities of health and healing, the simplest and most profound gift we can offer the weary body is a peaceful space to rest, breathe, and gently recover. As twilight softly drifted over the verdant river valleys of ancient India, early medical traditions began to perceive human health not merely as the absence of physical ailment, but as a rich and continuous harmony between the mind, the body, and the natural world. Across long generations of observation, ancient healers along the banks of the Indus and Ganges rivers recognized that the human vessel was sustained by subtle, interconnected energies, and that true physical vitality depended entirely upon a mind restored by deep, regular rest. Quiet courtyards scented with jasmine and wild herbs, these early practitioners systematically gathered observations regarding plants, minerals, oils, and seasonal changes, gradually organizing their discoveries into systems of holistic care. Rather than treating symptoms in isolation, these ancient physicians sought to care for the entire individual, placing immense emphasis on serene evening routines, peaceful surroundings, and gentle therapeutic interventions that lightened the burdens of daily life. The healer was viewed as a compassionate guide, helping to restore balance whenever internal energies became unsettled or depleted by emotional distress and physical exertion. Long before modern neuroscience unraveled the intricate mechanisms of sleep and stress regulation, these early observers understood that the nervous system required physical warmth, soothing aromatics, and predictable, gentle rhythms to disengage from the vigilance of daytime activities. They observed how the fading sunlight brought a natural coolness to the earth, suggesting that the body, too, required a deliberate and unhurried transition into the stillness of night. Through centuries of empirical practice and dedicated study, this profound respect for nighttime rest became deeply woven into the fabric of Indian medical wisdom, giving rise to specialized therapies designed specifically to calm an overactive mind, ease tired muscles, and invite a tranquil, undisturbed sleep. Central to this blossoming medical philosophy was the compilation of foundational Sanskrit treatises that methodically codified remedies for both physical infirmity and mental restlessness. Among these historic texts, the Charaka Samhita stood out as a monumental work of internal medicine, offering guidance on diet, lifestyle, seasonal hygiene, and specialized oil applications intended to preserve health and prolong life. Within its detailed pages, early scholars documented gentle, highly refined therapies aimed at quietening thoughts that continued to swirl long after sunset. In the 1st century BCE Ayurvedic treatise Charaka Samhita, physician Charaka documented the practice of Shirodhara, wherein warm sesame oil infused with crushed sandalwood and white lotus petals was trickled in a gentle, continuous stream onto a patient's forehead to quiet nervous energy and guide them into tranquil sleep. This soothing ritual was typically performed in dimly lit, quiet treatment rooms, where the mild warmth of the oil was carefully matched to the natural temperature of the human body. A specialized vessel, crafted from copper or clay, was suspended just above the sleeper's brow, fitted with a delicate wick or nozzle that allowed the golden, aromatic liquid to fall in an unbroken, rhythmic stream. As the infused oil flowed steadily across the center of the forehead, it generated a soothing sensation that seemed to dissolve lingering mental tension, quieting the sensory organs and muting the sounds of the outer world. The delicate, cooling essence of white lotus petals combined with the rich, earthy notes of sandalwood to slow the rate of breathing and encourage a feeling of peaceful surrender. Physicians noted that as the warm liquid streamed continuously over the brow, the patient's pulse softened into a slow, steady rhythm. Their facial muscles unclasped their strain, and their conscious awareness drifted effortlessly into a serene threshold between waking and dreaming. This gentle therapy was understood not merely as a remedy for insomnia, but as a profound recalibration of the mind's subtle pathways, illustrating how physical touch and gentle warmth could be combined to cultivate lasting inner calm. As the centuries unfolded, Indian medical literature continued to elaborate upon these soothing practices, introducing accessible home treatments and daily routines that could be comfortably incorporated into evening domestic life. By the early medieval era, medical authors recognized that caring for the body's lower extremities was just as essential for soothing an agitated mind as treating the head, noting that the physical weariness of long journeys and daily labor naturally settled into the legs and feet. In his 6th century CE medical treatise, Ashtanga Hridaya, Indian physician Vagbhata recorded that a gentle evening massage of the soles of the feet, using warm ghee infused with crushed Brahmi leaves and vetiver root, would quiet an overactive mind and guide weary bodies into deep, undisturbed slumber. This comforting technique, known historically as Padapyanga, focused on nourishing sensitive vital points located on the feet, which were believed to connect directly to the eyes, heart, and central nervous system. Clarified butter, or ghee, served as a rich, soothing medium that nourished the skin while conveying the subtle medicinal qualities of the cooked herbs deep into the tissues. The bruised leaves of Brahmi provided a cooling, restorative quality renowned for stilling intrusive mental chatter, while the sweet, damp fragrance of vetiver root offered a deeply grounding warmth that dispelled physical restlessness. As the warm herbal ghee was massaged slowly into the arches, heels, and toes with rhythmic strokes, excess internal heat was drawn downward away from the head, easing visual strain and dissolving cerebral fatigue. The tender pressure applied across the soles helped release muscular tightness that had gathered throughout the day, imparting a feeling of heaviness and peace. By encouraging individuals to adopt this quiet bedtime ritual, ancient physicians fostered a clear boundary between daytime activity and night's repose, allowing the body to settle into slumber. In the quiet twilight of the 1st century before the Common Era, the bustling streets of ancient Rome began to slow, yielding to the soft hush of evening as cool breezes drifted in from the Mediterranean Sea. During this remarkable transition in the long story of human healing, therapeutic philosophies across the Greco-Roman world were undergoing a profound and gentle shift. Medical thinkers were gradually turning away from the harsh purges, drastic remedies, and grueling physical regimens of earlier centuries, moving instead toward a more compassionate, thoughtful, and observant understanding of health and total human comfort. Among the most influential figures of this era was the Greek physician Asclepiades of Bithynia, who brought to Rome a revolutionary approach to medicine rooted in kindness, balance, and physical ease. Asclepiades rejected the long-held notion that illness was an aggressive force requiring violent interventions to expel. Instead, he envisioned the human body as a delicate, interconnected landscape of microscopic pores and flowing particles that required harmony, ease, and gentle restoration to maintain its natural vitality. His guiding motto became famous throughout antiquity for advocating treatments that were safe, swift, and pleasant to experience, prioritizing the patient's physical ease and mental tranquility above all else. In an era when medical care could often be frightening or physically taxing, his gentler methods offered a welcoming and peaceful sanctuary for the weary and the sick. He placed immense value on the restorative environment surrounding the patient, emphasizing temperate baths, light nourishment, subtle dietary adjustments, gentle walking, peaceful music, and above all, deep, undisturbed rest. He recognized that when the body is overwhelmed by distress or fatigue, the surrounding atmosphere plays a vital role in guiding the spirit back toward health, creating a quiet space where tension can naturally dissolve into stillness. Central to this soothing philosophy was the firm belief that natural sleep was one of medicine's most potent restoratives. a serene, quiet realm where the body's internal rhythms could realign without friction or force. To assist those who suffered from sleeplessness, lingering fever, or the persistent agitation of chronic illness, Asclepiades turned his creative mind toward mechanical design, seeking practical inventions intended purely to lull the weary senses into deep tranquility. He understood that the human nervous system responds intuitively to continuous, predictable motion, much like a child finding comfort in the steady sway of a parent's warm embrace. The 1st century BCE Greek physician Asclepiades of Bithynia designed the lectus pensilis, a gently suspended hanging bed lined with soft wool, engineered to rock restless patients in slow, rhythmic motions until they drifted into quiet sleep. Suspended securely from sturdy wooden ceiling beams by supple ropes, this ingenious swinging bed allowed attentive caregivers to initiate a slow, steady, and soothing oscillation that mimicked the calming cadence of gentle ocean waves or breeze-blown branches. The generous lining of soft wool cushioned the patient's weary limbs, absorbing the slight momentum of movement and enveloping the body in gentle warmth, while the continuous rocking motion subtly lulled the mind away from pain and wakefulness. This soothing back and forth movement helped to ease muscle tension throughout the body, calm a racing pulse, and induce a weightless feeling of floating, allowing even the most restless individuals to surrender gracefully to slumber. In the quiet chambers of ancient Roman villas, illuminated only by the soft glow of oil lamps, the faint, whisper-soft creak of the ropes, and the rhythmic sway of the wool-lined bed created a hypnotic, peaceful atmosphere that invited absolute serenity into the room. The creation and widespread adoption of the asterisk lectus pensilis marked a remarkable chapter in the history of medical care, representing an early and insightful recognition of how physical comfort, sensory soothing, and the ambient environment directly influence physiological recovery. For Asclepiades, true healing was far more than merely addressing localized physical symptoms. It was about restoring a deep, lasting harmony to the entire person, allowing the subtle internal currents of the body to sync once again with the steady, natural rhythms of the surrounding world. The gentle motion of the suspended bed served as a physical manifestation of his broader medical theory, which sought to open and relax constricted pathways within the body through soft, calming influences rather than abrupt or painful shocks. Patients resting within the woolen embrace felt the rigid boundaries of their exhaustion begin to soften, as each repetitive, gentle swing smoothed away the rough edges of anxiety, restlessness, and physical discomfort. This thoughtful integration of mechanical craft and empathetic patient care foreshadowed modern scientific and clinical understandings of sleep hygiene, sensory regulation, and the profound therapeutic benefits of relaxation. It demonstrated that ancient medical practitioners, long before the advent of modern pharmaceuticals, possessed a remarkably sophisticated awareness of the body's innate capacity to heal when granted the simple gifts of quietude, warmth, and rhythmic care. As the deep hush of night settled fully over the ancient Mediterranean world, the slow, rocking motion of the suspended bed continued its quiet cadence, guiding weary minds and bodies across the soft threshold into restorative darkness. This enduring legacy of compassionate healing reminds us that across thousands of years of human history, our fundamental physical and emotional needs have remained remarkably constant. In times of vulnerability or fatigue, we still long for warmth, stillness, soft surroundings, and a gentle, rhythmic comfort to quiet our overactive thoughts. The story of Asclepiades and his wool-lined hanging bed offers a serene window into antiquity, illustrating how the history of medicine is not merely a record of technical discoveries, but also a long, continuous, and gentle journey toward understanding the art of human comfort. As the gentle sway of the bed slowly subsides into stillness, and the quiet of the night takes full hold, the ancient wisdom of restorative sleep endures, floating peacefully across the centuries like a soft lullaby, inviting the body to release every remaining tension and rest deeply in undisturbed peace. In the gentle warmth of the first-century Mediterranean afternoon, the architecture of Roman domestic spaces was designed to invite the natural world indoors, creating quiet sanctuaries that served as retreats for both bodily rest and mental contemplation. Within the graceful courtyards and colonnaded peristyles of Roman residences and early convalescent spaces, stone basins caught filtered sunlight, while shaded archways guided cool coastal breezes through silent corridors. The practice of healing in this era was not merely a matter of potion or bandage, but an art of aligning human rhythms with the subtle cadences of the surrounding environment. Ancient thinkers observed how the body, when strained by fever, fatigue, or lingering ailment, responded with delicate sensitivity to light, air, and sound. In the quiet precincts of early Roman healthcare, long before the foundation of modern clinical institutions, the physical space itself was understood to function as a therapeutic instrument. Broad porticos allowed patients to gaze upon gardens filled with fragrant herbs like lavender, thyme, and mint, while heavy terracotta tiles kept indoor temperatures pleasantly tempered against the midday sun. Physicians and medical writers of the early empire believed that the restoration of health required an intentional soothing of the senses, recognizing that an overburdened mind could hinder the body's natural capacity to mend. Thus, living chambers were arranged with immense care, ensuring windows faced away from noisy urban thoroughfares and toward serene inner courtyards where harsh distractions could not penetrate. In these peaceful retreats, the slow passage of hours was marked not by urgent demands, but by the gradual shifting of shadows across polished plaster walls, and the soft, ambient sounds of nature lingering in the still air. Among the most thoughtful observers of this medical philosophy was Aulus Cornelius Celsus, a Roman encyclopedist whose comprehensive writings bridged the refined medical knowledge of ancient Greece with the practical spirit of Rome. Writing during the 1st century CE, Celsus compiled 8 volumes dedicated to the preservation and restoration of human health, synthesizing centuries of anatomical observation, surgical techniques, and dietary regimens into a masterpiece of Latin prose known as De Medicina *. Unlike many who favored drastic remedies, Celsus advocated for a balanced, measured approach to healing, emphasizing the profound power of rest, mild exercise, gentle bathing, and sensory harmony. He recognized that sleep was perhaps the most vital medicine of all, serving as the quiet foundation upon which every physical recovery depended. When sleeplessness afflicted the sick, threatening to erode their strength and deepen their emotional distress, Celsus sought natural, non-invasive means to coax the mind into peaceful slumber. In his 1st century CE medical treatise, De Medicina, Roman writer Aulus Cornelius Celsus recorded that restless insomnia could be quieted by the soft, rhythmic sound of falling water nearby, recommending that patient beds be positioned near trickling indoor fountains. He observed that the continuous, gentle cadence of water spilling into stone basins possessed a remarkable ability to anchor a wandering, troubled mind, smoothing away nighttime agitation and steadying the breath. The soft murmur of a domestic stream acted as a natural lullaby, masking unpredictable noises of the nocturnal city and surrounding the patient in an enduring blanket of auditory calm. For Celsus, such environmental adjustments were essential therapeutic interventions designed to work in quiet harmony with the body's innate desire for rest and renewal. This appreciation for the calming power of water reflected a deeper, widespread understanding within ancient medicine that human health is intimately connected to the sensory qualities of our immediate surroundings. Roman villa architecture frequently integrated small fountain niches, known as nymphea, where water trickled steadily down terraced stone, cool marble steps, or carved shell basins, filling surrounding rooms with refreshing moisture and a soothing, repetitive melody. Convalescents placed near these water features found their racing thoughts gradually slowed by the predictable, unending fall of drops, a gentle cadence that mirrored the quiet steadying of their own pulse. Long before the advent of modern neurological research, ancient physicians understood that continuous acoustic stimuli could calm an overstimulated brain, shielding the sleeper from sudden external noises that might trigger alarm or restlessness. The delicate splash of water on stone produced a soothing auditory backdrop, encouraging a state of passive relaxation where muscles could unclamp and the mind could release its daytime burdens. As evening shadows lengthened across the stone floors of the atrium. The cool humidity rising from the fountain softened the dry night air, creating an ideal microclimate for easeful breathing. Patients drifting toward sleep were enveloped by this harmonious sensory landscape, where the gentle scent of courtyard blossoms, the touch of clean linen, and the steady liquid song of the fountain combined to create an atmosphere of complete sanctuary. The legacy of Celsus and his Roman contemporaries offers a timeless reminder of how deeply our well-being relies on gentle, restorative environments. By viewing medicine not as an aggressive force, but as a subtle cultivation of harmony, ancient healers demonstrated a profound reverence for the body's quiet intelligence. The simple act of positioning a bed near the trickle of an indoor fountain illustrates a compassionate philosophy that prioritized comfort, dignity, and natural peace. Today, as we listen to the faint echoes of these ancient practices, we find that the human need for quietude remains unchanged across 2 millennia. The soft patter of falling water, which once brought tranquility to the sleeping chambers of first-century Rome, continues to whisper the same enduring truth, that in quietness, stillness, and gentle rhythms, the body finds its way back to balance, and the mind finds its rest. As dusk fell across the ancient Mediterranean world, the rhythm of daily life gradually softened, yielding to a quiet stillness that physicians of the classical era recognized as essential to human health. Long before complex pharmaceuticals or modern hospital wards were envisioned, early healers held a profound appreciation for the subtle restorative powers of environment, sensory quietude, and the natural cadences of the body. In the peaceful courtyard gardens of Roman villas and the shaded porticos of Greek sanctuaries, medicine was often an art of gentle invitation rather than forceful intervention. Practitioners observed that when the mind was overburdened by the anxieties of travel, illness, or daily toil, true recovery began not with harsh remedies, but with the deliberate creation of tranquility. Soft twilight breezes rustled through olive leaves, cooling stone tiles that had absorbed the sun's warmth throughout the afternoon, while the faint scent of crushed herbs rose from nearby terracotta pots. In this restful atmosphere, ancient medical thought sought to balance the internal humors by harmonizing the patient's immediate surroundings, encouraging a state of ease where the nervous system could naturally unwind. The night air was understood to carry a soothing weight, carrying away the heat and agitation of the day, and preparing the body for a deep stillness that restored balance to both mind and spirit. Early doctors understood that sleep was not a passive absence of activity, but a delicate healing process requiring gentle cultivation, patience, and a deep reverence for the body's natural urge to rest. Within this tradition of restorative care, Roman scholars systematically documented practical methods for calming the restless mind and encouraging sleep without resorting to overpowering potions. Among these early chroniclers was the encyclopedist Aulus Cornelius Celsus, whose writings gathered the finest medical knowledge of his day into a philosophy of wellness and compassionate treatment. Celsus recognized that insomnia was frequently rooted in physical tension or mental disquiet, requiring a careful combination of soft motion and quiet auditory rhythms to ease the patient back into natural slumber. He observed how the steady swaying of a bed could mimic peaceful, comforting rhythms, gently overriding the turbulent thoughts that keep the mind awake during the night. To achieve this state of quiet harmony, Celsus described a gentle apparatus designed to suspend the body in air and isolate it from the hardness of the ground. In his 30 CE medical treatise, De Medicina, Roman encyclopedist Aulus Cornelius Celsus recommended lulling restless insomniacs to sleep by placing them in a suspended canvas hammock, gently swayed back and forth within earshot of a softly trickling water fountain. The subtle cadence of the swinging canvas, synchronized with the rhythmic splashing of water falling into a marble basin, created a meditative environment that washed away the day's strain. The continuous sounds of flowing water served to anchor wandering thoughts, providing a gentle focal point that allowed the mind to relinquish its vigilance. Patients cradled in such suspended couches would feel tension dissolving from their muscles, their breathing slowing to match the peaceful trickle nearby, until they drifted effortlessly into a deep, comforting sleep. Complementing these environmental therapies were botanical remedies crafted by ancient physicians who studied the quiet virtues of the plant kingdom. Chief among these botanical authorities was Pedanius Dioscorides, a Greek physician whose extensive travels allowed him to observe and document traditional herbal practices across the Mediterranean world. Dioscorides dedicated himself to categorizing plants by their specific properties and their capacity to soothe human suffering in a gentle manner. He paid particular attention to aromatic herbs whose fragrance alone seemed to soften the sharp edges of stress and physical fatigue. Among the flora he recorded, lemon balm held a favored place for its bright yet comforting qualities, capable of lifting heavy melancholy while settling a restless heart. He noted how simple preparations, crafted from carefully dried leaves and pure water, offered immediate relief to those worn down by long journeys or persistent worry. In his 60 CE treatise De Materia Medica, Greek physician Pedanius Dioscorides recorded that steeping dried lemon balm leaves in warm spring water created a sweet, aromatic draft that quieted nervous tension and brought peaceful rest to weary travelers. As the warm infusion released its clean, citrus-tinted perfume, the traveler would sip the gentle brew, feeling a soothing warmth spread slowly through their chest and limbs. The plant's natural properties worked in gentle harmony with the body, softening muscular tightness and stilling the chatter of an exhausted mind. This simple ritual of preparing and drinking a warm herbal draft marked a peaceful transition from the turbulence of the road to the safety of shelter, offering a sanctuary of rest that prepared both body and mind for the night ahead. These early approaches to sleep and healing reflect a timeless wisdom at the heart of medical history, an understanding that true healing begins when we allow ourselves to slow down and rest. The harmonious combination of gentle motion, the soft melody of trickling water, and the warm comfort of botanical drafts provided ancient patients with a sanctuary where natural recovery could flourish uninterrupted. Rather than viewing sleep as a secondary concern, these early Roman and Greek physicians treated rest as a primary pillar of health, crafting peaceful environments that nurtured every sense. The suspended hammock, swaying gently in the shade of a stone peristyle, and the cup of lemon balm tea were thoughtful medical interventions designed to restore equilibrium to overburdened lives. As the quiet night deepened over ancient courtyards, the lingering sound of water and the subtle fragrance of herbs remained as gentle guardians of the night, guiding weary souls toward profound stillness. Centuries later, these quiet principles of care continue to remind us of the value found in simplicity, soft rhythms, and peaceful atmospheres, welcoming us to let go of the day's concerns and surrender to the soothing embrace of night. As twilight settled over the ancient Mediterranean coastline in the 1st century of the Common Era, the world moved to a slower, more deliberate rhythm, guided by the subtle shifts of seasons and the steady cycles of the earth. Across sun-drenched hillsides, shaded river valleys, and peaceful garden enclosures, early practitioners of the healing arts looked to the natural environment for quiet answers to human discomfort. Medicine in this era was deeply tied to patient observation, an attentive, reflective listening to the subtle properties of roots, bark, blossoms, and resin. Physicians and herbalists wandered through quiet woodlands and terraced fields at dawn, taking note of how wild flora responded to damp soil, bright sunlight, or cooling mountain breezes. There was no haste in this pursuit. Knowledge accumulated slowly, passed down through spoken traditions, carefully kept journals, and shared observations among scholars who traveled the calm trade routes connecting Greece, Rome, Alexandria, and the wider ancient world. The air in these early botanical sanctuaries carried the dry, soothing aroma of dried lavender, crushed mint, and sweet pine resins, creating an atmosphere where empirical study and peaceful stillness naturally intertwined. In this serene setting, the practice of healing began to transition from fragmented folk traditions into a structured science of observation. As thoughtful scholars sought to catalog the gifts of the earth into organized guides that could be shared across distant lands and future generations, offering lasting comfort to those seeking rest and recovery. Among these dedicated observers was a Greek physician serving alongside the Roman military, whose quiet curiosity led him to document the vast green tapestry of the Mediterranean basin with unprecedented precision and care as he traveled along winding stone roads through quiet mountain passes and into peaceful provincial villages. He examined plants directly within their natural habitats, studying their flowering seasons, their distinct fragrances, and the precise methods by which they could be harvested and prepared to ease bodily distress. Written around 65 CE by the physician Pedanius Dioscorides, De Materia Medica catalogued 600 botanical remedies, noting how the silver-green leaves of willow bark could be steeped in warm water to quiet restlessness. The gentle willow, flourishing naturally along the damp banks of trickling streams and calm, winding riverbeds, offered a tranquil lesson in nature's restorative capacity. Dioscorides noted with meticulous clarity how the inner bark and soft leaves of this humble tree, when harvested thoughtfully and infused into simmering water, released a subtle, comforting brew that calmed the nervous system and brought ease to troubled nights. This peaceful beverage, carrying the earthy fragrance of wet soil and fresh greenery, became a trusted staple in ancient households, easing gentle fevers and softening the heavy weariness of long journeys. Beyond the willow tree, his 5-volume treatise carefully detailed the preparation of infusions, poultices, oils, and decoctions derived from familiar plants like chamomile, fennel, myrrh, and wild poppy. Each entry written with a serene clarity meant to instruct, reassure, and heal. The influence of this extraordinary botanical guide extended far beyond its author's lifetime, drifting like a quiet thread of unbroken continuity through the centuries as empires shifted and new centers of learning emerged across the ancient world. Manuscripts of Asterisk de Materia Medica were copied by hand onto heavy vellum and fine parchment in quiet monastic scriptoria and vibrant houses of wisdom, where dedicated scribes worked under the soft, flickering glow of oil lamps, carefully preserving every detail of Dioscorides' observations for future generations. Beautiful, hand-painted illustrations of willow boughs, flowering plants, and aromatic roots were added to the margins of these heavy volumes, transforming the text into both a visual masterpiece and an enduring reservoir of practical healing wisdom. For over 1,500 years, this tranquil text remained the foundational reference for apothecaries, physicians, scholars, and village healers across Europe, North Africa, and the Near East, bridging the ancient medical knowledge of the classical world with the hospital gardens and monastic infirmaries of the Middle Ages. In quiet infirmaries attached to monasteries and early municipal houses of care, herbalists would regularly consult these ancient pages, while tending to walled garden plots filled with sage, rosemary, mint, and willow trees, creating a continuous tradition of gentle, plant-based medicine. As evening fell over these early sanctuaries of healing, the soothing fragrance of simmering herbal broths and drying leaves lingered in the quiet stone corridors, reassuring the sick and weary that human compassion, paired with the quiet remedies of the natural world, remained a steadfast source of comfort through the longest nights. This slow, thoughtful evolution of botanical study laid the quiet groundwork for the formal sanctuaries of care that would gradually rise across the landscape in the centuries to follow. The early hospital was envisioned not merely as a site of clinical intervention, but as a calm, compassionate refuge where rest, wholesome nourishment, clean water, and gentle botanical remedies were offered together as a unified whole. In these early spaces, the herb garden was central, a peaceful inner courtyard where patients could sit beneath the dappled shade of willow trees, breathing in the quiet, restorative scents of blooming lavender and earth. Botanical wisdom cataloged so long ago by Dioscorides continued to guide the hands of caregivers as they prepared evening teas and soothing compresses, ensuring that the ancient understanding of nature's quiet power remained accessible to all who sought shelter. As deep night settled over these early halls of healing, the gentle rhythm of care proceeded without sound or hurry, a soft, enduring testament to humanity's timeless desire to bring ease, quietude, and peaceful restoration to body and mind. As dusk settled over the distant frontiers of the ancient world, the daily rhythm of camp life gradually softened into a quiet, comforting calm. For centuries, the care of the sick and injured had relied on temporary tents, private homes, or small field stations set up under open skies. Yet, as permanent fortresses were established along the great riverways of Western Europe, a deeper understanding of the healing environment began to take root within the architecture of military medicine, where standard barracks were constructed for strict discipline and rapid movement. These new spaces dedicated to recovery were shaped around the gentler, more delicate needs of the human body. The soft rustle of wind through oak leaves along the riverbank seemed to echo the quiet intention of these early sanctuaries, where weary individuals brought their tired limbs and fevered brows after long days of labor, marching, or guard duty. Medicine in this setting was understood to be far more than just herbal infusions or simple bandaging. It was an entire atmosphere carefully crafted to encourage the body's natural inclination toward balance, warmth, and rest. Soft lamp light flickered against smooth stone walls, casting gentle shadows that held back the damp chill of the gathering evening. Here, set apart from the bustling parade grounds and the heavy clatter of daily routine, air moved freely through wide archways, carrying the earthy scents of moss, wild thyme, and damp soil from the surrounding river valley. This transition from informal care to structured healing marked a quiet milestone, reflecting a recognition that light, clean space, and peaceful surroundings play as vital a role in recovery as any medicine prescribed by a physician. Among the earliest and most remarkable examples of this thoughtful architectural philosophy was the Roman valetudinarium, built around 70 CE at the legionary fort of Novaesium, along the Rhine River, which was designed with a double corridor layout that shielded inner patient rooms from camp noise and funneled cool breezes from a quiet central courtyard. Walkways of smooth tile and dressed stone wrapped around this open-air heart of the complex, where medicinal herbs such as sage, chamomile, and mint were often cultivated in small, sunlit garden beds. The clever arrangement of concentric hallways meant that an outer corridor accommodated the steady movement of staff, supplies, and medical equipment, while an inner corridor opened into small, private rooms where patients could rest without being disturbed by the ongoing bustle of daily routines. This deliberate separation of circulation created a sanctuary within a sanctuary, ensuring that loud footsteps, voices, and external distractions were effectively muffled before reaching those in need of quiet sleep. In the stillness of the warm afternoon, sunlight would trace slow, golden arcs across the courtyard tiles, warming the stone, while the natural cross-ventilation maintained a soft, continuous circulation of fresh air throughout every ward. Caretakers moved unhurriedly between the rooms, offering warm water, clean linens, and soothing broths prepared with local herbs, ensuring that each individual experienced an atmosphere of undisturbed peace. The intuitive geometry of Novaesium reflected a masterclass in environmental wellness, turning a frontier fortress into a haven of rest where the body could mend gently and completely. This gentle emphasis on environmental harmony extended far beyond the physical layout of the building, quietly shaping every routine and detail of daily care within its walls. Fresh water, brought continuously from clean springs, flowed into dedicated washing basins and drainage systems, maintaining a level of hygiene that was remarkably advanced for its time. Cleanliness was treated not as a secondary concern, but as an essential element of healing, with linens washed frequently and surgical tools kept orderly in specialized wooden cabinets. Large, cool storage rooms housed an array of natural remedies, from soothing ointments made of olive oil, resin, and beeswax, to dried willow bark and dried flowers, used to ease discomfort, ensuring that treatments could be prepared smoothly without creating noise or confusion. The structured calm of the valetudinarium established a reassuring rhythm for those recovering within its care, where the break of dawn brought gentle breezes through upper transom windows, and the arrival of night was accompanied by the steady, peaceful singing of crickets along the riverbank. Physicians of this era recognized that true healing required a delicate balance between active intervention and passive rest, and so they prioritized adequate space, controlled light, and low noise levels alongside their medical treatments. As evening fell over the fort, the oil lamps throughout the corridors were dimmed to a soft, golden glow, illuminating only the walkways so that patients could drift easily into deep, restorative slumber. Looking back across the long span of history, the quiet halls of Novaesium remain a timeless testament to the enduring human impulse to create spaces of comfort and healing amidst the uncertainties of life. The architectural innovations pioneered along the Rhine, isolating patient rooms from external commotion, ensuring continuous fresh airflow, and centering the facility around a tranquil, green garden established principles that would echo through the centuries, influencing the design of hospitals for centuries to come. Even as ancient empires faded and landscapes transformed over time, the fundamental truth preserved in the design of the valetudinarium remained unchanged: that human recovery flourishes best when surrounded by peace, dignity, and thoughtful care. The soft wind that once drifted through the double corridors of that frontier sanctuary still seems to whisper across the ages, offering a quiet reminder of a time when healers first learned to harness the calming elements of nature to support the human spirit. Underneath the vast, quiet canopy of the night sky, the legacy of these early medical sanctuaries continues to shine softly, reminding us of the timeless beauty found in silence, rest, and gentle restoration. As the ancient world expanded and settled into enduring rhythms, the art of caregiving slowly transformed from localized, transient remedies into quiet sanctuaries dedicated entirely to recovery and rest. Across the sweeping landscapes of the Roman Empire, where long roads linked distant frontiers with bustling cities, the necessity of maintaining health gave rise to purposeful spaces designed to shelter the sick and weary. Far from the noise of public forums and the relentless cadence of marching boots, early healers recognized that true recovery required an environment detached from the agitation of daily routine. Architects and physicians began to collaborate with subtle precision, blending spatial geometry with an intuitive understanding of airflow, natural light, and deep silence. In these early spaces, the philosophy of healing was not merely about treating physical ailments with herbs or simple surgical tools, but about cultivating a surrounding atmosphere where the human spirit could unwind and the body's innate capacity for self-repair could take root without disturbance. Soft sunlight was invited to sweep across clean stone floors at calculated angles throughout the day, while long, shaded hallways allowed cool breezes to circulate softly, carrying away the stagnant air of confinement. The movement toward structured spaces of healing signaled a profound realization within ancient medicine: that environment itself serves as a quiet medicine, steadying the pulse and inviting the weary mind to rest. This deliberate architecture found its most refined expression along the northern boundaries of the empire, where dedicated medical facilities were established to care for soldiers serving far from home. In 1st century CE Roman military hospitals known as valetudinaria, such as the one constructed at Novaesium along the Rhine, architects built quadrangle wards with thick double walls and central peristyle gardens, where convalescing patients rested on wooden couches, listening to water trickling from stone fountains. The double walls functioned as a protective shield against the harsh winter winds that swept across the riverlands, while also insulating the inner chambers from the noise of encampment life, creating a peaceful envelope within which the mind could settle into ease. At Novaesium, the central garden was designed as the living heart of the facility, bordered by elegant stone columns that cast long, shifting shadows as the sun moved gracefully across the sky. Paved walkways wound through cultivated beds of aromatic herbs, lavender, and wild sage, releasing subtle fragrances into the temperate air with every gentle pass of the breeze. Here, convalescing individuals spent long afternoon hours laid out upon simple wooden frames, wrapped in soft woolen blankets, watching the gentle swaying of leaves and feeling the restorative warmth of the sun filtering through the courtyard canopy. The steady, rhythmic sound of water flowing into stone basins provided a meditative backdrop, soothing frayed nerves and encouraging deep, uninterrupted rest. Every detail was crafted with a quiet mindfulness, ensuring that those within its walls felt surrounded by order, cleanliness, and peaceful sanctuary. Complementing these thoughtfully constructed spaces was a growing body of medical wisdom that sought to ease the afflictions of both body and mind through gentle, restorative topical applications and mindful evening rituals. Among the prominent figures of classical antiquity, the Greek-born physician Galen devoted much of his life to observing how natural substances interacted with human physiology, compiling extensive texts on the preparation, subtle qualities, and calming applications of botanical remedies. He recognized that restful sleep was the foundational pillar of all physical healing, and that when sleep proved elusive to those worn by travel or stress, the body required soft, soothing interventions to coax it back into natural harmony. In his 2nd century CE treatise on the properties of medicines, the physician Galen documented how warm compresses steeped in sweet almond oil and rose blossom extract could be applied to the temples of restless travelers to quiet the senses for sleep. This gentle practice drew upon the light, emollient nature of sweet almond oil to carry the delicate, aromatic essence of rose blossoms deep into the skin, while the mild warmth of the cloth helped to ease tension accumulated in the facial muscles, forehead, and tired eyes. Galen understood that the gentle touch of a caregiver, combined with soothing botanical scents and soft warmth, acted directly upon the nervous system to melt away the agitation of long journeys across dusty provincial roads. Travelers seeking shelter at roadside inns would find solace in these simple evening treatments, as the subtle floral aroma filled the quiet room, and the soft warmth induced a heavy, peaceful stillness across the eyelids. Thus, through the harmonious union of architectural sanctuary and gentle botanical care, the foundations of early hospital medicine were quietly established across the ancient Mediterranean world. The valetudinaria provided the physical frame, a place of shelter, clean water, filtered light, and acoustic calm, while the traditions of Galenic pharmacology offered the delicate rituals of evening comfort that restored tranquility to the weary. Together, these early innovations reflected a deep, timeless understanding of human vulnerability, acknowledging that healing is not an abrupt intervention, but a slow, graceful journey toward balance. As night fell over the courtyard of Nova Isium and twilight faded along the banks of the Rhine, the soft murmur of trickling fountains merged with the gentle scent of sweet almond and rose, guiding patients into a profound and restorative sleep. The legacy of these ancient spaces continues to ripple softly through time, reminding us that at the core of all medical care lies the simple human desire for quiet, safety, and rest. In the quiet, sunlit chambers of the 2nd century Mediterranean world, medical thought was undergoing a subtle and profound transformation, turning its gaze away from harsh interventions and toward the soothing rhythms of daily nurture. Across the bustling cities of the Roman Empire, from the coastal libraries of Asia Minor to the marble porticos of Rome, physicians began recording their observations with a renewed focus on environment, comfort, and natural balance. For centuries prior, early healers had often relied on drastic measures or mystifying remedies to address human ailments. But as empirical study deepened, a quieter philosophy emerged within the medical arts. Healers observed that the body, particularly in its earliest and most fragile stages, responded far better to gentle equilibrium than to sudden force. In the tranquil domestic quarters of ancient homes, where the soft rustle of olive leaves drifted through open courtyard windows, scholars turned their attention to the delicate care of newborns and mothers. They began to realize that health was not merely the absence of sharp affliction, but a continuous state of harmony cultivated through proper warmth, clean air, quiet surroundings, and mindful routines. This era marked a crucial bridge between ancient herbal traditions and the systematic study of human physiology, establishing a foundational belief that medicine could be as gentle as a soft textile or a warm bath. As physician authors compiled elaborate scrolls detailing every aspect of bodily care, the nursery emerged as a place of scientific inquiry, where the primary objective was to soothe the senses and foster deep, unperturbed rest. Central to this compassionate paradigm was the Greek physician Soranus of Ephesus, whose extensive writings reflected an extraordinarily refined understanding of pediatric care and maternal wellness. Working in the 2nd century CE, Soranus dedicated himself to analyzing the physical needs of infants, discarding traditional superstitions in favor of practical, empathetic methods designed to ease a child's entry into the world. his 2nd century CE medical treatise Gynecology. Greek physician Soranus of Ephesus recorded that resting infants in soft linen-lined wicker cradles, sprinkled with dried red rose petals and warm almond oil, would soothe their senses and encourage long, restful sleep. This gentle regimen was far more than an aesthetic preference. It was a carefully reasoned therapeutic practice designed to cushion fragile limbs against cold and protect delicate skin with pure, moisturizing plant extracts. The woven wicker of the cradle allowed air to circulate freely while absorbing subtle vibrations, and the smooth, breathable linen ensured that the infant remained snug without feeling constricted or overheated. The dried rose petals released a mild, reassuring aroma into the bedclothes, calming the air around the sleeping child, while warm almond oil provided a soothing barrier that softened skin after bathing. Soranus recognized that an infant's nervous system was remarkably sensitive to light, sound, touch, and temperature, and that creating an atmosphere of soft textures and mild fragrances was essential for steady digestion, quiet breathing, and uninterrupted slumber. This emphasis on restful surroundings and gentle botanical applications extended far beyond the infant cradle, reflecting a broader movement in Greco-Roman medicine toward non-invasive, preventive wellness. Soranus and his contemporaries understood that the human body possessed an inherent capacity for self-regulation, provided it was supported by an environment free from unnecessary stress. In their treatises, they recommended that nurseries and sleeping chambers be situated in quiet, well-ventilated portions of the home, shielded from harsh sunlight, damp drafts, and sudden noises that might startle a resting mind. Soft textiles, mild baths infused with soothing herbal decoctions, and light, easily digestible nourishment were considered the cornerstones of healing and growth. Rather than viewing medicine as a series of aggressive countermeasures against disease, these early scholars viewed the physician as a supportive guardian whose role was to maintain balance through patience, observation, and soft care. They took great care to describe how swaddling clothes should be wrapped loosely enough to allow natural chest expansion, how water temperatures should match the body's natural warmth, and how the rhythm of day and night should be gently communicated through dimmed lamps and quiet whispers by prioritizing comfort, cleanliness, and sensory calm. The medicine of this period established an enduring standard of care that honored human vulnerability, demonstrating that effective medical wisdom often lies in the quiet art of peaceful restoration. As these ideas spread throughout the Mediterranean basin and were transcribed into enduring manuscripts, they helped shape the fundamental principles that would eventually inform the creation of early hospitals and specialized care facilities. The recognition that healing required a quiet, structured environment built upon clean linens, gentle baths, and aromatic herbs traveled across centuries, passing from Greco-Roman scholars to Byzantine physicians, and later into the vibrant medical centers of the Islamic Golden Age. In every tradition that inherited these texts, the core lesson remained remarkably consistent. Human recovery and healthy development flourish best when the body is surrounded by peace, warmth, and steady attentiveness. Long before modern instruments could measure the physiological impact of stress, ancient healers had already deduced that a tranquil mind and a comforted body were indispensable for vitality. The image of a newborn resting peacefully in a wicker cradle lined with soft linen and scented with rose petals remains an enduring symbol of this ancient ideal, a timeless reminder that the history of medicine is not solely written in dramatic discoveries, but also in the quiet, compassionate gestures that bring stillness to the night. As evening settles and light recedes, this ancient heritage of tender care continues to echo through the ages, offering a peaceful legacy of rest, warmth, and gentle healing for all who seek quiet repose. As the centuries of classical antiquity drew toward their gentle decline, the philosophy of medicine gradually expanded beyond immediate physical interventions to embrace the subtle, restorative power of environment. In the quiet villas and early clinical sanctuaries of the Mediterranean world, physicians began to place increasing emphasis on how sensory impressions, light, sound, texture, and air profoundly influenced the delicate balance of the human spirit and body. Earlier traditions of medicine had often relied upon dramatic remedies, bitter herbal drafts, or rigorous physical regimens. Yet late Roman medical thinkers recognized that true recovery frequently required a deliberate step back into stillness. They observed that when the mind is troubled, or the limbs are weary from prolonged affliction, the body's natural capacity for self-repair flourishes best in an atmosphere stripped of harsh stimulation. Gardens with trickling stone fountains, inner courtyards shaded by climbing vines, and softly lit bedchambers were increasingly viewed not merely as luxuries of private comfort, but as essential instruments of holistic healing. Within these serene spaces, medicine became an art of patient waiting, where the physician acted as a humble guardian of rest rather than an intrusive operator. The air was kept temperate, draftless, and pure, carrying only the faintest scent of dried lavender or sweet marjoram to ease breathing and invite deep relaxation. Furniture was arranged to minimize heavy shadows and clutter, allowing the mind to rest without visual distraction. Caregivers were instructed to move with soft, deliberate steps, wearing light garments that would not rustle harshly against the flagstones, creating an ambient stillness that reassured the sufferer. In this thoughtful ethos, sleep was understood to be the ultimate restorative medicine, a sacred state wherein the humors settled, internal heat dispersed evenly throughout the tissues, and the heart found its quiet, natural cadence once more. This deep appreciation for therapeutic rest marked a crucial bridge in the history of caregiving, shifting the focus from combating illness with force to tenderly nurturing the quiet conditions under which health could naturally return. Among the most thoughtful voices of this late classical era was Caelius Orlianus, a distinguished Roman physician of the 5th century CE, whose writings preserved and adaptively expanded upon the compassionate traditions of the Methodist school of medicine, addressing the widespread and delicate challenge of insomnia, agitation, and evening restlessness that so often accompanied lingering illnesses. He advocated for a gentle, sensory-based approach to evening care that carefully guided the patient back into tranquility. In his 5th century CE medical treatise on chronic diseases, Roman physician Caelius Orlianus advised treating evening restlessness by placing patients in quiet rooms hung with soft green drapes, where caregivers read rhythmic classical poetry in low, soothing tones until the patient drifted off to sleep. This remarkable prescription revealed a surprisingly modern understanding of human physiology and sensory processing. The choice of soft green drapes was not accidental. Ancient naturalists had long noticed how looking upon verdant foliage or muted green cloth exerted an immediate calming effect on tired eyes and tense facial muscles. The rhythmic recitation of poetry acted as an auditory anchor, taking advantage of the natural cadence of hexameter or elegiac verses to slow the listener's breathing and quiet their racing thoughts. Rather than demanding sleep through rigid effort, the caregiver's soft voice created a continuous, predictable wave of sound, masking ambient disturbances and inviting the mind to let go of its vigil. The patient was wrapped in a cocoon of muted light and gentle sound, allowing the nervous system to relax gradually without fear or compulsion. Through such tender and deliberate measures, Caelius Orlianus transformed the bedchamber into a true sanctuary, demonstrating how empathy, acoustics, and visual harmony could serve as potent remedies long before the invention of modern pharmaceuticals. This gentle focus on environmental design and calming routine formed a vital cornerstone in the long evolution of healthcare, prefiguring principles that would later shape hospital architecture and nursing practices for centuries to come. In the eras that followed, as early monastic infirmaries and civic hospices began to emerge across the Mediterranean basin and throughout Europe, the lessons of physicians like Caelius Orlianus remained deeply influential. Caregivers came to understand that the architecture of healing must attend to the soul as much as the body, crafting spaces where light fell softly through tall archways, where air circulated freely, and where quietude was preserved as a sacred trust. The deliberate selection of soft textiles, soothing visual tones, and measured, gentle speech reflected a profound respect for the vulnerable state of the sick, acknowledging that a peaceful mind is often the essential precursor to physical restoration. The practice of reading rhythmic verses in low tones laid an early foundation for understanding how steady sound patterns can lower heart rates and ease nervous agitation, a principle that continues to inform modern sleep hygiene and therapeutic environments. When we look back upon these early Roman guidelines for evening calm, we see more than just an ancient remedy for restlessness. We glimpse a timeless tradition of human kindness that recognizes rest as the foundational pillar of medicine. The image of a quiet room draped in muted green, filled only with the low, rhythmic cadence of soft poetry, offers a comforting reminder that the search for healing has always been rooted in gentle care, stillness, and the quiet comfort of a peaceful night. Long before hospitals existed as formal institutions of clinical care, ancient cultures around the world shared a deep, intuitive understanding that healing was intimately tied to the natural environment and the peaceful rhythms of daily life. In early medical traditions, wellness was viewed not as a frantic battle against external disease, but as a gentle, continuous effort to maintain harmony between the human body and the natural world. Early healers paid exquisite attention to the subtle factors that influenced vitality: the quality of the air, the warmth of sunlight, the soothing sounds of flowing water, and above all, the restorative power of undisturbed sleep. They recognized that when the body rested quietly in a peaceful setting, its internal energies could settle, allowing natural restorative processes to unfold without strain. Rather than relying solely on invasive treatments or harsh remedies, ancient practitioners sought to create surroundings that coaxed the mind into tranquility and eased physical tension. The sleeping chamber was viewed as a primary sanctuary of health, a quiet space where the worries of the day could dissolve, and where subtle botanical aromas, soft textiles, and gentle ventilation worked in harmony to support the spirit. Across ancient civilizations, this gentle philosophy laid the groundwork for early medical thought, establishing an enduring tradition that honored quietude, comfort, and environmental balance as essential elements of human recovery. In the flourishing landscape of ancient East Asian medicine, particularly during the Han Dynasty, this philosophy reached a remarkable degree of sophistication and artistic refinement. Scholars and physicians of the era compiled extensive treatises on health, observing how seasonal changes, emotional states, and bodily currents interacted in a delicate, continuous dance. Central to their practice was the thoughtful cultivation and application of botanical remedies, which were gathered with deep reverence for the cycles of the earth. Herbalists traveled through mist-shrouded mountain valleys and quiet riverside meadows to harvest plants at the precise moment when their essential oils and aromatic qualities were most potent. Once collected, these leaves, roots, and blossoms were dried slowly in shaded, airy spaces under house eaves, preserving their delicate scents and therapeutic virtues without subjecting them to intense heat or direct sun. Han Dynasty practitioners understood that herbs possessed distinct energetic qualities, while some were brewed into warm, comforting draughts to nourish the internal organs. Others were appreciated purely for their subtle aromatic vapors. By introducing fragrant plants into the domestic environment, healers aimed to regulate the flow of breath, soothe an agitated heart, and clear confusion from the mind. Healing was thus transformed into a gentle, everyday practice, an art of living lightly, attentively, and in perfect accord with nature's quiet remedies. This profound integration of botanical knowledge, fine craftsmanship, and nocturnal care is beautifully illuminated by one of the most remarkable archaeological discoveries of the modern era. 1972, archaeologists unearthing the 2nd century BCE Al-Adudi and dynasty tomb near Changsha found a silk brocade pillow filled with dried, sweet-scented eupatorium leaves, designed by ancient healers to emit calming vapors that quieted the mind during sleep. Stitched from luxurious silk, woven with intricate cloud-like patterns, this exquisite object was far more than an indicator of noble status. It was a carefully engineered medical vessel designed to nurture peaceful rest. Eupatorium, long cherished by hand herbalists for its mild, spicy sweet fragrance, was selected specifically for its ability to open the sensory orifices, ease congestion, and smooth the circulation of vital energy throughout the head and chest. As a sleeping person rested their head upon the soft brocade, the gentle, radiant warmth of their body would subtly warm the dried leaves beneath, causing them to release faint, steady vapors into the cool night air. Throughout the quiet hours of darkness, the sleeper would inhale these delicate botanical fumes with every slow breath, allowing the calming essence to ease tension in the temples, quiet a busy mind, and encourage deep, restorative slumber. Finding such a pillow preserved so reverently within the tomb demonstrates the extraordinary value ancient healers placed on gentle, continuous therapies that worked softly while the body was at rest. The lingering fragrance of that ancient silk pillow offers a quiet bridge between early herbal traditions and the eventual emergence of dedicated spaces for patient care. Long before specialized hospital wards were built, the core principles of comfort, clean air, soothing scents, and peaceful rest formed the foundation of early infirmaries and sanctuary care. In ancient healing centers across the world, from monastic retreats to municipal care houses, physicians repeatedly discovered that medicine was most effective when accompanied by calm surroundings and thoughtful human kindness. The practice of using aromatic plants to purify sleeping quarters, soften pain, and ease anxiety continued to evolve across centuries, demonstrating that true healing addresses the whole person, mind, body, and spirit. As we reflect on the long history of medicine, from the humble hearths of ancient healers to the early halls of compassionate hospital care, we see that the search for health has always been guided by a quiet desire for balance, dignity, and comfort. The sweet eupatorium leaves of Al-Adudi remain a silent, enduring testament to that timeless impulse. a reminder that sometimes the most profound medicine is as simple, soft, and gentle as a quiet breath in the peaceful dark of night. As twilight fell across the fertile river valleys and ancient courtyards of early China, the work of the day yielded to a gentle, purposeful quiet. Early healers in this land viewed health not as a static condition, but as a continuous rhythm, a delicate harmony between the internal forces of the body and the quiet cadence of the natural world. Within the medicine houses and home altars of antiquity, healing was intimately tied to the transitions of day into night, where the cool, receptive energy of evening was invited to soothe the active heat accumulated through hours of labor. Long before formal hospitals lined bustling city streets, remedies were cultivated in home gardens, gathered along forested hillsides, and prepared in humble earthenware vessels over low fires. The gentle crackle of wood, the soft hiss of simmering water, and the earthy perfume of roots, leaves, and dried blossoms formed a familiar tapestry of evening comfort. In these quiet spaces, physicians and household healers alike understood that true recovery required not forceful intervention, but a gentle nurturing of the spirit, guiding the body towards stillness through the subtle qualities of plants and the comforting warmth of simple herbal preparations. During the Han Dynasty, this deep understanding of emotional quietude and physical rest was carefully documented by dedicated scholars of the healing arts. Among them was the revered physician Zhang Zhangjing, whose keen observations of human frailty and resilience shaped the foundations of classical East Asian clinical practice. He addressed the profound tiredness that often accompanies a restless mind, offering a gentle botanical formula crafted specifically to ease the transition into darkness. He recognized that when the body is overwhelmed by worry or the heart feels unmoored, the spirit cannot easily find its resting place. In the 3rd century CE medical treatise, Jingu Yaolu, Han Dynasty physician Zhang Zhangjing prescribed an evening decoction of dry-fried sour jujube seeds and sweet licorice root to calm an anxious spirit and usher weary bodies into deep, quiet sleep. The preparation itself was an act of calm ritual. The sour jujube seeds were first gently toasted until their outer shells released a mild, nut-like warmth, a process believed to soften their nature and enhance their restorative properties. When combined with the comforting, rich sweetness of licorice root and simmered slowly in water, the resulting broth offered a soothing aroma that filled the quiet bedroom. As the warm liquid was sipped in the fading light, its subtle properties worked in tandem to nourish the body, steady the pulse, and quiet the racing thoughts of the day, allowing tension to dissolve softly into the shadows of the night. As centuries turned, the synthesis of natural philosophy and daily wellness deepened through the contributions of Taoist practitioners who sought harmony with the cosmos through the mindful care of the physical vessel. In the 4th century CE, the noted scholar Ji Hong compiled a wealth of accessible remedies intended to bring immediate comfort and practical relief to everyday households. He turned his attention to the subtle physical burdens carried in the face and head after long hours of movement and thought. Recognizing how tight muscles around the eyes and temples could keep the mind tethered to daytime worries, he offered a sensory ritual of steam and warmth to restore ease to the upper body. In his 4th century CE medical treatise, Xiaohu Beiji Fang, Taoist physician Ji Hong prescribed a nightly steam bath of dried chrysanthemum blossoms and mulberry leaves steeped in warm water to ease facial tension and settle a weary mind for rest. The dried white or yellow chrysanthemum petals, harvested in autumn and preserved for their cool, clarifying essence, were placed into a basin alongside the soft, green leaves of the mulberry tree. When hot water was poured over the botanicals, a fragrant cloud of vapor rose slowly into the air, carrying the crisp, floral notes of the flowers and the sweet, herbaceous aroma of the leaves. Leaning gently over the vessel, the tired traveler or weary worker allowed the warm, moist air to envelope their face, opening the pores, softening tight facial muscles, and inviting deep, slow breathing. The soothing vapor acted as a bridge between the activity of the day and the sanctuary of sleep, washing away mental fatigue as gently as rain clears the dusty leaves of an autumn garden. These ancient traditions, preserved in delicate ink on bamboo slips and silk scrolls, remind us that the history of medicine is not merely a record of grand discoveries or complex surgeries, but also a long, continuous story of quiet, compassionate care. Ancient healers recognized that true healing begins in the peaceful moments of evening rest, where the body's innate wisdom is given uninterrupted space to mend and restore. In the soft, flickering light of oil lamps, surrounded by the gentle scents of simmered jujube seeds, sweet licorice, floating chrysanthemums, and steeped mulberry leaves, generations of weary seekers found solace from the noise of the daytime world. The gentle remedies of Zhang Zhangjing and Ji Hong were far more than simple herbal brews. They were thoughtful invitations to slow down, to release the tight grip of daytime concerns, and to surrender trustfully to the quiet embrace of the night. As the fragrant steam dissipates into the darkening room, and the last embers of the hearth fade into soft gray ash, the wisdom of these early physicians continues to whisper down through the centuries, carrying a timeless message of stillness, balance, and restorative peace. As twilight gathered over the ancient valleys and timbered pavilions of Tang Dynasty China, the daily rhythms of life surrendered to the quiet stillness of dusk. In this era of deep philosophical inquiry and botanical discovery, healing was perceived not merely as the treatment of physical ailments, but as a subtle, sacred dialogue with the natural world. Scholars and herbalists watched the steady movement of seasons, observing how the cooling winds of autumn or the soft moisture of spring reshaped the landscape, believing the human body responded to identical unseen tides. Health was understood as a fluid equilibrium, a balanced circulation of vitality and quiet mind, where internal harmony echoed the quiet cadence of the earth. As evening approached, the noise of market streets quieted down, inviting individuals into sheltered courtyards where lamps burned low. Within these tranquil spaces, medicine assumed a gentle, restorative character, focusing heavily on nourishment, prevention, and the preservation of inner tranquility. Healers recognized that when the worries of daytime labor followed a person into the night, the body's internal landscape became unsettled, throwing the delicate balance of warmth and cool, activity and stillness into disarray. Thus, the transition from daytime exertion to evening stillness became a central focus of ancient medical art. Rather than viewing sleep as a passive pause, physician scholars cultivated it as an active practice of restoration, preparing fragrant infusions and gentle exercises designed to help the mind disengage from daily friction and settle peacefully into the embrace of night. Among the most revered practitioners of this tradition was the physician's son Simeo, a scholar of extraordinary devotion who lived during the 7th century and dedicated his long life to collecting, refining, and recording the vast medicinal knowledge of his ancestors. Living simply among mountain slopes and quiet retreats, Son Simeo observed that true wisdom required deep empathy and a holistic understanding of human emotion alongside physical symptoms. In the year 652 CE, he compiled his monumental medical encyclopedia, the Qianjin Yefang, or Essential Formulas Worth 1,000 Pieces of Gold, a comprehensive work detailing thousands of botanical prescriptions, dietary guidelines, and ethical reflections for healers. Son Simeo held a special reverence for remedies that brought peace to the spirit, recognizing that an overburdened mind could disrupt the health of the entire physical vessel. Among the many carefully balanced preparations preserved within his text was a celebrated herbal formulation intended specifically for those whose thoughts remained restless after dark. His 652 CE medical encyclopedia Qianjin Yefang, Tang Dynasty physician's son Simeo recorded Kai Zin San, a warm decoction blending sweet poria mushroom, wild ginseng, and fragrant acorus root, prescribed to calm an agitated spirit and ease weary minds into restful slumber. Each element within this traditional decoction was selected with meticulous care to complement the others, creating a harmonious synergy of flavor, temperature, and therapeutic action. The sweet poria mushroom, gathered from the roots of ancient pine trees, was prized for its gentle grounding nature, helping to settle inner restlessness and soothe the digestive organ system, which ancient scholars linked closely to emotional stability. Wild ginseng, harvested from cool forest floors, provided a subtle, sustaining warmth that replenished quiet vitality without provoking unwanted heat. Complementing these was the fragrant acorus root, an aromatic botanical that grew near clear running streams, known for its ability to clear the senses, soften mental cloudiness, and open the pathways of perception so that tangled thoughts might unravel naturally. The philosophy underpinning such remedies was deeply rooted in the concept of yin and yang, the dual forces that govern the cosmos and every living creature within it. Daytime was the domain of yang, bright, active, warm, and outward focused, while night belonged to yin, cool, dark, tranquil, and inward looking. For health to flourish, the transition between these two states needed to occur smoothly and without resistance. Sipping a warm herbal decoction served as a physical ritual marking this vital boundary, allowing the accumulated heat and tension of daytime yang to dissipate gradually as the cooling, receptive quality of yin took hold. Early Asian hospitals and medical sanctuaries, often established near temples or quiet mountain shrines, emphasized this peaceful atmosphere, offering patients serene gardens, soft lantern light, and clean air alongside their herbal teas. Practitioners understood that the environment itself was a powerful medicine. The sound of water dripping into a stone basin, the scent of burning sandalwood, and the soft rustle of bamboo leaves in the evening breeze all worked in harmony with botanical tinctures to soothe the nervous system. The gentle warmth of the liquid, taken slowly in small sips while seated comfortably on woven reed mats, encouraged blood flow to descend from the overstimulated head down into the body's core, easing tight muscles in the neck and shoulders. As warmth radiated through the chest, breathing naturally deepened into a slow, rhythmic cadence, carrying away the lingering burdens of the day. Looking back across the centuries at these early chapters in the history of medicine, one is struck by the timelessness of the human search for rest and emotional balance. Long before modern science unraveled the neurochemical pathways of sleep or the precise botanical compounds active within medicinal plants, ancient healers understood through careful observation and deep intuition that the body possesses an innate capacity to restore itself when given the proper conditions. The legacy of physicians like Sun Tzu remains a gentle reminder that medicine, at its core, is not merely a tool for curing illness, but a compassionate art of living in harmony with natural laws. The simple acts of brewing dried roots, sitting quietly as evening settles, and honoring the body's need for stillness form a continuous thread connecting past and present. As night deepens and the world outside sinks into quiet darkness, the ancient wisdom of these herbal traditions invites us to lay down our daily burdens, let go of striving, and trust in the natural, restorative rhythm of a peaceful night's rest. As dusk settled over the prosperous cities and quiet mountain valleys of 7th century China, the practice of medicine unfolded not in frantic hurry, but as a deliberate and gentle art of restored balance. During the Tang Dynasty, human health was understood through the subtle interplay of natural forces, where the living body echoed the soft cadence of the seasons, the ebb and flow of rivers, and the quiet shift from daylight to shadow. Physicians of this golden era did not view illness as an isolated enemy to be forcefully subdued, but rather as a momentary disharmony in the vital flow of life energy, known as qi, and an imbalance between the cool, quiet principle of yin and the bright, active principle of yang. Healing was therefore an invitation to return to equilibrium, a process nurtured by careful observation, mindful diet, gentle exercise, and the soothing properties of botanicals gathered from fertile hillsides and shaded valleys. In the quiet sanctuaries of apothecary shops and mountain hermitages, healers meticulously sorted dried roots, fragrant bark, delicate blossoms, and polished seeds into wooden drawers, pairing each element with profound respect for its unique temperature, flavor, and therapeutic direction. As twilight descended across ancient courtyards and tiled roofs, the work of the physician naturally shifted toward guiding the mind and body into the restful state necessary for complete recovery. Night was recognized as the supreme domain of yin, a sacred window of time when the spirit was meant to settle into quiet stillness, allowing the inner organs to cleanse, repair, and replenish their essential energies undisturbed for the coming dawn. Among the most celebrated figures of this luminous era was the revered scholar and physician Sun Tzu, whose long life was dedicated to the selfless preservation of human well-being and the codification of traditional medical wisdom. Known for his profound ethical devotion and holistic vision, he believed that a true master of healing must treat every individual with equal compassion, seeking first to adjust daily routines, nourishment, and emotional calm before resorting to strong remedies. His lifetime of practical experience and empirical study culminated in expansive writings that recorded hundreds of carefully measured botanical prescriptions, dietary guidelines, and principles of preventative care designed to sustain vitality across every stage of life. Sun Tzu paid extraordinary attention to the gentle rituals of the evening, recognizing that an overburdened mind or an agitated heart could easily disrupt the body's natural capacity to find peaceful rest. In his 652 CE medical treatise Beiji Qianjin Yafang, Tang Dynasty physician Sun Tzu prescribed a warm bedtime draught of simmered sour jujube seeds, wild lily bulbs, and sweet licorice root, cooked slowly over a low charcoal flame to soothe an anxious mind and induce peaceful rest. This quiet evening preparation reflected a deep understanding of botanical synergy and physical comfort. The sour jujube seed, harvested and gently crushed, was known to nourish the heart and calm the spirit, steadying the quiet restlessness that so often lingers after a long day of activity. The tender lily bulb, gathered from cool mountain slopes, provided a gentle, moistening effect to ease subtle inner tension, while the sweet licorice root harmonized the entire blend, smoothing the herbal flavors and guiding the wholesome nutrients gently through the digestive system. As the small clay pot rested upon the glowing embers of a low charcoal brazier, the warm, sweet aroma of simmered roots and seeds slowly filled the quiet room, offering a sensory prelude to slumber long before the comforting liquid was ever consumed. This gentle, integrative approach to evening care extended far beyond private homes and quiet retreats, shaping the very foundation of organized medicine and institutional healing throughout East Asia. Within the imperial capital of Chang'an and surrounding provinces, official medical academies and community dispensary centers began to formalize the study of pharmacy and patient care, establishing standardized methods for harvesting, preserving, and decocting medicinal plants. In these early healthcare environments, the physical environment of the patient was treated with paramount care, with dedicated practitioners recognizing that quiet rooms, soft lighting, warm herbal infusions, and predictable daily rhythms were indispensable elements of true healing. Sun Simiao's written legacy emphasized that healthcare was not merely a collection of interventions, but a lifelong cultivation of harmony between the individual and the natural world. The practice of preparing warm, calming botanicals before sleep demonstrated how deeply ancient medicine understood the therapeutic value of gentle routine and sensory comfort. Across generations, these early hospital wards, monastery infirmaries, and family hearths maintained the same peaceful philosophy, viewing sleep not as lost time, but as the quiet foundation upon which all physical vitality, mental clarity, and longevity depend. As night deepened over the ancient landscapes, the slow glow of charcoal fires in apothecary kitchens mirrored the quiet stars above, symbolizing an enduring human desire to find healing in the gentle embrace of nature. The legacy of Sun Simiao and the physicians of the Tang dynasty reminds us that medicine, at its heart, began as a quiet act of care, a warm bowl held between two hands, a soft breath drawn in a quiet room, and a patient trust in the body's innate ability to restore itself in sleep. The tradition of pairing soothing herbs with peaceful evening rituals laid the groundwork for centuries of medical practice, demonstrating that true healing often arrives not through force, but through stillness. Resting in the quiet warmth of these timeless traditions, one can almost feel the gentle calm that filled those ancient chambers, where the simple combination of water, fire, and earth brought peace to weary minds and ushered countless generations into quiet, restorative rest. As twilight fell across the ancient trade routes and peaceful temple grounds of East Asia, the art of medicine was quietly transforming into a practice of sanctuary and gentle care. Healers of this era recognized that true recovery from illness or physical exhaustion required more than remedies for the body. It demanded an environment that could settle the spirit and soothe a weary mind. Across the region, early infirmaries and public dispensaries were deliberately positioned near quiet gardens, flowing streams, and shaded groves, allowing the natural world to frame the process of healing. Within these compassionate retreats, medicine was measured out through slow, rhythmic routines aligned with the changing light of evening. Physicians and monastic caretakers understood that the body's internal balance was deeply responsive to warmth, fragrant plants, and stillness. Rather than relying solely on bitter drafts or intense interventions, they cultivated an atmosphere of profound restfulness, recognizing that deep sleep and mental tranquility were foundational pillars of human wellness. In these early spaces of institutional care, the air was frequently filled with the subtle aroma of drying herbs hanging from timber rafters, while soft lanterns cast a warm glow across polished wooden floors. The daily care of patients included quiet reflection, warm herbal washings, and gentle treatments designed to ease muscle tension and prepare the body for an undisturbed night of rest. This holistic approach to medicine created a lineage of healing spaces where comfort was elevated to a primary therapeutic discipline, offering a peaceful refuge to all who sought care. This philosophy of nurturing care reached a remarkable expression within the imperial capital of Nara, where royal benevolence and Buddhist ideals combined to establish dedicated institutions for public health. Established in 730 CE by Empress Kamyo at Tadaijai Temple in Nara, Japan's imperial Syakuin dispensary provided evening baths steeped with fragrant dried yuzu rinds and wild mugwort to ease body fatigue and quiet restless minds. Within the peaceful wooden bathhouses of the Syakuin, steam rose softly toward high cedar beams, carrying with it the bright, soothing citrus scent of yuzu and the earthy aroma of wild mugwort. Weary travelers, elderly citizens, and laborers gathered in the warm waters as dusk settled over the temple grounds, feeling the deep heat penetrate tired muscles and release the accumulated stresses of the day. Attendants maintained a respectful silence as visitors immersed themselves in the herbal waters, allowing the gentle warmth to slow their breathing and quiet their thoughts. The citrus oils released from floating yuzu rinds softened the skin, while mugwort infused the bath with its time-honored properties of easing aches and inviting peacefulness. As bathers stepped out into the cool evening air, wrapped in clean linen robes, they experienced a profound sense of physical lightness and mental ease. Empress Kamyo's vision demonstrated a clear understanding of how bathing, natural aromatics, and peaceful architecture could form an essential part of medical infrastructure, turning an evening bath into a sacred ritual of healing, dignity, and quiet sleep. Further west, across the high, wind-swept plateaus of Tibet, medical traditions developed with a similar emphasis on internal harmony, gentle therapies, and the restorative power of quiet sleep. Tibetan medicine, shaped by a rich synthesis of indigenous knowledge, Ayurvedic principles, and East Asian practices, viewed health as a delicate balance between vital humors that could easily be disturbed by environmental stress, cold winds, or emotional agitation. Physicians paid careful attention to the subtle currents of the body, recognizing that a restless mind often prevented physical recovery. In his 8th century CE Tibetan medical text, the Four Tantras, physician Yuthok Yonten Gonpo prescribed placing a soft linen pouch filled with powdered nutmeg and sweet agar wood over the heart to quiet internal restlessness and induce a calm, restful sleep. This delicate external remedy relied on the aromatic qualities of natural substances to soothe the nervous system from without. The sweet, resinous scent of agar wood, long prized across Asia for its grounding depth, combined with the warm spice of powdered nutmeg to create a subtle scent envelope around the resting patient. As the pouch rested gently against the chest, warmed by the natural heat of the body, its fragrance was drawn in with each quiet breath, slowly easing tightness and steadying an anxious pulse. Yuthok Yonten Gonpo's prescription reflected a sophisticated understanding of how touch, warmth, and aromatics could interact directly with the heart center to quiet the mind without harshness. This gentle therapy offered a peaceful bridge between wakefulness and slumber, allowing the body to settle into the deep sleep essential for health and renewal. Together, these historical practices illustrate a timeless truth that has echoed through the evolution of medicine. The art of healing is at its most potent when paired with sanctuary, warmth, and gentle care. Long before modern hospitals developed complex technologies, ancient healers in both the temple complexes of Nara and the mountain monasteries of Tibet recognized that the environment of care was itself a crucial medicine. By prioritizing restorative bathing rituals, soothing herbal preparations, and quiet evening practices, these early practitioners transformed dispensaries into places of genuine peace. They understood that easing body fatigue and quieting internal restlessness were essential steps toward restoring health. As night deepened over ancient temples and mountain retreats, patients slept soundly under the care of attentive physicians and monks, wrapped in warm blankets and surrounded by the gentle scents of yuzu, mugwort, agarwood, and nutmeg. The legacy of these early medical traditions reminds us that true healing often begins in stillness, where the body is granted the space, warmth, and peace it needs to renew itself under the quiet canopy of night. As night descended over the ancient Japanese capital of Heian-Kaio, the gentle rhythm of daily life yielded to the soft quietude of twilight. In the peaceful courtyards of the Heian period, where the soft whisper of evening wind passed through tall bamboo groves and over still garden ponds, medicine was understood not merely as a series of remedies for physical ailments, but as a tender, enduring stewardship of the body's natural harmony with the quiet turning of the seasons. Ancient healers across East Asia recognized that true health flourished when the mind found deep tranquility. and the physical form was allowed to rest in complete alignment with nature. Within the serene timber halls of court scholars, noble houses, and dedicated practitioners, the practice of healing was deeply interwoven with the rhythms of sleep, quiet contemplation, and natural botanicals gathered from nearby forests and hills. Lantern light flickered gently against translucent shoji screens, casting long, soft shadows across tatami mats, where evening studies slowly drew to a peaceful close. Scholars and healers spent their daylight hours poring over handwritten scrolls of classical herbal knowledge, acupuncture points, pulse diagnosis, and dietary wisdom, accumulating centuries of observational insight into how heat, cold, breath, and rest shaped human wellness. When darkness settled completely over the city, these early caregivers emphasized the profound importance of preparing the mind for slumber, recognizing that the heavy worries and intellectual burdens of the day must be gently released before true physical restoration could begin. The air inside these traditional wooden dwellings was often filled with the delicate, soothing aromas of dried roots, leaves, and native woods, carefully chosen to calm an overactive spirit and encourage slow, steady breathing. Healing sanctuaries of this era were designed to be quiet shelters of stillness, where the ambient sound of falling water, the subtle rustle of cedar leaves, and the gentle fragrance of drying plants created a soothing environment in which recovery occurred as naturally as the falling of night, inviting the body into a state of deep, undisturbed peace. It was within this refined tradition of courtly care and natural philosophy that the earliest comprehensive medical works of Japan were set down with meticulous art, scholarship, and reverence. In the 984 CE medical treatise Ishimpo, Japanese court physician Tamba no Yasuyori recorded that resting the head upon a smooth pillow carved from fragrant Japanese cedar and filled with dried sweet flag leaves would quiet racing thoughts and usher tired scholars into restful slumber. This gentle prescription reflected a remarkably modern appreciation of how environmental stimuli and botanical aromatics interact with the human body to ease mental fatigue and encourage deep physical rest. The Japanese cedar, known locally as sugi, possessed a warm, earthy, resinous fragrance that naturally relaxed tension in the mind, while the dried leaves of the sweet flag, a sweet-scented marsh plant prized across East Asia for its therapeutic properties, released a crisp, cleansing aroma whenever gentle pressure was applied to the pillow during sleep. Carved smooth to follow the natural curve of the neck and head, such wooden headrests provided ergonomic support that promoted open airways and calm, unhurried breathing throughout the long hours of the night. Tamba no Yasuyori gathered vast streams of medical wisdom into the 30 volumes of the Ishimpo, drawing together centuries of Asian clinical knowledge regarding pharmacology, acupuncture, moxibustion, dermatology, obstetrics, and daily preventative hygiene. for high-ranking court officials, emperors, and devoted scholars whose days were consumed by demanding administrative duties and complex literary tasks. These specialized sleep remedies provided a sacred nightly sanctuary, as the subtle, aromatic oils of cedar and sweet flag drifted upward in the cool night air. The heart rate slowed. The endless loop of daily anxieties faded into soft silence, and the weary mind was guided gently across the threshold into restorative, dreamless sleep. This thoughtful integration of natural aromatics, peaceful environments, and supportive sleeping arrangements was not unique to medieval Japan, but formed part of a universal human realization across historical medical traditions, that the setting in which a person rests is fundamental to their healing. Across ancient and medieval cultures, early hospitals and infirmaries evolved from simple healing sanctuaries into dedicated institutions of holistic recovery. In the quiet halls of ancient Greek Asclepia, the serene monastic infirmaries of medieval Europe, and the sprawling, sophisticated Bimaristans of the Islamic world, healers consistently recognized that healing requires an environment freed from chaos, distress, and foul air. Clean bed linens, well-ventilated chambers, soft sunlight during the morning, and restful garden views were valued alongside herbal teas, poultices, and surgical interventions. In these early medical spaces, caregivers understood that the human body possesses an innate, extraordinary capacity for self-repair when granted adequate time, comfort, and peace. The careful design of sleep hygiene recorded by physicians like Tamba no Yasuyori bridged the gap between ancient domestic healing and the formal hospital wards that would later emerge across the world. Tonight, as we look back across the centuries at these early healers and their gentle wisdom, we are reminded that our need for quietude remains unchanged. The tranquil spaces created by ancient practitioners continue to echo in our modern understanding of rest and recovery. As you lie in your own quiet room tonight, surrounded by soft bedding and the stillness of the dark, you can feel connected to that long, reassuring lineage of human care. Allow your breathing to slow to a natural, effortless pace. Let the lingering thoughts of the day dissolve into the quiet air and rest comfortably, knowing that the simple act of falling asleep is one of humanity's oldest and most profound traditions of healing. As twilight gently settled over the sprawling cities and peaceful countryside of Song Dynasty China, the daily rhythms of work and trade slowed to a quiet hush, opening a serene space for the practice of traditional medicine. In the quiet sanctuaries of scholar physicians, the evening was recognized not merely as the end of physical labor, but as a sacred period for restoring balance to the mind, body, and spirit. These early healers observed the subtle shifts of the natural world, understanding that human health was intimately tied to the soft cadence of the surrounding environment, from the gentle whisper of wind through bamboo groves to the slow cooling of the evening air. Within their warm, cedar-scented studies, illuminated by the soft glow of oil lamps. Physicians meticulously categorized the soothing properties of plants, roots, minerals, and tree resins gathered across distant mountains and river valleys. Medicine during this golden era of scholarship was marked by a profound patience, relying on remedies that worked in harmony with the body's innate capacity for self-repair, rather than forcing harsh interventions upon a weary system. The apothecary's shop was a place of quiet reverence, where rows of small wooden drawers contained dried herbs, ceramic jars held polished minerals, and bundles of fragrant bark were kept in neat, orderly harmony. Scholar physicians sat by tranquil courtyard gardens, recording their careful observations in flowing calligraphy on soft paper scrolls, creating vast compilations of natural remedies intended to guide future generations toward health and enduring peace. They understood that nightfall brought a natural inward turning of vital energy, a time when the heart needed to settle, the breath needed to slow, and the thoughts of the day needed to drift away like gentle smoke into the darkening sky. Through this thoughtful approach, healing became a peaceful art of alignment, inviting the tired traveler or the weary scholar to rest deeply under the watchful care of those who revered nature's quiet wisdom. Among the notable medical scholars of this harmonious era was the dedicated physician Ku Zongxi, whose deep appreciation for the restorative properties of nature led to lasting contributions in the field of herbalism and pharmacology. Working with great care and devotion, he sought to clarify existing medical knowledge by systematically evaluating the origins, subtle qualities, and therapeutic benefits of countless natural substances, ensuring that every remedy was prepared with precision to bring gentle comfort to those in distress. In his 1107 CE treatise Benkoyani, Song Dynasty physician, Ku Zongxi documented how powdered golden amber formed from fossilized pine resin could be dissolved in warm spring water to quiet evening heart palpitations and settle a restless mind. This delicate formulation reflected a profound understanding of how physical preparations could ease the emotional and nervous landscape of a patient during the vulnerable hours of night. Golden amber, which had slumbered beneath the earth for millennia as hardened resin from ancient pine forests, was regarded by healers as a substance imbued with grounding warmth, stability, and quiet earth energy. When finely ground into a smooth, silky powder and stirred into pure water drawn from steaming thermal springs, the amber dissolved to create a soothing, translucent elixir that was easily absorbed by the body. A patient sipping this warm, aromatic infusion would feel a gentle wave of comfort spreading through their chest, relaxing tight muscles and easing the uneasy fluttering of an overstimulated heart. Ku Zongxi recognized that evening restlessness and sleeplessness often arose when internal harmony was disrupted by stress or fatigue, and he offered this calm, golden potion as a natural bridge back to tranquil repose. The remedy was not intended to startle the body or force sleep, but rather to gently cradle the spirit, allowing the mind to quiet its activity and inviting the whole body to yield to the natural, restful stillness of the night. This thoughtful devotion to quiet, restful healing laid the groundwork for how early civilizations understood the essential connection between peaceful surroundings, natural remedies, and the recovery of health. Across ancient empires, from the scholar physicians of East Asia to the early infirmaries and monastic hospitals emerging along Mediterranean trade routes, the sanctuary of the sickbed was increasingly defined by stillness, gentle nourishment, and compassionate care. Practitioners began to design dedicated spaces where individuals could retreat from the noise of daily life, resting upon clean linen bedding while receiving warm herbal teas, gentle encouragement, and mineral remedies designed to restore equilibrium to both body and mind. In these early institutions of healing, the physical atmosphere itself was treated as a vital part of the therapeutic process. Low light, soft-spoken voices, and the calm murmur of flowing water were recognized as essential companions in soothing a disturbed spirit and encouraging deep, restorative sleep. As these early hospital environments evolved, caregivers recognized that the quietude of night offered an indispensable sanctuary where the body's natural defenses could work unhindered by external distractions. The legacy of ancient physicians who studied the quiet medicine of the earth lives on in our enduring appreciation for evening rituals that signal to the body that it is safe to loosen its grip on the day. As the night deepens and the distant stars shine quietly across the vast midnight sky, the ancient wisdom of gentle healing reminds us that true recovery begins in these quiet, unhurried moments of total surrender to rest. The human body naturally seeks its own balance when provided with warmth, gentle stillness, and time, drifting effortlessly into a deep, peaceful slumber where the heart beats in a slow, steady rhythm, and the mind finds complete and undisturbed quiet. As dusk settled over the prosperous cities and quiet countryside of medieval China during the Song dynasty, the daily rhythms of healing folded gently into the quiet stillness of the evening air. In this age of scholarly medical publishing and refined botanical study, physicians viewed the human body not as a collection of isolated ailments, but as a vast, delicate landscape designed to move in quiet harmony with the natural world. Inside peaceful apothecaries and home sanctuaries, shelves were neatly lined with porcelain jars and bamboo baskets filled with fragrant roots, dried petals, citrus peels, and aromatic barks gathered from quiet hillsides. The medical philosophy of the period placed profound emphasis on nurturing the body's internal energies, understanding that the true restoration of health relied just as heavily upon restorative rest, balanced emotions, and gentle daily habits as it did upon active medical interventions. As daytime light faded into soft amber shadows, practitioners turned their attention toward easing the lingering fatigue of deep study and physical labor. The gentle murmur of simmering herbal tea, the soft scrape of a pestle against a stone mortar, and the comforting scent of warming spices created an atmosphere of deep safety and stillness. Patients were encouraged to align their breath with the quiet falling of night, setting aside the worries and labors of the day so that the spirit might settle gently into repose. In the broader landscape of global medical history, this peaceful era represented a compassionate recognition that the body's innate capacity for self-repair flourishes best when allowed to rest within a calm, supportive, and sensory-soothing environment. Among the distinguished scholars who dedicated their lives to codifying this gentle art of restorative care was the renowned physician Chen Ziming, whose work left a lasting imprint on traditional medical practice. Writing during a period of great intellectual synthesis, he gathered centuries of observational wisdom and clinical experience into comprehensive texts that emphasized tender, individualized care for the household and family. In his 1237 CE medical treatise, Fu Ren Liang Fang, Song Dynasty physician Chen Ziming recorded that an evening bath of warm spring water infused with dried peach blossoms, sweet orange peel, and powdered sandalwood would relax tense muscles and ease a weary body into quiet slumber. This delicate prescription captured a profound understanding of how sensory experiences could be harmoniously combined to soothe both physical tiredness and mental restlessness. The soft warmth of the spring water relaxed tight tissues and opened the skin's pores, allowing the gentle steeping of dried peach blossoms to release their subtle botanical properties into the rising steam. The bright, reassuring note of sweet orange peel lifted heaviness from the spirit, while the grounded, earthy aroma of finely ground sandalwood drifted slowly through the quiet room, inviting deep, unhurried breaths. To the physicians of the Song dynasty, such aromatic baths were not merely simple luxuries, but carefully considered therapeutic rituals designed to harmonize the flow of vital energy and smooth the internal circulation. As the subtle scents mingled with the rising warmth, outer tension gently dissolved, guiding the weary mind into quiet, effortless stillness. The thoughtful balance of botanicals within Chen Ziming's evening bath reflected a sophisticated appreciation for the subtle qualities of nature's offerings. Peach blossoms, harvested during their springtime bloom and carefully dried in the shade, were prized in traditional medicine for their soft, soothing nature and their ability to encourage smooth movement throughout the body's subtle channels. Sweet orange peel brought a warm citrus essence that quieted digestive disharmony and lifted lingering worries from the mind, creating a sense of comfort and ease. Sandalwood, carefully ground into a silky powder, anchored the remedy with its deep, calming fragrance. Long revered across Asian medical and spiritual traditions for its unique capacity to clear mental clutter. When immersed together in warm spring water, these three ingredients worked in soft synergy, gently addressing the physical body, the emotional state, and the subtle nervous system all at once. The heat of the water relaxed stiffness in the limbs, while the inhaled aromatic compounds sent quiet signals of relaxation throughout the entire system. In an age before modern laboratories, doctors like Chen Ziming understood through careful observation that true healing often began with the simple, accessible elements of the natural world, thoughtfully prepared and administered with patience and care. This integration of aromatic botanicals, warm baths, and peaceful evening routines reflected an enduring principle in the history of global medicine: the gentle art of environmental comfort as an essential foundation for recovery. Across ancient healing centers, early hospital wards, and quiet infirmaries throughout the medieval world, healers repeatedly observed that quietude, warmth, and soothing sensory environments held remarkable power to settle an overactive mind and prepare the body for restorative sleep. As night deepened across the landscape, medical guidance focused on minimizing harsh lights, softening voices, and surrounding the patient with familiar, comforting elements of nature. The rhythmic rising and falling of warm breath in a quiet chamber became a steady beat, reassuring the body that the day's work was completed and that safety had returned. In these peaceful spaces, sleep was understood not simply as an absence of waking activity, but as an active, sacred state of natural regeneration, where internal balances were silently restored, tissues were repaired, and the mind was allowed to drift freely. The legacy of these ancient herbal preparations and quiet evening baths lives on as a timeless reminder of humanity's long relationship with natural healing, demonstrating how simple elements gathered from orchards and mineral springs could be woven together with medical insight to bestow the gentle gift of restful sleep. As twilight fell across the ancient courtyards of East Asia, the practice of medicine took on a quiet, reflective quality, rooted in the understanding that true health flows from a harmonious balance between the body, the mind, and the natural rhythms of the surrounding world. Long before clinical institutions emerged, healers recognized that the transition from day to night required a gentle shift in human energy, a softening of active thought into restful contemplation. In this holistic view of wellness, every evening was seen as a sacred opportunity to replenish vital energy, settle the wandering spirit, and restore equilibrium to channels weary from the day. Healers observed that the body's internal landscape echoed the cyclical patterns of nature, just as the sun set to allow the earth to cool and rest. So too must the human spirit be coaxed towards stillness through thoughtful, measured care. This gentle philosophy manifested not through drastic remedies, or sudden interventions, but through subtle daily rituals that blurred the line between nutrition, medicine, and domestic comfort. Warm infusions, aromatic preparations, and carefully chosen foods were viewed as gentle medicines capable of soothing the nervous system, calming the heart, and preparing the mind for restorative slumber. The kitchen and the apothecary often shared the same shelf of ingredients, where roots, dried petals, seeds, and fragrant leaves were transformed into daily tonics designed to align internal warmth with external quietude. Across centuries, imperial court physicians and devoted scholars meticulously gathered these traditional practices, testing and recording recipes that could bring quiet relief to restless minds and offer a peaceful bridge into sleep. In the quiet halls of the Yuan dynasty court during the early 14th century, this intimate connection between nutrition, peaceful mind, and medicinal healing reached a refined height through the dedicated work of imperial scholars. In his 1330 CE Imperial Dietary Manual Yinshin Zhengyao, Yuan dynasty court physician, Hu Sihui prescribed a tranquil evening soup of simmered lotus seeds, dried lily bulbs, and sweet jasmine blossoms to nourish the spirit and guide restless minds into calm sleep. This soothing preparation was far more than a simple evening meal. It was a formula crafted to balance internal energies and soften the agitation of the day. The lotus seeds, long revered in traditional Chinese medicine for their grounding and stabilizing qualities, were gently simmered until tender, releasing their subtle, earthy sweetness into a clear, comforting broth. Dried lily bulbs were added to cool, lingering heat within the upper regions of the body and to moisten the respiratory channels, encouraging long, easy breaths as night settled over the palace grounds. Just before the vessel was lifted from the low flame, dried jasmine blossoms were scattered across the surface, infusing the steam with a soft, floral perfume that invited deep relaxation before the broth was even tasted. As the court physician noted, the gentle synergy of these ingredients served to quiet the restless heart and ease the mind of heavy thoughts, allowing the body to naturally surrender to the quiet rhythm of the night. The ritual of sipping such a calm broth offered a sensory experience of pure warmth, encouraging a slow, steady pulse and inviting a state of serene contemplation that smoothed the path toward unbroken, restful slumber. As the centuries progressed into the Ming dynasty, the study of traditional botanicals expanded into extraordinarily detailed treatises that documented every aspect of natural healing, including the delicate art of sleep enhancement through subtle ambient remedies. In his 1578 CE medical treatise, Benkao Gangmu, Ming dynasty physician Li Shizhen recorded that resting upon a pillow filled with dried mugwort leaves and sweet osmanthus blossoms would gently warm the body's channels and guide restless minds into peaceful sleep. Li Shizhen, whose work synthesized centuries of botanical knowledge, understood that healing did not always require ingestion. The subtle, continuous release of herbal essences through breathing and touch could exert a profound, soothing influence over the human nervous system throughout the night. Mugwort, known for its deep, aromatic warmth and its ability to dispel coldness within the body's meridian channels, provided a soft, firm foundation within the fabric of the pillow. When combined with the sweet, honeyed fragrance of dried osmanthus blossoms, the blend created an ambient fragrance that subtly calmed the spirit while shielding the sleeper from chill night drafts. As a person laid their head down after a long day, the gentle heat generated by their own body slowly warmed the dried leaves and blossoms inside the pillow casing, releasing a steady stream of soothing botanical vapors. This continuous aromatic presence encouraged the muscles of the neck and shoulders to release their tension, smoothed the flow of vital energy throughout the head and chest, and created an environment where worries naturally dissolved into the stillness of the room. These timeless practices from traditional Chinese medicine reflect a profound understanding of human physiology, viewing rest not merely as the absence of exertion, but as an active state of healing. By integrating nourishing dietary remedies with comforting physical environments, traditional healers created a holistic architecture of evening care that sustained generations. Whether through a warm bowl of simmered lotus seeds and jasmine, or the quiet, aromatic embrace of an herbal pillow filled with mugwort and osmanthus, these ancient remedies sought to align human consciousness with the tranquil rhythm of the night. In doing so, they established an enduring legacy of compassionate, gentle medicine that prioritized harmony, preventive care, and the restoration of inner peace above all else. Today, as modern science continues to explore the intricate connections between sleep, sensory environment, and bodily recovery, these historic practices remain a poignant reminder of humanity's long and thoughtful journey toward understanding the art of restful healing. As twilight fell across the quiet valleys and rivers of Ming Dynasty China, the daily rhythms of life began to ease, giving way to a tranquil atmosphere where the practice of medicine was deeply entwined with the subtle harmonies of nature. For centuries, traditional healers had observed how the human body echoed the changing of the seasons, the shifting of wind and light, and the gentle ebb and flow of natural energy. Healing was not viewed merely as a sudden intervention against ailment, but as a continuous, tender stewardship of balance, a quiet art of maintaining alignment between inner vitality and the surrounding world. In apothecary shops and peaceful home courtyards, dried leaves, aromatic roots, and fragrant barks were neatly organized in small wooden drawers, each chosen for its specific properties and its ability to soothe the spirit or restore bodily warmth. Herbalists understood that the human frame possessed a quiet, innate capacity for self-restoration, provided it was offered the proper environment of calm, gentle nourishment, and unhurried rest. The evening hours, in particular, were held with a sacred quietude, as physicians recognized that deep sleep was the primary vessel through which the body repaired its daily exhaustion. Patients were encouraged to slow their breath, step away from the burdens of travel or physical labor, and allow the gentle warmth of prepared herbal infusions to guide them into stillness. The atmosphere of these early medical spaces was bathed in soft lantern light, filled with the comforting scent of earthen pots simmering gently over clay hearths, sending thin, sweet-smelling ribbons of fragrant steam up toward the wooden beams and into the cool evening air. Through this patient, observational approach, early Asian medicine cultivated a profound respect for the restorative power of quietude, viewing rest not simply as an absence of activity, but as an active, vital force necessary for maintaining health, clarity, and enduring peace of mind. Among the great scholars who dedicated their lives to codifying this vast ocean of botanical wisdom, none left a more enduring mark than the physician and naturalist Li Shizhen. Spending more than 3 decades traveling through rural provinces, climbing misty mountain trails, and consulting centuries of historical texts, he sought to bring clarity, empirical rigor, and compassionate order to the study of natural medicine. His exhaustive efforts culminated in a monumental work that systematically classified thousands of plant, animal, and mineral substances, providing detailed instructions on their harvesting, preparation, and therapeutic virtues. In his 1596 CE medical treatise, Benkao Gangmu, Ming Dynasty physician Li Shizhen recorded that an evening draught of dried silk tree bark and sweet mulberry leaves simmered over low heat calmed an overactive mind and lulled weary travelers into peaceful rest. This gentle preparation reflected a deep understanding of how simple natural elements could work in soft synergy with the body's natural nightly rhythms. The silk tree, known in traditional lore for its ability to lighten the heart and soothe restless thoughts, combined gracefully with the subtle sweetness of mulberry leaves to create a comforting infusion that warmed the body from within. As the draught was slowly sipped in the quiet hours before sleep, its delicate warmth eased the muscular tension built up over long days of journeying, allowing the nervous system to relax its vigil. Scholars and weary travelers alike sought out such remedies when their minds remained active long after their bodies had grown tired, finding in the slow, rhythmic sip of warm tea a gentle invitation to let go of the day's concerns. The preparation itself was an exercise in mindfulness, requiring patience as the herbs steeped slowly over low embers, releasing their subtle essence into the water with a steady, quiet rhythm that set the tone for a night of deep and unbroken sleep. This thoughtful approach to healing extended far beyond individual home remedies into the broader philosophy of care that shaped early Asian medical traditions and communal healing sanctuaries. Institutions dedicated to recovery were designed to be places of peaceful retreat, far removed from the noise and commotion of busy city markets. where patients could rest in airy rooms, open to the soothing sight of bamboo groves and quiet stone gardens. Within these tranquil spaces, the role of the caregiver was to facilitate the natural healing process through gentle therapies, warm baths infused with aromatic herbs, balanced meals prepared according to seasonal needs, and long periods of undisturbed slumber. Medicine was understood as a holistic spectrum, where emotional tranquility was considered just as crucial to recovery as physical treatments. Physicians paid careful attention to the emotional state of those in their care, recognizing that anxiety and overwork could disrupt the harmonious flow of vitality, while calm thoughts and serene surroundings laid the foundation for deep physical recovery. The apothecary's art was thus a bridge between nature and human comfort, transforming raw botanical treasures gathered from quiet hillsides into comforting teas and poultices that quieted pain and restored weary spirits. Across generations, these early infirmaries emphasized the restorative power of environment, integrating gentle string music, soft courtyard lantern light, and the rhythmic sound of falling rain into the overall daily therapeutic routine. As centuries passed, these foundational principles of gentle care, patient observation, and deep respect for the natural mechanisms of rest continued to influence medical thought across the globe. They remind us that true healing often begins in the quietest moments. When the body is allowed to pause, the mind is invited to rest, and the soothing rhythms of nature are permitted to guide us toward a state of gentle, lasting, and restorative peace. As dusk settled over the quiet valleys and wooden courtyard homes of 17th century Joseon Korea, the rhythm of daily life slowly softened into the calm stillness of night. In the serene study rooms of scholars, and within the tranquil halls of the royal court, medicine was understood not merely as a set of mechanical interventions for illness, but as a gentle art of preserving life through harmony, balance, and restful care. Long before modern pharmacology mapped the molecular pathways of sleep, traditional East Asian healers observed the subtle ways in which environmental rhythms, emotional health, and physical nourishment intersected within the body. Healers recognized that the mind and body were inextricably linked, moving together like the gradual transition of afternoon light into twilight shadows. When evening arrived, the primary focus of traditional care turned naturally toward quietude, seeking to ease the lingering tensions of intense study, physical labor, or heavy thought. Health was viewed as a delicate landscape where vital energy flowed like water along hidden streams, requiring gentle cultivation rather than abrupt or forceful remedies. In this thoughtful atmosphere, medical knowledge was systematically gathered, recorded, and refined by dedicated physicians who spent lifetimes observing the restorative properties of native roots, fruits, and subterranean fungi. These early practitioners understood that the body possessed an innate capacity for healing, one that responded best to remedies crafted with patience, drawn directly from the natural world, and served at a warmth that softened both body and spirit. The simple evening ritual of preparing a warm herbal decoction became a peaceful bridge between the active duties of the day and the restoring quiet of night. Among the most celebrated figures of this golden era of Korean medical history was the royal physician Hyo-jun, whose devotion to public health and scholarship produced one of the most comprehensive medical texts in East Asian history. Tasked with organizing centuries of scattered medical wisdom into a practical guide for both court physicians and rural practitioners, Hyo-jun spent years compiling the *Dongui Bogam*, or the treasured mirror of Eastern medicine *. Completed in the early 17th century, this monumental encyclopedia emphasized accessible preventive care, detailed herbal formulations, and the profound therapeutic value of gentle sleep and seasonal living. Hyo-jun recognized that mental fatigue, eye strain, and restless nights were common burdens for scholars and officials whose days were spent in continuous reading, writing, or governance. To address this persistent ailment of an overactive mind, he documented several gentle remedies designed to quiet the heart, nourish vital fluids, and invite restorative slumber. In his 1613 CE Korean medical encyclopedia, *Dongui Bogam*, royal physician Hyo-jun recorded that a warm evening decoction of roasted jujube seeds, dried longan fruit, and poria mushroom nourished the spirit and eased weary scholars into tranquil slumber. This thoughtful formula reflected a deep understanding of how botanical ingredients could work together in harmony to soothe the nervous system, offering gentle warmth to the core while grounding the scattered thoughts of a tired mind. Each element of this classic evening decoction was selected with remarkable care, illustrating a sophisticated understanding of plant properties developed across generations of careful observation. The jujube seeds, gently roasted over a low fire until warm and aromatic, were valued for their ability to calm internal agitation, quiet a racing heart, and nurture deep relaxation. Dried longan fruit, with its mild sweetness and warm character, added a comforting richness to the broth, believed to sustain vital energy, nourish the blood, and ease the subtle fatigue that so often prevents rest. Completing this formula was the poria mushroom, a subterranean fungus that grows quietly near the roots of ancient pine trees deep within forested mountains. Revered for its grounding quality, the poria mushroom helped settle the digestive system and quiet lingering mental chatter, allowing the body to settle into a state of peaceful equilibrium. When these three natural ingredients were simmered slowly together in fresh spring water, they produced a fragrant, golden decoction that released a gentle, earthy steam into the quiet night air. Drinking this warm brew invited a deep sense of physical ease to spread through the limbs, loosening muscular tension and softening the mind. Healers observed that as the body absorbed the mild warmth and subtle nourishment, natural fatigue returned, allowing the weary reader to drift smoothly into unbroken, peaceful sleep. The lasting influence of Hyo Jun's encyclopedia lies in its compassionate vision of health, which placed quiet rest at the very center of human well-being. The Dongui Bagam eventually spread throughout East Asia, serving as an authoritative reference that linked royal medical knowledge with everyday community care. Modern scientific investigations into traditional remedies have confirmed that active compounds within roasted jujube seeds and poria mushrooms exhibit mild calming effects on the central nervous system, helping to reduce stress and support natural sleep architecture. Yet, beyond its pharmacological value, the nightly ritual of brewing herbs offered a quiet psychological sanctuary, a dedicated moment at the end of the day to pause, breathe, and honor the body's need for recovery. This holistic perspective mirrors a broad historical truth found in early hospitals and healing traditions worldwide. That true restoration depends on gentle care, peaceful surroundings, and an unhurried respect for nature's quiet rhythms. As twilight faded into complete darkness over the ancient cities and quiet villages of Korea, the steam rising from a bowl of herbal tea stood as a simple, enduring symbol of comfort and quiet healing, reminding us that rest has always been humanity's most constant medicine. As twilight gathered over ancient landscapes, early places of healing transformed into quiet sanctuaries where the human body was gently invited to let go of the day's weariness. Long before modern medicine established standardized clinical protocols, ancient healers and monastic physicians understood that recovery from illness or fatigue was deeply intertwined with warmth, environmental stillness, and the unhurried rhythms of nature. In early hospitals across the ancient world, care centered on creating an atmosphere where the spirit could settle, and the body's innate capacity for recovery could unfold without interruption. These early centers of healing were often built away from the noise of crowded cities, nestled near fresh springs, shaded groves, or quiet mountainsides, where clean air and soothing natural sounds formed the foundation of patient care. Healers observed that as daylight faded, the body experienced a natural shift in its internal balance, requiring softer light, gentler voices, and soothing therapies that signaled the end of daily strain. Evening in these ancient facilities was marked by a gradual slowing down of all activities as caregivers prepared warm baths, brewed mild botanical drafts, and smoothed linen bedding to ensure every visitor felt protected and relaxed. This profound respect for the restorative power of nighttime rest laid the groundwork for hospital design across civilizations, establishing a timeless principle that true healing begins when the mind feels secure and the body is allowed to drift undisturbed into peaceful quietude. In the tranquil tropical hills of South Asia, this philosophy reached an extraordinary level of sophistication within monastic complexes dedicated to communal welfare and holistic care. At the 4th century CE monastic hospital of Mihintal in Sri Lanka, ancient Sinhala physicians constructed medicinal stone baths carved from smooth granite, where patients rested submerged in warm infusions of sweet basil, Indian gooseberry, and cardamom seeds to soothe body fatigue before evening rest. These remarkable stone basins, skillfully hollowed from solid rock to conform ergonomically to the human form, were filled with water gently heated and saturated with carefully chosen botanicals. As patients reclined within the granite vessels, the therapeutic warmth opened the pores and relaxed tight muscles, allowing the rich herbal essences to seep gently into the skin, while aromatic vapors rose softly into the evening air. Monastic healers understood the distinct qualities of each botanical. Sweet basil contributed a comforting fragrance that eased mental tension. Indian gooseberry offered a restorative property to revitalize worn tissues, and crushed cardamom seeds imparted a subtle, grounding warmth to settle the nervous system. Surrounding the bathhouse, open stone pillars allowed the cool night breeze to circulate gently, carrying the murmur of forest leaves and the distant sound of chanting monks into the bathing hall. In this serene environment, the physical weight of exhaustion melted away into the warm, scented water, offering weary travelers and ailing villagers a profound sense of physical lightness and mental ease before they retired to their sleeping quarters. Across diverse geographical regions and medical traditions, the practice of using warm liquid therapies and evening botanicals reflected a shared understanding of human physiology and the subtle shifts of the nervous system. Ancient physicians recognized that the digestive tract and the nervous system were closely linked, and that physical discomfort in the stomach often translated into restless thoughts and fragmented sleep. Consequently, early medical texts frequently advised against heavy late-night meals or harsh purgatives, recommending instead gentle, warming preparations that supported smooth digestion and eased internal tension. In the quiet sanctuaries of the ancient Mediterranean, South Asia, and East Asia alike, evening routines centered around thermal comfort, whether through heated stone compresses, mild steam chambers, or soothing herbal decoctions taken by mouth. The air in these healing spaces was often lightly perfumed with dried flowers and resinous woods, creating a sensory experience that encouraged slow, rhythmic breathing. Healers noted that when the skin was warmed and the stomach kept at ease, the pulse softened, muscle tone relaxed, and the mind surrendered its vigilance. These early observations laid the foundation for preventive medicine, emphasizing that daily habits practiced in the hours before bed were just as vital to long-term well-being as treatments administered during acute illness. By prioritizing evening comfort and emotional calm, ancient healers provided a sanctuary of peace where patients could safely release the burdens of the day. This enduring wisdom surrounding nighttime care continued to refine itself over the centuries, finding particularly exquisite expression in Edo period Japan, where medical philosophy increasingly focused on the art of nurturing life through mindful daily habits. In his 1713 health treatise Yajokun, Edo period Japanese physician Kaibara Ekaiken recommended a quiet evening ritual of sipping warm barley tea infused with dried persimmon rind to soothe the stomach and guide restless minds into peaceful slumber. Kaibara Ekaiken believed that health was not a static state to be defended with aggressive treatments, but a delicate harmony to be cultivated through moderation, quiet reflection, and alignment with natural rhythms. His tea recipe embodied this approach. Roasted barley provided a mild warmth that comforted the digestive system after the evening meal, while the subtle sweetness of dried persimmon rind helped calm internal heat and settle nervous agitation. As one sat quietly in the dim light of dusk, holding the warm ceramic cup and sipping the fragrant brew slowly, the body absorbed both the physical warmth of the tea and the quiet stillness of the moment. The philosophy of Yajokun emphasized that preparing for sleep required clearing the mind of daytime cares and offering the stomach simple, unburdening nourishment. In the peaceful solitude of the home, as evening turned to night, this humble ritual served as a gentle bridge into deep rest, echoing a timeless truth recognized by ancient healers across all cultures. That vitality is nurtured through quiet warmth and restful ease. As we journey further into the unfolding history of human care, the story of healing softly guides us toward ancient lands where medicine was understood not merely as a cure for ailments, but as a holistic art of rest, restoration, and quiet sanctuary. In the centuries following the early foundations of traditional wellness, the Indian subcontinent and its neighboring island of Sri Lanka developed sophisticated traditions of monastic medicine, deeply rooted in the compassionate principles of Buddhism and Ayurveda. Here, the hospital was born not as a clinical or rigid building, but as a tranquil garden enclosure, a sanctuary integrated gracefully into the surrounding landscape. Monastic physicians viewed health as a delicate harmony between the internal rhythms of the human body and the natural elements of earth, water, air, and plant life, built upon serene hillsides or nestled beneath the protective shade of ancient tropical groves. These early hospitals were constructed to provide patients with an environment of profound quiet. Open-air courtyards allowed soft mountain breezes to drift through wide doorways, carrying with them the delicate, earthy fragrance of crushed leaves, blossoming frangipani, and damp soil after a gentle rain. Broad stone pathways connected clean, spacious rooms where visitors were greeted with warm tea, soothing words, and an atmosphere designed to quiet the mind before any medicine was even administered. these peaceful retreats, the passage of time seemed to slow down. Physicians recognized that before the body could begin to repair itself, the nervous system needed to surrender its tensions, settling into a state of deep, restorative calm. The architecture itself was crafted with intentional simplicity, using natural stone, seasoned timber, and tiled roofs that dampened the sound of falling raindrops. Sunlight filtered gently through carved wooden lattices, casting soft patterns across smooth floors, while small basins of water reflected the changing sky outside. Patients were encouraged to lie quietly, listening to the soft murmur of monks chanting in nearby shrines, or the gentle rustling of palm leaves swaying in the afternoon wind. In this quiet atmosphere, healing became a shared rhythm between physician, patient, and the soothing environment itself, laying the foundation for early hospital systems that prioritized dignity, comfort, and peace above all else. Among the most remarkable surviving examples of these ancient sanctuaries is the 9th century monastic hospital complex established at the sacred mountain of Mihintail in Sri Lanka. Situated near the historic capital of Anuradhapura, Mihintail was a place of spiritual reflection, where dense forests and rising stone terraces offered a natural haven away from the bustling world. The hospital facility at Mihintail was designed with meticulous attention to hygiene, comfort, and therapeutic care, featuring distinct quarters for examination, medicine preparation, and extended convalescence. Central to their therapeutic practice was the deep belief in the restorative power of natural herbal immersion. At the 9th century monastery hospital of Mihintail in Sri Lanka, physicians rested weary patients inside single blocks of smooth granite carved into body-shaped troughs, filled with warm, aromatic herbal oils for restorative immersion baths. These stone vessels, crafted by master stonemasons from monolithic slabs of gray granite, were tailored carefully to contour around the natural shape of the human spine and limbs. When filled with carefully brewed oils, infused with sesame, sandalwood, lemongrass, ginger, and wild medicinal roots, the dense stone absorbed and held the gentle warmth of the liquid for long hours. As a patient lowered themselves into the smooth, carved trough, the fragrant oils would envelop the skin, allowing medicinal botanicals to soak into tired muscles and stiff joints, while the warmth eased away physical fatigue. The physicians at Mihintail monitored each bath with quiet attentiveness, ensuring the temperature remained comfortably mild while the soothing vapors filled the open-air room. The weightless feeling of floating in warm oil, combined with the solid, grounding touch of the ancient granite beneath, created a deeply calming sensory experience. The subtle sense of spiced bark and pressed seeds drifted out toward the forest, blending with the natural aroma of pine, damp earth, and wild orchids. Here, in the quiet seclusion of the stone pavilion, patients could let go of all worry, resting deeply as the oil softened their skin, and the peaceful surroundings invited complete stillness of mind. This gentle philosophy of care, where architecture, natural medicine, and peaceful environment worked in total harmony, exerted a lasting influence on the evolution of early hospital systems across the ancient world. The emphasis placed on quietude, clean water, warm therapies, and respectful human presence demonstrated an intuitive understanding of how deeply the mind and body are interconnected during recovery. Long before modern science would map the physiological pathways of stress reduction and healing, these early monastic healers recognized that a peaceful spirit accelerates physical repair. The hospital was not merely a place to treat disease, but a sanctuary designed to shelter the vulnerable, offering a space where suffering could dissolve into quiet comfort. The granite bath troughs of Mihintail stand today as silent, enduring monuments to this timeless wisdom. Their smooth, hand-carved surfaces bearing witness to an era when medicine was delivered with quiet tenderness and profound respect for human dignity. The stones remain carved to the shape of the human form, holding the memory of countless weary souls who once found solace within their warm, all-filled depths. As daylight fades and night settles gently over ancient ruins, quiet valleys, and peaceful forests alike, we are reminded of the simple, universal human need for sanctuary, warmth, and care. The memory of those quiet stone halls, bathed in the soft glow of dusk, and perfumed with warm botanical oils, invites us to release the burdens of the day, allowing our thoughts to rest softly in the quiet stillness of the night. In the quiet, golden dusk of the 6th century, within the historic cities and peaceful monasteries of the Eastern Roman Empire, the practice of medicine entered a period of thoughtful preservation and serene refinement. As the classical world transformed into the Byzantine era, physicians turned their intellect toward gathering, organizing, and safeguarding the vast legacy of healing wisdom inherited from ancient times. In tranquil scriptoria and fragrant apothecary rooms across the Mediterranean, scholars worked with unhurried care among rows of glazed earthenware jars, wooden chests, and bound parchment rolls. Here, the foundational observations of Hippocrates, the botanical catalogues of Dioscorides, and the expansive anatomical treatises of Galen were meticulously transcribed, translated, and arranged into comprehensive medical encyclopedias. This era was defined not by hasty innovation, but by a deep and respectful synthesis, wherein physicians sought to make the accumulated knowledge of centuries clear, accessible, and practical for daily patient care. The daily rhythm of a Byzantine dispensary was one of quiet study and calm routine. It was marked by the soft sound of a stone pestle grinding dried herbs within a marble mortar, the light rustle of dried leaves being weighed upon brass scales, and the gentle simmer of aromatic decoctions over low clay hearths. Physicians of this era understood with great clarity that human health was intimately tied to the tranquility of the soul, and that an ailing body required soft, restorative measures to regain its natural internal harmony. Sunlight streamed through tall arched windows onto wooden tables laid out with neat bundles of harvested plants, sweet lavender, pale chamomile, fragrant mint, and aromatic resins, each selected for its gentle ability to ease a cough, soothe a troubled stomach, or invite a peaceful sense of calm into a restless mind. Through this steady commitment to botanical study, attentive care, and structured documentation, Byzantine medicine created an enduring bridge between ancient classical traditions and the emerging hospital systems of the medieval world. Among the prominent medical writers who defined this golden age of Byzantine scholarship was Edius of Amida, a distinguished physician whose writings captured the compassionate and methodical spirit of 6th century healing. Born in the ancient city of Amida along the upper Tigris River, Edius pursued his medical education in the renowned intellectual center of Alexandria before serving as a court physician in Constantinople. Blessed with a deep understanding of natural philosophy and a tender concern for his patients, Edius devoted years to composing a monumental 16-book medical compendium known as the Tetrabiblos. This exhaustive work brought together centuries of medical experience, offering detailed guidance on everything from surgical techniques and eye diseases to complex internal ailments and gentle botanical remedies. Within its peaceful pages, Edius paid special attention to therapies that could quiet nervous tension, relieve nighttime restlessness, and restore natural, undisturbed sleep to those worn thin by life's anxieties or physical infirmities. He recognized that sleep was a fundamental medicine in its own right, a quiet state in which the body's vital forces could realign and repair themselves without interference. Among his most poetic and comforting recipes was a gentle evening potion crafted from delicate flowers and garden herbs. In his 6th century CE medical compendium, Tetrabiblos, Byzantine physician Edius of Amida recorded that steeping dried blue water lily petals and sweet marjoram in warm apple juice created a gentle evening draught that quieted nervous agitation and ushered in deep sleep. The creation of this soothing drink was a slow, mindful ritual. The dried petals of the blue water lily, prized since antiquity for their gentle calming properties and delicate floral scent, were placed into a vessel alongside the aromatic leaves of sweet marjoram. Warm, freshly pressed apple juice was then poured over the mixture, allowing the heat to draw out the subtle oils, mild sweetness, and calming essences of the botanicals into a pale, golden liquid. As steam rose softly from the cup, carrying a faint scent of autumn orchards and summer gardens, the draught offered a moment of peaceful pause at the end of the day, drunk slowly as twilight settled over the household. It softened the tension held within muscles, quieted racing thoughts, and lulled the weary spirit into deep, uninterrupted slumber. The presence of such soothing, plant-based nighttime remedies in major medical encyclopedias highlights the gentle, holistic philosophy that underpinned Byzantine healthcare as a whole. During this era, particularly within the capital of Constantinople, medical practice expanded beyond individual home visits into structured, charitable institutions known as zenons, which were among the earliest true hospitals in human history. These institutions were thoughtfully designed as peaceful havens for the sick, the elderly, and weary travelers. Within their quiet wards, patients were provided with clean, soft beds, fresh linen, nourishing meals, and continuous care from skilled physicians and attentive nurses. The atmosphere of these early hospitals was intentionally kept quiet and orderly, based on the belief that a calm environment was just as essential to recovery as any medicine. Soft breezes passing through courtyard gardens carried the gentle scent of jasmine and bay leaves into the rooms, while regular evening routines helped patients unwind from the anxieties of illness. Gentle herbal drafts, such as the water lily and marjoram infusion documented by Edius, were prepared in hospital dispensaries to ease pain, reduce restlessness, and ensure that patients could rest deeply through the dark hours of the night. There was a profound, quiet wisdom in this approach, recognizing that healing cannot be rushed, but must be nurtured through patience, comfort, and harmony with nature. As night fell over the stone arches of these ancient healing spaces, the low glow of oil lamps and the soft movement of caregivers created an enduring sense of shelter and peace. The legacy of Byzantine medicine lives on in this serene balance of rigorous knowledge and gentle care, reminding us that throughout human history, the pursuit of medicine has always been, at its heart, a quiet effort to bring rest, comfort, and restoration to those in need. As the quiet centuries of the Byzantine era unfolded along the serene shores of the Bosphorus, the philosophy of healing underwent a gentle and profound transformation, shifting away from solitary domestic care toward thoughtfully designed sanctuaries dedicated to rest, order, and physical recovery. In the peaceful stillness of ancient Constantinople, early medicine began to weave architectural wisdom together with compassionate human attention, creating quiet spaces where the sick could find true solace removed from the noise, dust, and unending rush of daily urban life. The air inside these early medical institutions was deliberately cultivated to be soft, warm, and still, reflecting a deeply held understanding that the peace of the body begins with the peacefulness of its surrounding environment. Wide stone corridors were carefully oriented to gather the golden, filtered light of early morning, while secluded inner courtyards offered sheltered spaces where cool sea breezes whispered softly through citrus trees, wild lavender, and fragrant garden herbs. Within these tranquil walls, physicians, nurses, and dedicated attendants approached their daily duties not with haste or urgency, calm, measured rhythm that mirrored the steady rise and fall of deep, restful breathing. Healing was understood to be an unhurried process of quiet unfolding, supported at every turn by simple physical comforts, warm hearths, pristine textiles, and the soft, repetitive sound of trickling water flowing through stone channels. In this atmosphere of quiet shelter, the human frame was granted the unburdened space it required to mend itself, protected from the harsh external elements, and enfolded in an enduring aura of calm, purposeful care. It was during this remarkable period of civic compassion and medical refinement that the concept of the institutional hospital truly took root in the Western world, evolving into an environment where structured organization and tender gentleness existed in perfect harmony. Founded in 1136 in Constantinople by Emperor John II Komnenos, the Pantocrator Hospital featured vaulted wards with hearth-warmed air, where caregivers provided patients with weekly evening baths steeped in wild bay leaves and chamomile to soften weary limbs. The grand vaulted ceilings reached high above the floor, allowing heat to circulate evenly and gently throughout every broad chamber, preventing chilly drafts from ever touching those who lay resting upon their couches. Beneath these soaring stone arches, the ambient air carried the faint, reassuring fragrance of dried botanicals, creating a soothing sensory environment that naturally invited deep relaxation and long, undisturbed sleep. Caregivers moved with quiet grace between the neatly arranged rows of beds, carrying polished copper vessels filled with steaming water and fresh, clean linens, attending to each individual with a silent dignity and tender patience that was centuries ahead of its time. The hospital was planned with extraordinary foresight and deep empathy, recognizing that varied medical conditions required distinct living spaces, specialized medical care, and tailored environmental conditions. In 1136, the Pantocrator Xenon Hospital in Constantinople outfitted its 5 specialized wards with individual wooden beds, fresh straw mattresses, and clean linen sheets, accompanied by warm hydrotherapy baths to gently soothe recovering patients. Each individual bed provided a private haven of tranquil recovery, where soft, clean textiles were replaced regularly by attentive staff to maintain an unblemished standard of freshness and physical comfort, allowing weary patients to settle into deep ease as evening twilight descended upon the imperial city. The subtle warmth of the central hearths radiated continuously through the tiled stone floors, keeping the cool dampness of autumn and winter nights completely at bay, wrapping the entire facility in a protective blanket of constant, gentle heat. As the shadow of night deepened across the historic cityscape, and the last glow of daylight faded gently over the quiet waters of the Golden Horn, the Pantocrator Xenon settled into its evening sanctuary rhythm. The warm, soft glow of oil lamps cast long, comforting shadows against the smooth, whitewashed walls, while the mild aroma of bay leaves, sweet chamomile, and drying herbs lingered pleasantly in the still air. Attendants walked the wide aisles with soft, measured footsteps, carefully adjusting heavy woven blankets, tending the low glowing embers of the hearths, and ensuring that every patient felt safe, cared for, and completely unhurried throughout the dark hours. The faint, rhythmic sound of water being poured into stone basins provided a quiet acoustic backdrop, resembling the peaceful murmur of a distant stream or gentle rain falling upon summer leaves outside the high arched windows. Within these restful wards, the division between clinical medicine and restful hospitality dissolved into a single, unified practice of restorative comfort. There was no pressure, no harsh voice, and no abrupt disturbance to break the quietude. Only the steady, reassuring presence of caregivers who understood that undisturbed rest was the ultimate foundation of all true healing. Patients drifting slowly off to sleep could hear the distant, muffled sounds of the city fading into complete silence, replaced by the welcoming softness of their fresh straw mattresses and crisp linen bedding. Throughout the long, quiet night, the Pantocrator Xenon stood as an enduring sanctuary of human mercy, a place where organizational wisdom and gentle care joined together beneath noble stone vaults. And when the first pale light of morning eventually began to color the eastern horizon, the peaceful routines of care would softly begin once more, bringing another day of quiet renewal to all who rested within its protective arms. As twilight fell over the vibrant cities of 10th century Persia, a quiet stillness settled across the courtyard gardens of early hospitals known as Bimaristans. Within these peaceful sanctuaries, medicine was understood not merely as a collection of sharp interventions or bitter drafts, but as a holistic art that honored the natural rhythms of the human body and the restoring power of tranquility. Sunlight faded through arched alabaster windows, casting soft shadows across clean tile floors, while the subtle sound of trickling fountains echoed down shaded arcades. Physicians of this golden era observed that when the body was fatigued and the spirit burdened by illness, true recovery began with deep, undisturbed slumber. They paid meticulous attention to the environment surrounding each patient, regulating the light, moderating the room temperature, and encouraging soft, spoken tones among attending staff. In these calm chambers, sleep was regarded as a gentle, restorative bridge through which the body's internal balance or temperament could gradually realign itself. The evening air carried the faint scent of dried herbs and sweet botanical tinctures, carefully prepared in the hospital pharmacy to ease the day's lingering tensions. Caregivers moved quietly between woven couches, arranging soft cotton coverlets and ensuring that every individual felt protected, valued, and comfortable as the night approached. This patient-centered ethos reflected a deep historical evolution, wherein medical practice moved gracefully beyond isolated folk remedies into organized, compassionate environments dedicated to holistic well-being gentle hygiene and ambient rest, soothing both body and mind. Among the distinguished scholars who refined these compassionate protocols was the celebrated Persian physician Ali ibn al-Abbas al-Majusi, known to later European traditions as Holy Abbas. Working during a period of remarkable intellectual flourishing, Al-Majusi dedicated himself to organizing the vast medical wisdom of antiquity, alongside his own empirical observations, into a comprehensive, remarkably accessible masterpiece. In 10th century Persia, physician Ali ibn al-Abbas al-Majusi wrote in his medical treatise Kitab al-Malaki that caregivers could usher weary patients into sleep by resting soft linen compresses steeped in warm violet blossom oil across their forehead and eyelids. This gentle recommendation reflected a profound understanding of sensory comfort and bodily ease. Al-Majusi recognized that the delicate skin around the temples and eyes carried a special sensitivity, and that applying a mild, comforting warmth infused with natural floral essences could calm an overactive mind and quiet restless thoughts. The process of preparing such a compress was itself an act of meditative care, requiring clean linen strips to be carefully folded, warmed to a pleasant degree, and saturated with pure botanical extracts before being gently placed upon the patient. As the mild fragrance rose into the quiet room, it smoothed away the residual stresses of illness, slowing the pulse and inviting a state of serene surrender into a peaceful state of deep, restorative slumber. Al-Majusi's text emphasized that such non-invasive, tender measures were often far superior to harsh sedatives, as they worked in soft, natural harmony with the body's innate inclination toward rest and self-repair, allowing gentle, uninterrupted recovery to unfold without disturbance. The choice of violet blossom oil was rooted in centuries of botanical observation and traditional medical theory, which assigned cooling, soothing, and moistening properties to the humble purple flower. Caregivers gathered the tender blossoms during the cool hours of early morning, when their fragrance was most concentrated, steeping them slowly in fine oils, so that their subtle, earthy perfume was thoroughly captured without losing its soft delicacy. When warmed and laid across the brow, the oil released a subtle aromatic profile that eased the tightness around the eyes and encouraged the facial muscles to fully relax. Beyond its physical and thermal properties, the application of the compress represented a moment of dedicated human connection, a reassuring presence in the dim lamplight of the hospital ward. As the warm oil seeped into the clean cloth, the patient was invited to let go of pain, worry, and the heavy awareness of time. Across the Persian medical tradition, such herbal topicals were thoughtfully integrated into daily nursing care, bridging the gap between pharmacy and bedside comfort. Scholars like Al-Majusi recorded these recipes with exacting detail, wanting to ensure that future generations of practitioners would remember that medicine at its finest was built upon kindness, patience, and a deep reverence for the body's need for quiet repose. The subtle warmth of the violet oil remained a favored remedy in hospital wards for centuries, symbolizing a gentle philosophy that prioritized the patient's immediate peace above all else. As the night deepened, the atmosphere within the hospital turned profoundly tranquil, enveloped by the slow, rhythmic cadence of resting breath. Night watchmen walked with soft footsteps along the corridors, tending to low oil lamps while keeping vigil over those who slept. The quiet tradition of using warm, aromatic compresses served as a lasting reminder that healing was an immersive, gentle process, dependent as much on peaceful surroundings and thoughtful nursing as on clinical knowledge. In the quiet darkness of those ancient Persian halls, patients drifted into undisturbed dreams, shielded from the noise of the outside world, and held in the quiet safety of an institution designed for their recovery. The surrounding gardens, with their sleeping blossoms and resting birds, mirrored the peaceful internal landscape of the Bimaristan, where human compassion met scientific inquiry in perfect stillness. The legacy of Ali ibn al-Abbas al-Majusi and his contemporaries laid an enduring foundation for modern healthcare, proving that true medical mastery is expressed not only in grand theoretical insights, but also in the quiet, tender act of laying a warm, scented cloth across a tired brow to welcome the night, resting peacefully until the light of dawn. As twilight softly settled over 10th century Baghdad, the great city rested beneath a calm canopy of evening stars. Its quiet gardens and sprawling neighborhoods bathed in the gentle, rhythmic murmur of the Tigris River. During this golden era of medical history, healing was understood not merely as the mechanical application of remedies and tinctures, but as a harmonious dialogue between the human body, the surrounding atmosphere, and the peaceful rhythms of rest. In the heart of the Islamic world, physicians viewed the natural environment as an essential partner in recovery, recognizing that clean air, pure water, soft light, and tranquil surroundings held a profound power to soothe the mind and restore strength to the weary. Hospitals of this period, known as Bimaristans, a term derived from Persian meaning a place for the sick, were envisioned not as somber institutions of last resort, but as luminous sanctuaries of healing, where compassionate, dignified care was offered freely to every individual who sought refuge, regardless of wealth, background, or social standing. Within these expansive structures, architecture was thoughtfully designed to encourage the movement of light, refreshing currents of air, while sound and light were carefully modulated to cradle patients in an atmosphere of enduring peace. Physicians spent long hours observing the subtle shifts of the natural world, noting how seasonal temperatures, humidity, wind direction, and elevation influenced the well-being of those under their care. It was a time when medical knowledge flourished through careful empirical observation, respectful study of ancient classical texts, and an unshakable belief that the finest medical treatment began by providing a calm and restful space where body, mind, and spirit could mend in perfect, undisturbed tranquility. Among the most celebrated figures of this golden age of medicine was Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi, known to history as Al-Razi, a master physician whose life's work was defined by deep empathy, formidable scholarship, and an unwavering commitment to clinical observation. Al-Razi believed that a doctor's primary duty was to support the body's natural healing capacities through gentle nutrition, quiet rest, and a healthy climate before resorting to stronger interventions. When tasked with selecting the ideal site for a grand new hospital in Baghdad, which would become known as the Al-Adudi Bimaristan, Al-Razi sought to ground his decision in direct, empirical evidence of environmental purity, rather than relying on tradition, convenience, or political favor, understanding that stagnant or polluted air could hinder recovery, harbor moisture, and burden delicate lungs. He devised an ingenious and practical experiment to measure the relative freshness of the air in different regions of the metropolis. He ordered fresh cuts of meat to be suspended at key locations throughout the various quarters of Baghdad, placing them in dense, bustling market districts, near stagnant canal banks, high up on sunny residential hillsides, and along the open, windswept shores of the Tigris River. Day after day, he quietly revisited each site, observing with meticulous care the rate at which the samples succumbed to natural decay, and noting which environments preserved their freshness the longest. Through this patient inquiry, Al-Razi discovered that the air flowing along the riverbank remained exceptionally clean, cool, and free from the heavy, stagnant vapors of the inner city. When selecting the location for the Al-Adudi Bimaristan in 10th century Baghdad, the physician Al-Razi hung cuts of fresh meat across various quarters of the city, choosing the riverbank site along the Tigris, where the meat decayed slowest to ensure patients recovered in clean, gentle night breezes. This thoughtful selection laid the foundation for a medical center where every architectural choice, from the alignment of wide arched hallways to the height of airy windows, was intentionally configured to welcome those refreshing river currents into every corner of the facility. Once constructed, the Al-Adudi Bimaristan stood as a masterpiece of humane design and environmental wisdom, utilizing the natural cooling properties of the nearby river to maintain a serene, temperate climate even during the hottest months of the year. High vaulted ceilings and shaded colonnades protected the interior corridors from the midday sun, while open-air courtyards centered around marble fountains sent the soft, rhythmic sound of trickling water echoing through the halls, masking urban noise and soothing anxious minds. Patients rested on clean, soft linens in spacious wards organized thoughtfully by medical specialization, receiving wholesome broths, restorative herbal teas, and the constant, attentive care of skilled physicians pharmacists, and nurses who tended to them day and night. In the peaceful evenings, as long shadows stretched across the quiet floors, soft instrumental music or gentle recitations were sometimes introduced into the wards, easing physical discomfort and guiding patients toward deep, restorative slumber. Soft oil lamps cast a warm, golden glow down the wide corridors, while night attendants moved silently from bed to bed, offering cool water, fresh blankets, and reassuring words. The hospital was supported by a well-appointed pharmacy, where remedies were carefully compounded from aromatic herbs like lavender, chamomile, mint, and rosewater, appealing gently to the senses while promoting calm. Every detail of daily life within the Bimaristan was arranged to eliminate stress and foster quietude, honoring the natural capacity of the human body to heal when placed in a supportive, pure environment. As darkness deepened over the river and the gentle rustle of palm trees whispered through the open arches, patients could rest in the comforting knowledge that their sanctuary had been chosen with profound care. Standing upon a shore where water and sky joined to grant them the gentlest night air and the most peaceful sleep. As dusk settled over the sun-warmed bricks of 11th century Persia, the grand courtyards of early hospitals and apothecary gardens gradually quieted into a serene stillness, illuminated only by the soft glow of flickering oil lamps and the quiet moonlight reflecting across shallow basins of clear water. Within these sanctuaries of healing, known throughout the Islamic world as places of comfort, care, and scholarly inquiry, physicians held a deeply holistic understanding of human health, recognizing that the process of recovery was intimately bound to the rhythm of the day and the peaceful arrival of night. The evening hours were regarded not merely as a time to cease activity, but as a deliberate phase of therapy, wherein the body was gently encouraged to release the burdens of waking life and enter a state of restorative equilibrium. Physicians observed how the cooling night air, the rhythmic trickling of courtyard fountains, and the subtle fragrance of crushed herbs worked in quiet harmony with medical treatments to soothe agitated nerves, ease lingering discomfort, and cradle the mind into deep tranquility. Scholarship flourished in this environment as great thinkers synthesized centuries of classical Greek, Roman, Persian, and Indian medical wisdom with their own rigorous clinical observations, compiling vast encyclopedic texts that meticulously cataloged the properties of plants, minerals, and natural elements. In these comprehensive treatises, entire sections were dedicated to the art of encouraging natural sleep, detailing how subtle adjustments to a patient's immediate environment, such as modulating room light, softening ambient sounds, and introducing delicate herbal scents, could profoundly enhance the body's intrinsic capacity to heal. The atmosphere of these early medical centers was deliberately designed to diminish anxiety, offering a calm, orderly refuge where patients were sheltered from the harsh busyness of the outside world, surrounded instead by attentive caregivers, gentle breezes drifting through arched colonnades, and the reassuring presence of nature. Central to this golden era of medical advancement was the extraordinary Persian polymath and physician Ibn Sina, known throughout Europe as Avicenna, whose masterwork stood as a monumental pillar of medical education for many centuries across both the Eastern and Western worlds. Writing during a time of immense intellectual vitality, he approached the human body with profound precision and tender compassion, viewing health as a delicate balance of humors, climate, emotional state, and daily regimen. In his masterwork, he took great care to detail the subtle nuances of evening care, understanding that preparing a restless patient for sleep required remedies that comforted both the physical body and the surrounding senses. He recognized that topical applications could convey quiet relief directly to weary senses without overwhelming the system, favoring gentle botanical preparations that absorbed slowly into the skin as night descended. In his 1025 CE medical encyclopedia, The Canon of Medicine, Persian physician Ibn Sina prescribed a soothing bedtime liniment of poppy seed oil and sweet water lily extract rubbed gently into the temples, paired with bowls of spring water steeped in sweet basil, placed beside the bed to soften the evening air. This thoughtful approach reflected a sophisticated understanding of environmental therapeutics, wherein the delicate aromatic compounds of sweet basil released gently into the still air of the bedchamber, calming the breath and steadying the spirit, while the smooth, cooling liniment massaged upon the temples quieted racing thoughts and eased tension around the eyes. He noted how such simple, elegant interventions created a sanctuary of sensory tranquility within the room, allowing the natural heavy stillness of evening to envelop the patient in an atmosphere entirely conducive to deep and uninterrupted rest. Caregivers were instructed to apply these liniments with slow, rhythmic strokes in near silence, ensuring that every detail of the bedtime routine reinforced a sense of safety, warmth, and quiet ease. Beyond topical liniments and ambient aromatics, medieval Persian medicine placed immense value on gentle liquid draughts crafted from mild fruits, cooling syrups, and delicate floral infusions designed to settle internal heat and quiet an overactive mind before sleep. Physicians like Ibn Sina understood that nighttime fevers and mental restlessness were often twin symptoms of an overheated disposition, requiring soft, hydrating elixirs that could gently cool the system from within without causing distress to the stomach. These nighttime potions were prepared with painstaking care in the quiet apothecary rooms of the hospital, where fresh blossoms were gathered at dusk, when their aromatic qualities were most refined, and steeped alongside carefully crushed seeds to extract their comforting virtues. In his 1025 CE medical encyclopedia, the Canon of Medicine, Persian physician Ibn Sina recorded that steeping fresh white water, lily blossoms, and crushed coriander seeds in cool apple syrup yielded a soothing evening draught that settled feverish restlessness and guided weary minds into calm sleep. The sweet, light apple syrup provided gentle nourishment, while the crushed coriander and delicate white water lily worked together to diffuse internal agitation, bringing a soothing cool wave across the senses and allowing the mind to drift effortlessly towards slumber. As patients sipped these fragrant, soothing draughts in the dim, tranquil halls of the early hospitals, the soft murmur of night breezes passing through open archways, and the steady, rhythmic trickling of stone fountains outside created a soothing lullaby that echoed through the quiet corridors. The practice of medicine in this era was thus an art of profound gentleness, a tradition that honored the body's natural need for quiet rest, trusting in the quiet potency of nature's simplest gifts to restore balance, peace, and renewed vitality under the watchful stars. As twilight settled softly over the ancient trade routes of the Levant, the philosophy of medical care in the medieval Islamic world was undergoing a quiet and profound transformation. Where once healing had been sought primarily in domestic rooms or modest local shrines, the 12th century saw the flowering of the Bimaristan, an institution carefully designed as a sanctuary of both rigorous medical knowledge and deep sensory peace. Scholars and physicians of the era had come to recognize that the human body does not heal in isolation from its immediate surroundings. Rather, genuine recovery requires an atmosphere where the weary system can gently step away from the strain and noise of daily life. In designing these early hospitals, architects worked side by side with medical practitioners, seeking to harness the subtle influences of climate, light, airflow, and acoustics to create ideal conditions for human restoration. Open stone courtyards were aligned to capture soft morning light, while shielding patient quarters from the harsh glare of the afternoon sun, and broad stone archways permitted refreshing breezes to circulate freely through high-ceilinged corridors. Long before modern clinical research quantified the impact of stress on physical health, these early healers understood that an environment of structural order, silence, and visual beauty provided an essential foundation upon which remedies could take root. Within these tranquil spaces, the frantic pace of the outside city faded into a steady, rhythmic quiet, allowing patients of every social background to rest beneath high vaulted ceilings designed to draw away stagnant air and replace it with a gentle, continuous draft. Caregivers moved with measured, unhurried steps along polished stone floors, maintaining an atmosphere of calm reverence that encouraged the mind to ease its burdens and allowed the body to begin its quiet work of natural repair. Every element of the spatial layout, from the height of the walls to the smooth finish of the plaster, was intended to evoke a sense of protection and abiding balance. In 1154, Sultan Nur al-Din founded the Al-Mansuri Bimaristan in Damascus, featuring 4 vaulted Iwan halls surrounding a tranquil courtyard pool, where caregivers placed earthenware jars of fresh water steeped with sweet-scented myrtle leaves beside patient beds. This thoughtful arrangement reflected a sophisticated understanding of hospital architecture, where spatial harmony and environmental comfort were intimately woven into daily therapeutic practice. The 4 large Iwan halls, spacious, covered halls open on one side to the central courtyard, were oriented to draw in cool air during the warm summer months, while providing shelter from harsh winds. Each Iwan served as a distinct area for care and observation, allowing physicians to categorize patients according to their specific health needs, while ensuring that everyone had an unobstructed view of the open sky and the serene waters of the central pool. The gentle, rhythmic sound of water trickling into the basin created a soft acoustic backdrop that masked the unsettling noises of the city outside, lulling tired minds into a state of quiet ease. Beside each bed, the unglazed earthenware jars performed a subtle dual purpose. As water evaporated slowly through the porous clay, it naturally cooled the liquid inside, while the bruised myrtle leaves infused the surrounding air with a light, herbal fragrance that refreshed the senses and softened the clinical environment. Caregivers checked these jars regularly throughout the day and night, ensuring that a cool, fragrant drink was always within reach for those recovering from fever or exhaustion. The deliberate inclusion of natural aromatics like myrtle was not merely decorative, but rooted in the medical theory of the time, which held that pleasant scents could uplift the vital spirit and promote internal harmony. In every corner of the Al-Mansuri Bimaristan, from the geometric symmetry of its masonry to the gentle aroma rising from the clay vessels, the hospital embodied a holistic commitment to patient comfort that treated the mind, body, and spirit as an interconnected whole. Beyond its architectural beauty, the Al-Mansuri Bimaristan represented a major milestone in the history of human medicine, setting standards for organized, compassionate healthcare that would influence hospital design for centuries to come. Inside its peaceful halls, medical care was provided free of charge to all who entered, regardless of wealth, status, or background, establishing the principle that healing should be a universal refuge accessible to everyone in need. Specialized physicians, trained in medicine, pharmacology, and anatomy, conducted regular bedside rounds, taking detailed notes on patient progress, monitoring subtle pulse rhythms, assessing skin temperature, and refining remedies based on careful observation. Yet, alongside these clinical practices, the daily life within the hospital remained centered around gentle, restful routines designed to soothe the nervous system. As afternoon faded into evening, soft lamps were lit in the alcoves, casting a warm, golden glow across the smooth plaster walls, while the air cooled in the courtyard. Attendants moved quietly and gently between the sleeping quarters, adjusting light wool blankets, replenishing water jars, and offering soothing herbal teas infused with chamomile or mint to help patients drift off into peaceful, restorative slumber. The combination of structured medical knowledge, clean running water, fresh air, and compassionate nursing created an environment where the body's natural healing processes could operate without hindrance. In an era when many societies struggled to address public health, the Bimaristans of Damascus proved that a hospital could be both a center of scientific inquiry and a place of deep, restorative peace. As the night deepened over the city, the quiet murmur of the courtyard fountain continued its steady cadence, whispering an enduring, timeless lullaby of holistic care, patient comfort, and quiet restoration beneath the tranquil, starlit Syrian sky. As twilight gently descends across the historical landscapes of the Near East, the long evolution of human healing moves into an era where medicine began to find dedicated sanctuaries of light, air, and enduring stillness. In the medieval Islamic world, the hospital, known historically as a Bimaristan, was conceived not merely as a temporary shelter for the infirm, but as a thoughtfully designed refuge dedicated to restoring harmony to the body, mind, and spirit. Long before modern clinical spaces were built with rigid geometry, these early medical complexes recognized that the physical environment in which a patient rested was just as vital to recovery as any pharmaceutical remedy prescribed by a physician. Architecture, natural surroundings, and compassionate care were woven together into a single, cohesive healing practice. Within these quiet stone walls, scholars and medical practitioners gathered and refined wisdom drawn from across the ancient world. They translated classical Greek medical texts, organized Persian botanical knowledge, and systematically recorded their own empirical observations regarding the gradual progression of wellness and illness. The physical layout of these Bimaristans prioritized generous air circulation, soft natural light, and the constant, calming presence of moving water. Fountains were placed thoughtfully throughout the grounds, for their gentle acoustic rhythms were understood to quiet anxious thoughts, reduce the agitation of fever, and foster an atmosphere where deep, restorative sleep could take root naturally. In this environment, medicine became an art of patient observation, where caregivers moved with soft footsteps, attending to each individual with quiet dedication and an unhurried appreciation for the body's natural capacity to heal over time. Among the most celebrated and beautifully crafted of these early hospitals was a tranquil haven established during the 12th century in the ancient city of Damascus. Founded in 1154 CE along the Barada River in Damascus, the Nuri Bimaristan featured a quiet rectangular courtyard centered around a broad stone pool, where caregivers served recovering patients evening drafts of distilled orange blossom water, while soft fountains cooled the night air. The decision to build this sanctuary alongside the Barada River was rooted in practical wisdom as well as aesthetic harmony. The proximity to flowing water ensured a continuous supply of fresh water essential for maintaining rigorous standards of sanitation, while also supplying the channels and stone basins that formed the heart of the courtyard design. The rectangular courtyard was enclosed by high, vaulted architectural halls known as iwans, which provided expansive shaded alcoves where patient beds could be positioned away from the direct heat of the sun. Throughout the day, gentle thermal breezes drifted through these arched openings, keeping the air fresh and comfortable. As evening arrived and the warmth of the day receded, the broad stone pool retained a soothing, stabilizing coolness. The continuous trickle of water into the basin created a soft, rhythmic auditory background that masked outer urban noise, helping patients slip peacefully into quiet contemplation and effortless rest. Care within the Nuri Bimaristan extended beyond architectural comfort to encompass a sophisticated understanding of sensory therapeutics and botanical medicine. Caregivers walking silently along the smooth stone arcades carried small glassware containing mild, aromatic remedies prepared in the hospital's specialized pharmacy. The evening draught of distilled orange blossom water was prized for its gentle sedative properties, helping to ease nervous tension, relax muscles, and prepare the mind for sleep. Herbalists and pharmacists of the era had perfected the art of steam distillation, allowing them to capture the subtle essences of medicinal plants and flowers. These aromatic waters were served at room temperature or slightly chilled by the night air, offering patients a pleasant and soothing ritual at the end of each day. The subtle fragrance of citrus blossoms drifted across the open courtyard, mingling with the earthy scents of nearby gardens and the cool moisture rising from the stone pool. Physicians believed that pleasant scents and gentle tastes acted directly upon the vital spirits, smoothing the breath and restoring equilibrium to the body. Every aspect of the evening routine was deliberate, designed to minimize disturbance and encourage a profound state of ease. Attendants adjusted soft linen covers, placed cool cloths on warm brows, and spoke in low, reassuring tones, ensuring that every patient felt securely held within a protective cocoon of care as night deepened over Damascus. This holistic integration of physical care, environmental design, and gentle medicine established a model of hospitalization that influenced medical practice for generations. At Nuri Bimaristan, treatment was not viewed as a brief, abrupt intervention, but rather as an ongoing journey of restoration, supported by time, quietude, and natural harmony. Patients were encouraged to spend long hours resting in the courtyard during mild weather, watching the play of light across the water's surface and listening to the steady cadence of the fountains. As stars moved slowly across the open sky visible above the central court, the hospital entered its quietest hours, guarded by attentive night staff who monitored each ward with calm watchfulness. The enduring legacy of these early hospitals lay in their recognition that true healing requires a place of peace, where the body is given the time and space to gather its strength once more. The quiet courtyard of Damascus, with its stone pool, soft fountains, and delicate floral waters, remains a timeless testament to an era when medicine was practiced with profound gentleness, honoring the quiet rhythms of life and the restorative power of rest. Across the vast tapestry of medical history, the journey from early healing practices to the structured sanctuary of the hospital represents one of humanity's most thoughtful achievements. In ancient civilizations, the care of those suffering from illness was predominantly a private, domestic affair, unfolding within the quiet corners of family homes, or occasionally beside the sacred altars of ancient healing temples where weary travelers sought divine solace. As centuries passed and medical understanding deepened through the exchange of ideas along ancient trade routes, scholars began to observe that true recovery required far more than isolated treatments or simple remedies. During the golden age of medieval Islamic science, a revolutionary philosophy took root, one that recognized the profound connection between a person's physical environment and their body's capacity to heal. This insight gave rise to the Bimaristan, a dedicated civic hospital designed not merely as a functional shelter for the sick, but as an architectural masterpiece crafted specifically to promote tranquility, hygiene, and emotional peace. Within these innovative complexes, medical care was provided free of charge to all individuals, regardless of their social standing, background, or origin. Architects collaborated closely with learned physicians to construct vast, open-air courtyards engineered to optimize natural ventilation, draw in soft sunlight, and shield patients from the oppressive heat of southern climates. Clean, continuously moving water was brought into the heart of these institutions through sophisticated subterranean aqueducts, filling central fountains that lowered the ambient temperature while creating a continuous, rhythmic background sound designed to calm overstimulated minds and encourage restorative rest. One of the most magnificent manifestations of this healing architecture emerged in North Africa during the late 12th century, setting an enduring standard for institutional elegance and compassionate design. Founded in 1190 CE in Morocco by Almohad Caliph Abu Yusuf Yaqub Al-Mansur, the Marrakesh Bimaristan featured vaulted stone arcades surrounding lush inner gardens of fragrant jasmine and orange trees, where patients rested on cushioned benches beside tiled water basins brimming with floating water lilies. The design of this monumental institution reflected a deep understanding of botanical and acoustic therapy, weaving nature into every aspect of recovery. The tall, vaulted stone arcades provided continuous shade throughout the warmest hours of the day, allowing cool air to circulate gently across the polished stone floors, while shielding resting patients from harsh, direct glare. Within the central garden, the subtle perfume of white jasmine blossoms and bitter orange leaves drifted through the shaded loggias, masking unpleasant odors and soothing the nervous system with familiar, comforting scents. The central water basins were faced with intricate geometric tiles that reflected the sky, creating quiet pools of visual clarity where green pads and delicate white water lily petals floated motionless upon the clear surface. Patients who lay upon the cushioned benches could look out into the green sanctuary, listening to the gentle splash of water as fountains overflowed into shallow stone channels carved smoothly along the floor. This seamless blending of refined Moorish masonry, vibrant flora, and flowing water turned the Bimaristan into a peaceful retreat where the body could quietly shed its exhaustion and surrender to the soothing rhythms of the natural world. Beyond its tranquil architecture, the daily operation of the Marrakesh Bimaristan embodied an exceptionally sophisticated model of holistic medical care. Trained physicians who had studied the works of Ibn Sina, Al-Zahrawi, and ancient classical authorities visited the wards twice each day to examine patients, assess their vital signs, and converse with them in hushed, reassuring tones. Care was tailored meticulously to each individual patient, combining herbal medicines, gentle dietary adjustments, and prolonged physical rest. In adjoining pharmacies, apothecaries crafted precise tinctures, syrups, and cooling ointments using dried herbs, rosewater, and essential oils harvested directly from regional gardens. Cleanliness was observed with rigorous discipline. Linens were washed daily. Fresh garments were provided upon arrival, and wards were kept scrupulously free of dust and clutter. To further ease the mental burden of illness, musicians were often brought into the courtyard during the late afternoon hours, playing soft, melodious compositions on traditional stringed instruments like the oud. They filled the shaded corridors with gentle harmonic resonances known to lower heart rates and alleviate anxiety. When patients recovered and were ready to depart, they were provided with new clothing and a small stipend of money to ensure they would not be forced to return to strenuous labor before their strength was fully restored. This deeply humane approach recognized that healing was a gradual, multi-layered process requiring physical remedy, psychological comfort, and economic security. The enduring legacy of the medieval Bimaristan ripples through the centuries, offering a peaceful testament to an era when hospitals were conceived as places of sanctuary, grace, and restorative beauty. Long after the stones of Marrakesh grew quiet, travelers and scholars carried descriptions of these garden-centered hospitals back to Western Europe, where their foundational principles gradually inspired the design of early Renaissance infirmaries and modern pavilion-style hospitals. As twilight falls over the historical memory of these quiet courtyards, the image of water lilies drifting upon still pools remains a fitting symbol of therapeutic rest. The cool stone arcade, the faint scent of jasmine carried on evening air, and the rhythmic sound of trickling water remind us that the highest form of medical care marries clinical wisdom with profound environmental serenity. In the quiet calm of the night, we can appreciate how those early healers sought to wrap the sick in soothing comfort, creating spaces where body and mind could quiet down together, finding solace in the gentle, timeless rhythms of nature. As dusk settled gently over the medieval Mediterranean world, the approach to healing began to embrace not only the remedies of the apothecary and the skill of the physician, but also the restorative quietude of the physical environment itself. In the vibrant intellectual centers of the Islamic Golden Age, medicine was understood as a profound harmony between physical treatment, psychological comfort, and environmental calm. Across cities where trade routes met and knowledge was preserved, scholars and architects recognized that the physical spaces where the sick lay could either burden the spirit or gently guide it toward recovery. Hospitals, known as Bimaristans, a term derived from the Persian words for house of the sick, were planned with extraordinary foresight, treating human health with a holistic reverence that anticipated modern concepts of wellness and therapeutic architecture. High stone arches were constructed to capture the passing northern breezes. Wide corridors allowed clean air to circulate continuously, and spacious chambers were oriented to receive soft daylight while shielding weary eyes from the harsh midday sun. These institutions welcomed every traveler, scholar, and resident without cost, operating under an enduring ethos of universal care, where healing was viewed as a sacred civic duty. Beyond the administration of herbs, ointments, and dietary regimes, there existed a deep, quiet appreciation for the restorative power of serenity. The surrounding noise of bustling urban markets was intentionally buffered by thick stone masonry and enclosed garden walls, creating secluded sanctuaries within the heart of metropolis cities. Here, beneath the open sky, the rhythm of day softly transitioned into the stillness of night, inviting weary bodies to rest and allowing the mind to unwind from the weight of illness. It was an era when medicine recognized that true convalescence unfolds most gracefully when the senses are lulled into absolute tranquility, demonstrating that the environment surrounding a patient is just as vital as the medicine prescribed. This philosophy of immersive, sensory-driven care reached one of its most remarkable realizations in the historic heart of Egypt during the late 13th century. In 1284, Sultan Al-Mansur Kalawan founded the Al-Mansuri Bimaristan in Cairo, where patient rooms were arranged around shaded marble courtyards with flowing water channels that cooled the evening air, while musicians played soft lute melodies to usher patients into sleep. The layout of this monumental complex was designed around 4 grand vaulted halls, known as iwans, which opened onto expansive central courtyards made of polished, pale stone. The architecture served a dual purpose. It created a grand visual harmony that elevated the human spirit, while functionally regulating the warm Egyptian climate to maintain an ambient, soothing coolness throughout the day and evening. Water was brought into the complex through intricate hydraulic engineering, directing fresh currents into smooth marble channels that ran directly past the living quarters of the sick. As the desert sun dipped beneath the horizon, the evaporative cooling from these pristine stone waterways lowered the temperature of the night breeze, carrying a delicate mist through the open doorways and arched windows. Attendants moved softly along the arcades, adjusting linen screens to catch the air, and lighting dim oil lamps that cast a soft, warm glow across the vaulted ceilings. The air was often lightly perfumed with gentle infusions of rosewater or sweet basil, neutralizing any harsh odors and filling the chambers with a subtle, comforting scent. Every detail of the Bimaristan's daily routine was calibrated to minimize distress and foster profound physical ease, acknowledging that the body repairs itself most effectively when released from stress, tension, and heat. In this peaceful refuge, care was provided around the clock by dedicated physicians, nurses, and attendants who understood that patience, cleanliness, and gentle words were indispensable components of the healing arts. As darkness fully settled over Cairo, the atmosphere within the Bimaristan deepened into a state of serene contemplation. Established in Cairo in 1284, the Al-Mansuri Bimaristan featured open-air courtyards with trickling marble fountains, and soft lute music played every evening to induce restful sleep for recovering patients. The acoustic environment was intentionally crafted so that the main sounds filling the night were the soft, rhythmic cadence of water meeting marble and the lingering, quiet notes of stringed instruments echoing off the high stone walls. Musician guilds of the era studied the subtle psychological effects of melodic modes, selecting gentle, slow-tempo scales believed to calm an overactive pulse and ease restless thoughts as sleep approached. The soft plucking of the lute strings vibrated quietly through the cool night air, blending seamlessly with the delicate splash of the central fountains and the soft whispering of leaves from potted citrus trees arranged around the courtyard perimeters. Patients resting upon clean, soft mattresses lined with fresh linen could gaze out from their quiet rooms into the moonlit courtyards, where the shimmering surface of the water reflected the pale night sky. The peaceful environment offered a comforting reassurance that they were safe, cared for, and held in a space designed entirely for their comfort and restoration. Long before modern medicine quantified the measurable physiological benefits of sleep, lower stress levels, and acoustic comfort on immune function. The caretakers of the Al-Mansuri Bimaristan had already woven these principles into the very fabric of their daily medical practice. As the music faded softly into the late hours, leaving only the continuous, gentle trickle of the marble fountains beneath the quiet stars, the Bimaristan offered its patients the ultimate medicine of profound, undisturbed rest. In the quiet expanse of the medieval Mediterranean and the Levant, the philosophy of healing gradually expanded beyond individual remedies to encompass the spaces in which patients rested. Long before modern medicine mapped the subtle connections between mind, body, and environment, early hospital builders, known for constructing great institutions of care called Bimaristans, understood that recovery was deeply intertwined with sensory peace. In cities like Baghdad, Cairo, Damascus, and Aleppo, physicians and master builders collaborated to design sanctuaries where the noise of bustling marketplaces faded into a steady, rhythmic quiet. These structures were built with thick stone walls that shielded patients from afternoon heat, maintaining a cool and gentle atmosphere throughout the day. High vaulted ceilings allowed warm air to rise and disperse, while wide-arched doorways encouraged soft cross breezes to drift through quiet corridors. Healers of this era recognized that true convalescence required more than bitter draughts or soothing salves. It demanded an environment that invited the nervous system to settle, reducing worry and easing the burdens of the mind. The architectural design of these early hospitals reflected a profound respect for human dignity and comfort. Wide corridors led toward open-air central spaces where the sky could be seen overhead, offering patients a connection to the natural world even while bedridden. Softly filtered sunlight passed through geometric stone screens, casting gentle patterns across marble floors and creating an atmosphere of stillness. In these peaceful halls, the passage of time seemed to slow down, encouraging those who were weary to yield to the natural rhythms of rest and gradual restoration. Among the most remarkable examples of this architectural mastery was a sanctuary built in northern Syria during the 14th century. Completed in 1354 CE by Mamluk governor Arghun al-Kamili, the Bimaristan Arghun in Aleppo featured 3 inner courtyards, each fitted with stone fountains, carefully designed so the gentle echo of splashing water resonated through vaulted archways to soothe agitated patients into peaceful sleep. The layout of this hospital was deliberately divided into specialized sections, allowing individuals with different conditions, including those experiencing deep emotional turmoil or restless minds, to find dedicated spaces tailored to their specific needs for quietude. The architects of Bimaristan Arghun paid extraordinary attention to acoustics, recognizing that sound possessed a tangible influence over human emotions and physical states. By carefully shaping the stone basins, adjusting the height from which water cascaded, and sculpting the curve of the surrounding arches, they created a gentle, continuous auditory backdrop that softened the harshness of sudden noises. The steady, rhythmic murmur of water flowing over polished stone acted as an early form of sound therapy, washing away internal agitation and masking ambient sounds from the city beyond the outer walls. Patients resting in the adjoining alcoves, known as iwans, would listen to the soft cadence of falling droplets as afternoon turned to dusk. The cool moisture drifting from the central fountains lightly humidified the dry air, carrying a faint, refreshing chill into the patient wards. Healers walking through stone corridors observed how the presence of flowing water visibly relaxed tense bodies, slowed hurried breathing, and allowed those who had been unable to find rest to finally succumb to deep, restorative slumber. Beyond the acoustic design of the courtyards, the daily routines within these medieval institutions were crafted with an equal measure of gentleness and observational care. Physicians believed that the environment should work in harmony with the body's intrinsic capacity for healing, and thus every sensory detail was considered. Fragrant herbs such as chamomile, lavender, mint, and sweet basil were grown in small garden beds near inner walkways, or infused into soft linen sprays, filling the air with subtle, grounding scents. Music was also introduced during specific hours of the day, with lutists playing soft, modal melodies designed to ease melancholy and reduce physical pain. As evening fell over Aleppo, the atmosphere within the Bimaristan shifted toward a quiet nocturnal rhythm. Attendants moved softly across stone floors, tending to oil lamps that cast a low, golden glow against whitewashed walls, ensuring that no sudden bright lights would startle those who were drifting off to sleep. Soft wool blankets and clean cotton linens were adjusted, and gentle herbal teas brewed with valerian or wild rose were offered to those who remained restless. Healers understood that night was a sacred period for the body to repair itself, and great care was taken to maintain unbroken quiet throughout the sleeping hours. The legacy of institutions like Bimaristan Argun lies not only in their early medical treatments or administrative organization, but in their visionary realization that human health flourishes best when surrounded by harmony, beauty, and serene architectural design. As night deepened, the 3 courtyards of the hospital became pools of starlight and shadow, reflected softly upon the surface of the fountain waters. The gentle sound of splashing droplets continued through the darkness, an unending lullaby echoing through stone arches into every quiet corner of the wards. For centuries, this tranquil sanctuary provided refuge to countless individuals seeking relief from physical ailments and mental distress, demonstrating a remarkably compassionate approach to healthcare that prioritized the total well-being of the patient. The principles embodied in these early hospitals were architecture, acoustics, nature, and medicine converged to create environments of deep peace, remind us of the timeless human need for quiet spaces of healing. The echoing water, the soft night breeze through vaulted halls, and the attentive care of early practitioners all served a single unified purpose: to guide the body into a state of profound ease, where health could quietly rebuild itself in the calm stillness of the night. Long before the advent of modern clinical technology, the sanctuaries built for human healing were designed around a deep and compassionate appreciation for the quiet influences of nature, architecture, and peace. Across Al-Andalus during the late Middle Ages, the concept of the Bimaristan, a specialized hospital dedicated to the holistic care of the physically sick and mentally weary, reached a refined expression that seamlessly intertwined medical practice with environmental harmony. Physicians and master builders worked in quiet concert, understanding that a patient's physical surroundings played a vital, active role in restoring equilibrium to body and mind alike. These institutions were deliberately crafted to insulate residents from the noise, bustle, and dust of surrounding urban streets, offering step-by-step entry into a serene world defined by balance, symmetry, shade, and gentle movement. High exterior walls enclosed quiet inner realms where fresh mountain air could circulate effortlessly through wide, covered hallways, while tall arched doorways allowed soft, indirect daylight to illuminate living quarters without harsh glare or uncomfortable heat. Within these calm retreats, the practice of medicine extended far beyond the simple administration of botanical ointments, mineral drafts, and soothing herbal elixirs. Healing was conceived as a gentle recalibration of the whole person, supported by wholesome nourishment, clean water, soft linens, quiet companionship, and delicate music played at twilight to ease anxious thoughts and soothe weary spirits. As night fell over the courtyard walls, patients were encouraged to surrender fully to the restorative power of natural sleep. Wrapped in the protective calm of a space explicitly built to cradle human vulnerability with dignity, elegance, and quiet grace. This compassionate philosophy recognized that true recovery unfolds best in stillness, where the mind is freed from worry and the body is permitted to rest deeply without distraction, urgency, or strain. Every hallway was planned with patient comfort in mind, ensuring that smooth walkways accommodated unhurried strides, and that quiet alcoves offered private spaces for reflection and peaceful recovery throughout the day and night. High on the lower slopes of the historic Al-Basin quarter, looking across the sunlit valley toward the majestic red towers of the Alhambra, stood one of the most remarkable and celebrated examples of this therapeutic tradition. Constructed in 1367 by Sultan Mohammed V, the Bimaristan of Granada featured a peaceful central courtyard with an alabaster pool flanked by 2 carved stone lions, where patients rested beneath shaded porticos, listening to spring water softly trickling into the basin. The architectural layout was intentional in every single detail, placing the expansive open courtyard at the very heart of daily life, so that every patient room and treatment hall opened toward the central water feature. The gentle, continuous sound of pure mountain spring water flowing from the sculpted mouths of the stone lions into the smooth alabaster basin served a specific and highly valued medicinal purpose. It acted as a natural acoustic cushion that softened distant city sounds, quieted internal anxiety, and invited a sense of meditative stillness. Patients suffering from fever, exhaustion, chronic pain, or emotional distress could repose upon comfortable, straw-filled mattresses set along the wide, sheltered galleries. There, protected from the intense heat of the Andalusian sun, they remained intimately connected to the fresh air, sky, and gentle breezes passing through the complex. Sunlight filtered softly through carved wooden lattice screens, casting delicate, shifting geometric patterns across polished tile floors that remained pleasantly cool beneath bare feet throughout the warm summer afternoons. In the evenings, as the temperature began to drop and long shadows stretched gracefully across the courtyard, the subtle fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, myrtle, and orange blossoms drifted in from nearby gardens, merging with the soothing murmur of the pool to create an environment where healing felt entirely natural, unhurried, and deeply profound. The presence of the stone lions, carved with calm and dignified expressions, added a feeling of protective permanence to the sanctuary, reassuring all who entered that they were safe within its timeless walls. The thoughtful design of the Granada Maristan reflected a broad historical movement in how human societies approached the care of the sick, elevating hospital architecture into a true art form centered on peace, dignity, and restorative comfort, rather than confining individuals to austere or sterile quarters. Early hospitals across Al-Andalus integrated environmental wellness as a fundamental element of therapeutic care, recognizing that sensory experiences directly shape the body's internal rhythms and emotional well-being. The gentle interplay of filtered sunlight, the refreshing touch of mountain air moving through open archways, and the soothing acoustic cadence of flowing water worked in quiet synergy to ease tension, relieve suffering, and foster an abiding sense of safety. As twilight gradually faded into the silence of night across the surrounding Granada hills, the Maristan transformed into a vessel of deep, undisturbed slumber. Attendants moved quietly along the shadowed arcades with soft steps, ensuring that oil lamps burned dimly and that every resident remained warm, comfortable, and well cared for in the stillness of the evening. The timeless principles embodied in this 14th century sanctuary would resonate through history, influencing subsequent generations of medical architecture across the Mediterranean and beyond, proving that the highest form of care unites skilled medical knowledge with the creation of quiet, nurturing spaces. Tonight, the memory of that ancient courtyard remains a gentle reminder of the power of sanctuary, where the slow, steady trickle of water in a shaded marble basin continues to invite the mind into stillness, guiding the body toward rest, renewal, and peaceful sleep. Every breeze carrying the scent of garden herbs whispers of a time when medicine was as much about quiet sanctuary as it was about physical cure. As twilight gradually descends over the ancient landscapes of the Near East, the evening air turns cool and quiet, inviting a stillness that has comforted weary travelers and weary bodies across the centuries. Long before modern hospitals were defined by sterile corridors and bright artificial lighting, early centers of healing were envisioned as holistic sanctuaries, where the surrounding environment, the movement of fresh air, the soft play of shadow and light, and the calming cadence of running water formed an essential foundation for recovery. In the late 15th century, along the tranquil banks of the Tunka River in Edirne, master builders and physicians sought to harmonize architecture with human biology, recognizing that the human mind and physical body heal most effectively when immersed in serenity. This philosophy drew upon generations of medical knowledge passed down from Islamic scholars and classical physicians, who understood that health was not merely the absence of pain, but a delicate equilibrium sustained by rest, proper nourishment, and a peaceful mind. Visitors arriving at these grand courtyards were greeted by broad stone arcades, fragrant gardens planted with medicinal herbs like lavender and chamomile, and the soft whisper of wind moving through high arched doorways. Within these spacious brick and stone walls, patient care was delivered with deep compassion, free of charge to all who sought refuge, regardless of social standing. Here, hospital care was elevated into a serene art, where every architectural detail, from the height of the stone vaulting to the placement of quiet alcoves, was thoughtfully calculated to soothe the senses and allow the body's natural healing mechanisms to take hold under the quiet watch of night. Built in 1488 in Edirne, Ottoman Empire, the Darüşşafaka of Sultan Bayezid II featured a hexagonal stone ward under a lofty acoustic dome, specifically engineered so the soft reverberation of a central marble water fountain would gently drift across patient beds. The genius of this spatial design lay in its remarkable geometric harmony, which allowed sound waves to travel smoothly across the stone surfaces without ever becoming harsh or overwhelming. At the center of the hexagonal room, water trickled steadily from a beautifully carved marble basin, creating a rhythmic, delicate acoustic backdrop that masked the unsettling noises of the outside world. The high central dome featured carefully positioned lantern openings near its apex, allowing the gentle glow of moonlight to filter downward while simultaneously drawing warm, stale air upward and out of the building. Patient rooms radiated outward from this central fountain in a series of open, arched alcoves, giving every individual a direct view of the flowing water, while maintaining an atmosphere of privacy and quiet seclusion. The natural reverberation of the stone structure softened every tone, turning the subtle splashes of water into a continuous, soothing murmur that echoed gently against the polished plaster walls. Physicians of the era observed that this persistent, gentle auditory presence helped lower the heart rate, quiet troubled thoughts, and ease the restless anxiety that so often accompanies illness, demonstrating a remarkably sophisticated grasp of environmental therapeutics centuries before the advent of modern neurological research. This sanctuary of sound was further enhanced by a deep appreciation for the therapeutic properties of music, which was carefully integrated into the daily rhythm of patient care. In 1488, Sultan Bayezid II founded the Daru Shifa in Edirne, featuring a hexagonal domed acoustic hall with a central marble fountain, where court musicians played soft melodies in the Rast and Neva musical modes, so the cascading water and gentle lutes would guide patients into peaceful sleep. These specific musical modes were chosen with great care by the hospital's resident physicians, as classical Ottoman medical treatises attributed distinct psychological and physiological benefits to particular tonal scales. The Rast mode, with its warm and grounding melodic structure, was believed to instill a deep sense of tranquility and comfort, while the serene, contemplative cadence of the Neva mode helped to dissolve melancholic thoughts and quiet an overactive mind. As the gentle strumming of the lute merged with the fluid, continuous melody of the water, the acoustic properties of the dome blended the notes into a seamless tapestry of sound that drifted effortlessly to every bed. Patients rested upon clean, comfortable mattresses lined with soft textiles, breathing in the subtle scents of rosewater and herbal incense drifting from the adjacent apothecary rooms. Under the watchful, compassionate care of dedicated attendants, the gentle interplay of music and water offered a restful sanctuary where bodily fatigue yielded to quiet slumber. As night deepened over the hospital complex, the court musicians would gradually soften their cadence, allowing the final lingering notes of the lute to fade into the steady, timeless rhythm of the marble fountain. The Daru Shifa stood as a testament to an era that viewed hospital design not merely as an exercise in structural utility, but as a sacred alignment of art, science, architecture, and human compassion. In the dim, ambient glow of oil lamps set in stone niches, the hexagonal hall remained a place of profound rest, wrapped in the protective embrace of its towering acoustic dome. The cooling night breeze drifted gently through the outer arcades, carrying with it the quiet rustle of leaves from the surrounding gardens and the distant, rhythmic flow of the Tunka River. For the patients resting within, the boundaries between medicine and peace dissolved into the dark, comforting quiet of the night, leaving them cradled by the gentle reverberations of cascading water and the timeless promise of restoration. Here, in this quiet haven, the body could finally rest, guided into deep, untroubled sleep by the harmonious architecture of early medicine. As the early Middle Ages unfolded across the valleys of Western Europe, the care of the sick found a quiet refuge within the shelter of monastic walls. Far from the bustling marketplaces and crowded urban centers of the era, these religious communities established an environment where physical healing and spiritual solace existed in seamless harmony. Monks and nuns viewed hospitality not merely as a social duty, but as a sacred obligation, receiving travelers, the impoverished, and the infirm with gentle words and attentive care. Within these stone sanctuaries, the passage of time was marked not by urgent demands, but by the steady, unhurried rhythm of the canonical hours, where the soft resonance of bell chimes echoed through shadowed cloisters. The thoughtful architecture of these sprawling monastic complexes reflected a deep and nuanced understanding of human well-being, recognizing that recovery from illness required an environment free from external disturbance. In a world where medical resources were modest and derived largely from the natural world, the atmosphere of the monastery itself became a primary instrument of care. Warm hearths, clean linen bedding, fresh water drawn from deep wells, and a tranquil environment provided patients with a sense of safety that was rare in the surrounding countryside. As these communities refined their approach, they began to structure their living spaces to better accommodate those seeking rest, laying the quiet groundwork for early institutional health care. This thoughtful organization of medical care found one of its most remarkable historical expressions in the parchment blueprints of the 9th century, where ideal monastic design was set down with extraordinary precision in the circa 820 CE plan of St. Gall. Benedictine architects designed a dedicated monastery infirmary, positioned directly alongside a quiet herb garden, planted with sage, mint, and rosemary, where recovering patients rested on wooden benches in the sunlit courtyard. This layout was far more than a matter of structural convenience. It represented an early spatial philosophy that recognized the therapeutic power of nature, fresh air, and light. Placed deliberately on the eastern edge of the monastic grounds, away from the noisy daily activities of the workshops and bakehouse, the infirmary formed a self-contained sanctuary dedicated entirely to recuperation. The adjoining herb garden was laid out in neat rectangular beds, carefully bounded by low stone walls that trapped the warmth of the midday sun. Here, the soothing sense of essential oils from crushed leaves drifted through the air, carried by gentle breezes into the patient wards. The simple, quiet act of sitting outside amidst the fragrant greenery allowed recovering individuals to reconnect with the steady cycles of the natural world. As the soft rustle of leaves created a calm background for healing, the inclusion of dedicated spaces for medical consultation and drug preparation within this single architectural cluster demonstrated how medieval builders sought to integrate every aspect of patient care into a harmonious environment. Within these sunny garden courts and quiet infirmary rooms, the practice of medicine relied heavily upon the careful cultivation and application of botanical remedies. Monastic herbalists drew upon a rich tapestry of knowledge that combined surviving classical texts from ancient Greece and Rome with practical folk traditions handed down through generations of local healers. In the scriptorium, scribes painstakingly copied manuscripts of Dioscorides and Galen, preserving ancient wisdom while adding their own notes detailing the growth habits and medicinal qualities of native plants. Sage, highly prized throughout medieval Europe for its aromatic leaves, was frequently brewed into warming infusions to settle digestion or soothe inflamed tissues. Mint was harvested for its crisp, refreshing fragrance and cooling properties, often steeped into gentle teas that brought comfort to those troubled by fevers. Rosemary, with its needle-like leaves and resilient pine scent, was distilled into aromatic washes, burned as subtle incense to purify sickroom air, or steeped in warm baths to relieve weary limbs and stimulate circulation. The preparation of these herbal treatments was an unhurried, mindful craft, conducted in dedicated apothecary rooms, equipped with stone mortars and earthenware jars. Attentive monks carefully dried these harvested herbs in shaded, airy lofts, storing them away so that their healing qualities could be drawn upon throughout the cold winter months. Through this methodical preservation, the monastery served as both a living pharmacy and a repository of botanical science. Beyond the tangible benefits of herbal medicines and structured architecture, the medieval monastic infirmary cultivated an enduring philosophy of holistic care that deeply influenced early European hospitals. Patients admitted to these quiet wards were treated with a dignity that emphasized total comfort, receiving regular meals prepared from simple ingredients, as well as gentle nursing care from brethren who viewed their service as a form of devotion. The deliberate spatial separation of the monastic infirmary allowed for effective physical isolation during periodic outbreaks of illness, while the emphasis on cleanliness, fresh air, and access to sunlight anticipated modern sanitary principles by many centuries. As the afternoon light gradually fades across the quiet courtyards of these ancient monasteries, the long shadows stretch softly over the stone pathways and herb beds, bringing a deep stillness to the surroundings. The evening breeze carries the lingering scents of sage, mint, and rosemary through open arched windows, wrapping the infirmary in a blanket of calm. Here, sheltered from the cares of the outer world, the body finds its natural cadence of repair, lulled into quietude by the gentle rhythm of monastic life. In this serene atmosphere of sanctuary and care, the mind softens, the breath slows, and a profound, restful sleep descends upon the quiet halls, bringing peace to all who rest within. In the early Middle Ages, as ancient trade routes grew quiet and scholarly knowledge found shelter behind monastic stone walls, religious communities across Western Europe emerged as sanctuaries of spiritual devotion and practical healing. Within these peaceful compounds, caring for the sick was held not as an administrative burden, but as a fundamental act of compassion, guided by the slow, predictable rhythm of daily prayer and quiet labor. In monastery libraries, dedicated monks painstakingly transcribed classical medical texts preserved from antiquity, ensuring that the botanical wisdom of early Greek, Roman, and Islamic physicians was not lost. These classical traditions were thoughtfully integrated with local herbal knowledge, forming a gentle approach to physical well-being. The monastery infirmary was deliberately situated in a secluded area of the grounds, set apart from busy workshops to offer an environment of profound quietude, soft natural light, and clean air. Within these soothing spaces, infirmarians maintained an atmosphere designed to encourage complete rest, keeping rooms clean, warm, and scented with dried meadow flowers. Monastic caregivers understood that physical recovery was closely tied to peace of mind, adequate sleep, nourishing food, and an orderly environment. The hours passed to the gentle tolling of distant chapel bells, marking time with a tranquil cadence that allowed patients to rest without hurry. Those recovering in the infirmary were provided with clean linens, soothing herbal teas, and warm broths, cared for by attendants who approached their work with patience, quiet reverence, and deep respect for the natural healing capacity of the body. The physical layout of these early monastic healing spaces was thoughtful and deliberate, reflecting a vision that linked architectural design with natural remedies. This harmonious relationship is beautifully illustrated in historical architectural drawings from the era. The 9th century architectural plan of St. Gall details a peaceful monastic herbarius planted right next to the infirmary, where monks cultivated 16 rectangular beds of chamomile, sage, and mint beneath quiet wooden cloisters. Designed with meticulous order, this medicinal garden served as a living apothecary, where plants were grown for their specific therapeutic qualities. Walking along the shaded walkways of the cloister, an infirmarian could easily step into the garden to harvest fragrant chamomile, to soothe a troubled stomach, pick silver-green sage, to prepare warming infusions for respiratory comfort, or gather fresh mint to cool a fever. The 16 rectangular beds, neatly defined by low timber borders and stone paths, reflected the monastic appreciation for structure, symmetry, and quiet balance, transforming nature into an orderly haven of physical restoration. Early in the morning, as gentle dew glistened on green leaves, The routine tasks of weeding, watering, and pruning were performed in meditative silence. The subtle sense of crushed leaves filled the cool morning air, providing a sensory experience that was itself deeply calming. Bitter roots and flowering herbs were harvested at their peak, then dried in dark, airy storerooms to sustain the sick through long winter months. Having this garden immediately adjacent to the infirmary ensured that fresh remedies could be gathered at any moment, infused with the calm devotion of those who tended them. Beyond the quiet sanctuary of the medicinal garden, the holistic framework established within monastic infirmaries laid the structural foundation for what would eventually evolve into modern hospital care. The monastic infirmary operated as a self-contained sanctuary of recovery, often equipped with its own kitchen, warm bathhouse, and private courtyard garden, allowing patients to rest undisturbed by the daily chores of the broader monastery. Cleanliness and hygiene were prioritized as essential components of care, while bathing was infrequent in general medieval daily life. It was routinely prescribed for the sick as a therapeutic measure, utilizing wooden tubs filled with warm water infused with aromatic herbs such as rosemary and lavender. The diet provided to those in the infirmary was carefully tailored to rebuild strength, featuring nutrient-dense vegetable broths, soft barley porridges, stewed fruits, and light breads, offering gentle nutrition that comforted delicate digestive systems. Over time, as news of monastic hospitality spread, these quiet infirmaries increasingly welcomed traveling pilgrims, weary travelers, and local villagers suffering from illness, gradually expanding their mission from private monastic care to public service. In doing so, the medieval monastery served as an early archetype of the modern hospital, a place where shelter, food, skilled nursing, and compassionate human care were unified under a single roof. Infirmarians were chosen for their gentle manner and steady presence, spending long hours at the bedside, monitoring fevers under the soft glow of oil lamps, offering words of solace, and ensuring that no patient felt forgotten during their recovery. As the centuries unfolded, the serene principles nurtured within medieval monastic walls gradually expanded into growing towns across Europe, shaping the foundation of municipal hospitals and community infirmaries. Yet, the true heart of early medical care remained deeply rooted in those quiet cloistered gardens, where healing was understood not as an abrupt intervention, but as a slow, natural unfolding supported by patience, nature, and stillness. The gentle rhythm of sowing seeds in spring, tending garden beds through summer, harvesting roots in autumn, and providing warm shelter in winter, established an enduring legacy of human care that continues to resonate today. This historical tradition reminds us that true healing flourishes in environments of quiet beauty, soft light, and thoughtful attention to the needs of body and spirit. As the day draws to a close, and night softly settles over the world. One can picture the timeless peace of those ancient monastic grounds. The gentle evening breeze whispering through leaves of sage and mint, the delicate aroma of chamomile drifting through quiet wooden cloisters, and the deep, restorative stillness that has offered comfort across generations. Resting in the quiet warmth of the present moment, we are invited to set aside the cares of the day, trusting in this long tradition of care and drifting effortlessly into a deep, peaceful sleep. As dusk settles softly over the rolling hills and wooden timber halls of 10th century England, the rhythms of daily life gently yield to the quiet sanctuary of evening. In this era of early medieval care, the understanding of human health was deeply intertwined with the subtle movements of nature, the changing light of the sky, and the calming presence of herbal traditions handed down across generations. Long before modern apothecaries and clinical wards, early healers approached the body with a patient reverence, recognizing that recovery from illness or fatigue required an atmosphere of profound stillness. As hearth fires burned low to embers, households and infirmaries prepared for the night. Caregivers moved with soft steps, gathering simple implements, clean linen, and jars of prepared ointments stored in cool stone chambers. The evening air carried the faint scent of drying herbs suspended from oak rafters, sweet marjoram, lavender, and field mint gathered in peak bloom beneath the summer sun. Health in this quiet world was not merely treating ailments, but nurturing equilibrium, aligning the body's internal humors with the peaceful cadence of the surrounding earth. The transition into sleep was held as a delicate and essential phase of healing, a time when the mind could set down its burdens and the body could restore its subtle vigor in the quiet darkness. Healers understood that rest was not passive, but a deliberate, comforting practice, requiring gentle warmth, soothing aromas, and attentive touch to guide a weary spirit smoothly toward repose. Among the rare surviving records of this gentle art is a remarkable parchment volume bound in hide and inscribed in clear, measured Old English script. In the 10th century, Anglo-Saxon medical manuscript, Bald's Leech Book, healers prescribed a soothing evening ointment crafted from wild chamomile flowers, sweet clover, and rendered suet, gently applied to the soles of the feet to ease restlessness before sleep. This prescription reflects a deep, intuitive understanding of how simple elements from the fields and meadows could bring comfort to an agitated mind and body. Wild chamomile, known for its pale petals and sweet scent, was gathered from sunlit pastures to steep softly, infusing its essence into the mixture. Sweet clover, rich with the warm, hay-like perfume of coumarin, added a soft, aromatic depth that calmed the senses upon breathing it in. Bound together in a smooth base of purified suet, melted slowly over a low flame, the ointment created a rich, protective balm that held the warmth of the hearth. applying such salves to the soles of the feet was a deliberate practice, grounding the body's energy and allowing the gentle warmth to radiate upward through the limbs. The act of massaging the feet at dusk created a soothing, rhythmic ritual, drawing tension away from a heavy head and encouraging the breath to slow into a steady, peaceful cadence. In every line of the manuscript, one senses the quiet compassion of the practitioner who sought not to force the body into sleep, but to create the gentlest possible conditions under which sleep might naturally arrive. The creation of such herbal preparations required patience and a quiet harmony with the seasons. Healers walked through dew-laden meadows at dawn or early twilight, carefully selecting plants at the precise moment when their essential properties were thought to be most potent. The golden centers of chamomile flowers were harvested by hand, while sweet clover was cut in full blossom and hung to dry in airy, shaded rooms where its fragrance matured into a soothing, vanilla-scented perfume. In the quiet corners of home hearths and infirmary kitchens, these dried botanical treasures were simmered slowly in iron cauldrons, allowing their oils to merge seamlessly with softened fats, strained through coarse linen cloth to leave only a velvety, golden salve. The finished ointment was stored in small glazed clay pots, ready to bring ease to anyone troubled by nighttime restlessness. As the practitioner gently rubbed the salve into weary feet, the soft friction released the trapped fragrance of clover and chamomile, filling the dimly lit room with the peaceful memory of summer fields. The person receiving this care was invited to lie still, wrapped in warm wool blankets, listening to the soft murmur of night winds outside wooden shutters. There was no haste in these nightly rituals, only a reassuring presence signaling that all duties of the day were finished and that safety, warmth, and rest had taken their place. This tender approach to nighttime wellness formed a foundational bridge in the long history of medical care, linking ancient folk traditions with early medieval infirmaries. Long before complex pharmaceuticals were conceived, the foundational principles of medicine rested upon creating an environment conducive to natural healing. Monasteries and community halls across Northern Europe began establishing dedicated spaces for the sick and weary, where clean bedding, quiet surroundings, and herbal remedies were offered as basic acts of human grace. In these peaceful sanctuaries, the nightly application of soothing salves and warm infusions was not seen as secondary to treatment, but as the very heart of the healing process. Healers recognized that when the body is wrapped in comfort and the mind is calmed by familiar, reassuring scents, the natural restorative forces within us can work their quiet magic undisturbed. As generation succeeded generation, the wisdom preserved in manuscripts like Bald's Leech Book continued to remind humanity that true healing begins with gentle care and deep, undisturbed rest. The soft glow of the lantern flickers out, leaving only the steady warmth of the hearth, the lingering scent of sweet clover, and the deep, effortless rhythm of nightfall, guiding the sleeper into a peaceful, unbroken slumber. As twilight fell across the gentle landscapes of medieval Europe, the infirmaries of monastic communities existed as quiet sanctuaries of peace, where physical healing was bound closely to spiritual rest, and the slow, reassuring rhythms of the natural world. Within these serene spaces, early hospital care developed not as a system of hasty interventions, but as a compassionate, contemplative art focused on restoring harmony to both body and mind through patient observation, wholesome nourishment, and the quiet, restorative properties of garden herbs. Along the winding banks of the Rhine Valley, where mist hung soft and cool over green hillsides in the fading evening light, Benedictine monasteries cultivated a profound reverence for the botanical treasures that grew within their stone-walled gardens. Here, shielded from the turbulence of the outside world, caregivers tended neat beds of aromatic plants, listening to the gentle murmur of garden fountains, while gathering leaves, petals, and roots with mindful precision at various points throughout the seasonal cycle. Medicine in this quiet era was deeply attentive to the subtle needs of those worn down by illness, weary travel, or persistent emotional burdens, recognizing that true physical recovery almost always began with the restorative gift of undisturbed slumber in the peaceful atmosphere of the monastic infirmary. The evening hours were marked by gentle preparations for rest, as caregivers tended to the sick with soothing warm washes, calming plant infusions, and sweet-smelling herbs chosen to ease physical disquiet. The understanding that natural aromas could calm an overactive mind and ease internal tension was central to this holistic approach, creating an environment where the soft fragrance of drying blossoms drifted quietly through stone corridors, encouraging weary spirits to release their lingering worries and sink into a state of tranquil ease. Among the most remarkable figures of this monastic tradition was the Benedictine Abbess Hildegard von Bingen, whose vast knowledge of natural philosophy and herbal medicine illuminated the healing practices of her time with exceptional clarity, wisdom, and gentle empathy. Living and writing in her monastery situated high above the waters of the Rhine, she observed the intricate connections between human health and the botanical world, documenting her extensive observations for the benefit of both her monastic sisters and the surrounding community. In her 1150 CE medical treatise Physica, Benedictine Abbess Hildegard von Bingen detailed a restorative bedtime pillow filled with dried lavender blossoms, wood betony, and meadow clover harvested from her monastery garden along the Rhine Valley to soothe overstimulated minds. She understood that when the thoughts of the day remained restless and chaotic, preventing the body from finding its natural path toward rest, the subtle, calming vapors released by carefully dried plants could gently settle the spirit and steady the breath. The preparation of such pillows was itself a serene ritual of care, involving the mindful harvesting of fragrant lavender spires under the warm summer sun, the careful drying of purple-flowered wood betony in shaded breezes, and the delicate gathering of sweet meadow clover from the lush river meadows. When combined within a breathable casing of woven cloth, these harvested plants released a soft, balanced herbal perfume that lingered through the dark hours, creating a comforting atmosphere of natural peace around the sleeper's head. This practice reflected a deep understanding of sleep hygiene centuries before the concept was formally named in modern medicine, demonstrating how simple natural elements could be transformed into effective instruments of comfort. Through her written instructions, Hildegard preserved these traditional remedies, ensuring that the peaceful wisdom of her monastic garden could bring quiet relief to overtaxed minds long after the summer harvest had passed into memory. As her medical observations deepened over decades of practical caregiving within the monastery walls, Hildegard continued to refine her herbal formulations, exploring how subtle variations in plant combinations could address specific forms of nocturnal disquiet and lingering anxiety. She recognized that mental worry presented a distinct challenge to peaceful slumber, requiring gentle botanical remedies capable of soothing emotional unrest while encouraging physical relaxation throughout the quiet night. In her 1158 CE medical treatise Physica, Benedictine Abbess Hildegard von Bingen recorded that placing a soft linen sachet filled with dried lavender, crushed fennel seeds, and sweet clover beneath one's pillow would quiet an anxious mind and usher in tranquil slumber. The addition of crushed fennel seeds introduced a faintly sweet, warming, and grounding scent to the blend, working in harmonious synergy with the floral tranquility of lavender and the honeyed fragrance of sweet clover to envelop the sleeper in a cushion of calm. Wrapped within soft, natural linen, the sachet allowed the essential aromatic compounds to diffuse slowly as the sleeper rested, releasing their comforting properties with every subtle movement across the sleeping hours. This thoughtful approach to nighttime care highlighted the early hospital's commitment to non-invasive, comforting remedies, prioritizing gentle sensory experiences and clean environment over harsh treatments or distressing drafts. By transforming the sleeping space into a quiet sanctuary filled with the gentle essence of the monastery garden, these medieval remedies offered a comforting bridge between waking anxieties and deep, restorative rest. As the evening candles burned down and silence settled over the monastery dormitories, the soothing scent of herbs beneath the pillow remained a silent guardian of rest, inviting a peaceful stillness that carried the weary safely into a night of undisturbed slumber. as twilight fell across the terraced hills of southern Italy during the High Middle Ages, Salerno emerged as a gentle and luminous sanctuary of medical healing. Nestled along the calm waters of the Gulf of Salerno, the Scola Medica Salernitana flourished as an extraordinary crossroads of medical knowledge, where Latin, Greek, Arabic, and Jewish scholarly traditions harmoniously intertwined. Unlike earlier eras that often viewed illness through a lens of supernatural mystery or harsh intervention, Salernitan physicians cultivated a holistic philosophy centered upon balance, moderation, and the restorative power of nature. They observed that human wellness was intimately bound to the subtle rhythms of the surrounding environment, the softening light of evening, the warm Mediterranean climate, and the fragrant breeze carrying scents of wild thyme, sage, and myrtle down from the sea cliffs. In this tranquil seaside haven, medicine was practiced not only through complex treatises, but through the mindful cultivation of daily living. The doctors of Salerno believed that true healing began long before illness took root, asserting that a peaceful spirit, simple nourishing food, and a quiet mind were the primary pillars of long health. As night drifted over the Tyrrhenian Sea, scholars walked among the terraced gardens of the school, carefully examining the medicinal properties of leaves, while contemplating how best to guide the body into states of deep, restorative slumber. The atmosphere within the town was defined by a calm cadence, where time seemed to slow, allowing the body to untangle the fatigues of the day and realign itself with the natural quietude of the nocturnal hours. Central to this Salernitan ethos was the creation of practical, memorable guides designed to bring the principles of health into the humble routines of everyday life. Formulated in the 12th century at the Scola Medica Salernitana along the Tyrrhenian coast, the medical poem Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum recommended taking quiet evening strolls through herb gardens, followed by sips of warm barley water, sweetened with wildflower honey, to induce restful sleep. This poetic codex, passed down through generations in rhythmic Latin verses, distilled centuries of medical observation into accessible wisdom for all who sought vitality and inner peace. The recommendation to walk slowly through aromatic gardens at dusk was grounded in the belief that cool evening air, combined with gentle movement, helped to disperse daytime heat and calm the nervous system. As one moved softly among rows of lavender, rosemary, and lemon balm, the senses were quieted by the soft fragrance released by settling dew, encouraging an unhurried breathing pattern that mirrored the stillness of night. The subsequent ritual of drinking warm barley water offered soothing comfort to the stomach, an organ that Salernitan physicians viewed as the central engine of bodily harmony. Barley, long valued across the Mediterranean for its light, cooling, and nutritive qualities, created a mild decoction that eased digestive strain, while a touch of raw wildflower honey added a gentle warmth that comforted the palate and relaxed the spirit. Together, These simple habits formed an intentional bridge between daytime activity and the quiet sanctuary of sleep, demonstrating how medieval medicine prized natural transitions over heavy remedies. This thoughtful approach to evening rest reflected a profound understanding of human physiology that remains strikingly resonant today. Salernitan masters recognized that sleep was not merely a passive cessation of thought, but an active, delicate process of repair during which the body replenished its vital fluids and settled its internal humors by establishing a peaceful evening ritual. Individuals were encouraged to create a spatial and mental buffer between the demands of labor and the sanctuary of rest. In the quiet enclosures of monastery infirmaries and domestic courtyards across medieval Europe, the influence of Salerno spread far beyond the Italian peninsula, inspiring people to cultivate private gardens specifically tailored for evening contemplation and healing. The simple act of stepping outside into the cool night air allowed eyes to adjust to the softening tones of dusk, freeing the mind from the sharp focus of daylight tasks. The subtle rustle of leaves in the night wind and the soft, damp earth beneath one's feet served as gentle sensory anchors, drawing attention away from internal anxieties and grounding the spirit in the immediate, peaceful present. When paired with the warm, honeyed barley drink, the entire evening routine functioned as a harmonious symphony of sensory cues, signaling to every organ that exertion had ended and the time for internal renewal had arrived. In an era long before electricity altered the natural cycles of light and dark, these mindful practices allowed human beings to remain deeply tuned to the quiet pulse of the earth, surrendering to sleep with safety, warmth, and ease. As we look back across the centuries at the quiet halls of the Scola Medica Salernitana, we find a timeless reminder that the foundation of health often lies in gentle, unpretentious acts of self-care. The legacy of Salerno reminds us that medicine, at its heart, is an art of listening to the body's quietest signals and supporting its innate capacity to restore itself. The image of a medieval scholar stepping softly through a moonlit garden, breathing in the scent of crushed herbs, and sipping a warm, sweet infusion before rest, offers a comforting vision of medical history, one where knowledge and nature walked hand in hand. The Tyrrhenian waves continue to lap gently against the ancient shores of Salerno, carrying the whisper of those 12th century verses that urged humanity to embrace simplicity, peace, and natural rhythm. In honoring these gentle traditions, we recognize that the path to a restful night remains an invitation to slow our steps, quiet our thoughts, invite warmth into our bodies, and yield peacefully to the dark, comforting embrace of night. Along the gentle, sunlit curve of the Tyrrhenian coast, where the terraced hillsides of southern Italy sloped down toward calm azure waters, the medieval city of Salerno flourished as a peaceful sanctuary of medical knowledge and natural healing. During the 11th and 12th centuries, long before formal universities began to dot the European landscape. Salerno was home to the renowned Schola Medica Salernitana, often celebrated as the Civitas Hippocratica, or the city of Hippocrates. Here, in a unique cultural haven, scholars, apothecaries, and practitioners gathered from across the Mediterranean world, merging classical Greek and Latin medical texts with rich Arabic botanical wisdom and the compassionate healing traditions of local monastic communities. The coastal climate was famously mild and restorative, bathed in soft sea breezes and bright, steady sunshine that nourished terraced gardens filled with fragrant herbs, wild blossoms, and ancient olive trees. Clear water flowed through small stone channels among beds of flowering thyme, basil, and mint, where apothecaries walked slowly, selecting leaves and flowers at their peak potency. Salernitan medicine placed immense value on natural harmony, believing that human health was best maintained not through harsh remedies or painful procedures, but through clean coastal air, wholesome nourishment, gentle physical movement, and the quiet restoration of restful sleep. Within the quiet archways of the city's infirmaries and sunlit apothecary rooms, heavy stone mortars sat beside rows of glazed earthenware vessels containing dried roots, seeds, and blossoms. Sunlight filtered through high arched windows, illuminating drifting motes of golden light and woven racks draped with drying lavender, sage, rosemary, and sweet marjoram. In this serene atmosphere of study and practical care, healers observed how simple remedies derived from the earth could soothe both body and spirit, establishing an enduring tradition of gentle, restful medicine that echoed softly down through the centuries. Central to this vibrant medical community was Trotula of Salerno, an extraordinary 12th century physician and teacher whose practical wisdom earned her immense respect throughout medieval Europe. As one of the celebrated Mulieres Salernitanae, or women of Salerno, Trotula recognized that true well-being required addressing the subtle physical discomforts of daily life, particularly those brought on by nervous exhaustion, persistent tension, and continuous physical effort. In her 12th century medical compendium, De Curis Mulierum, Italian physician Trotula of Salerno recommended massaging tired temples with olive oil infused with dried violet blossoms and chamomile to ease tension headaches and quiet the mind before evening sleep. This gentle preparation reflected her profound understanding of how subtle botanical scents, nourishing natural oils, and warm, deliberate touch could work in harmony to bring relief to a strained mind and body. Trotula's writings placed great emphasis on patient dignity, quiet comfort, and preventive self-care. To create her recommended headache remedy, apothecaries would harvest delicate sweet violet blossoms during their fresh spring bloom, laying them out on clean linen sheets to dry in shaded breezes alongside small, sun-gold chamomile flowers. Once fully dried, These aromatic petals were submerged in pure olive oil, pressed from local coastal groves, and left to steep slowly over mild embers, allowing the oil to gradually absorb the soft floral essence and soothing properties of the plants. Strained through fine cloth into small ceramic jars, the golden oil was ready for use. When gently warmed and massaged into the forehead, hairline, and tired temples as twilight fell, the smooth oil softened tight muscles, released a quiet herbal perfume, encouraged slow, deep breathing, and guided the restless mind away from the cares of the day, creating a peaceful evening ritual that prepared the whole body for deep, undisturbed rest. The practical remedies developed in Salerno reflected a broader medieval philosophy that viewed evening rest as an essential medicine in its own right, fundamental to bodily repair, emotional balance, and physical vitality. Medical theorists of the period emphasized the 6 non-naturals, the environmental and lifestyle factors, including air, food, sleep, and emotional quiet, that governed daily health. Healers understood that the transition into evening sleep was a delicate process, best supported by reducing noise, easing physical tightness, and creating a serene, comfortable atmosphere for the weary body. In both private home settings and the peaceful halls of early medieval infirmaries, care was taken as dusk descended to dim, flickering oil lamps, smooth, soft linen bedding, and maintain a quiet hush throughout the sleeping quarters. The gentle application of infused herbal oils and warm botanical compresses was not merely an aesthetic pleasure, but a purposeful, compassionate method for inviting physical ease and mental stillness after long hours of labor. This holistic focus on patient comfort bridged the gap between ancient folk remedies and the early development of institutional hospital care, influencing how medieval infirmaries prioritized a clean, quiet environment for recovery. It showed that true healing often begins with the simplest, most comforting acts of human attention. As the last golden rays of sunlight faded over the calm waters of the Salernitan Bay and nighttime settled softly across the surrounding hills, these quiet practices offered lasting comfort, reminding us that across every era, the human body and mind find their greatest strength in peace, gentle care, and quiet rest. As dusk settled gently over the medieval countryside, the rhythmic routines of monastic care offered a sanctuary of quiet comfort for those seeking rest within infirmary walls. In these early spaces of sanctuary and healing, where medicine was understood not only as a study of physical remedies, but as an act of compassionate hospitality, the transition from day to evening was marked by a steady, soothing cadence. Across the cool stone corridors of Northern Europe, monastic infirmarians worked with soft footsteps and measured movements, preparing the sleeping chambers long before the last traces of golden daylight faded from the high arched windows. The environment was meticulously arranged to encourage stillness of mind and body, drawing upon the humble abundance of surrounding monastic gardens, herb beds, and nearby meadows. Great attention was paid to the simple bedding, where weary travelers, local villagers, and ailing monks sought refuge, ensuring that the physical environment itself imparted a deep, lingering sense of peaceful ease. In 13th century English monastic infirmaries, such as Fountains Abbey, caregivers stuffed linen bed mattresses with dried sweet woodruff and wild thyme, which released a gentle, hay-like aroma that quieted restlessness as patients lay down for night rest. This subtle botanical fragrance lingered in the quiet nighttime air, working in perfect harmony with the soft rustle of clean linen and the distant, reassuring murmur of evening prayers floating through the cloisters. As the cool air of the surrounding valley drifted through the open stone arches, the natural aromatic oils preserved within the dried herbs slowly warmed under the weight of the resting bodies, releasing their calming scent continuously into the dark. The infirmary thus became a peaceful haven where sensory details were thoughtfully aligned to ease tension, allowing the mind to detach from the anxieties of illness and drift smoothly toward sleep, fully grounded in the timeless security of monastic routine and gentle, compassionate care. Farther south, across the sun-drenched plains and rolling hills of Tuscany, a parallel tradition of refined botanical craftsmanship and quiet, soothing care flourished within the tranquil courtyards of Italian religious orders. In these southern sanctuaries, the cultivation of aromatic plants and the creation of therapeutic waters became a celebrated aspect of daily monastic duty, guided by an enduring devotion to alleviating human suffering through gentle, natural means. Within the quiet stone walls of Florentine cloisters, friars tended expansive garden beds filled with fragrant herbs and vibrant flowering shrubs, gathering fresh petals at the precise moment when their essential essences were most potent and fragrant. When evening approached and the summer heat began to give way to twilight breezes, the work shifted indoors to dedicated apothecary rooms, where the slow, deliberate process of steam distillation turned delicate harvests into lasting preparations of soothing comfort. Established by Dominican friars in Florence in 1221, the apothecary of Santa Maria Novella distilled fresh damask rose petals in heavy copper alembics, producing fragrant rose water stored in glazed ceramic jars to cool flushed foreheads and soothe evening agitation. The rhythmic, steady condensation within the heavy metal vessels mirrored the unhurried pace of monastic devotion, capturing the pure essence of spring gardens to bring cooling relief during the warm nighttime hours. When applied tenderly with soft linen cloths to those carrying the weight of illness or exhaustion, this fragrant rose water imparted a gentle, evaporating coolness that calmed feverish skin, lowered tension, and quieted anxious thoughts. The elegant glazed vessels, arranged neatly upon polished wooden shelves in the cool apothecary vaults, safeguarded these delicate floral extracts throughout the year, ensuring that a comforting touch of nature was always available to soothe troubled spirits, as darkness covered the ancient city and soft shadows lengthened across the stone floors. This thoughtful synthesis of botanical knowledge, gentle sensory care, and structured environmental peacefulness marked an essential evolutionary stage in the history of medicine and institutional healing. Long before modern clinical spaces were established, medieval monastic infirmaries laid the quiet foundation for holistic patient care, recognizing that physical healing is deeply intertwined with emotional serenity and environmental calm. Within these sacred spaces, health was nurtured not through aggressive interventions, but through an atmosphere of quiet dignity, where soft lighting, ambient silence, and natural aromatics worked together to reduce stress and foster deep, restorative rest. The infirmary wards were purposely built away from the noisy centers of daily monastic life, positioned near quiet courtyard gardens where the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle trickle of stone water fountains provided a natural background melody for sleep. Infirmarians moved silently between the timbered cots during the late hours, checking on each patient with soft-spoken words, adjusting wool blankets, and ensuring that no one felt isolated in the dim shadows of the night. By combining clean bedding, soothing herbal mattresses, and refreshing distilled waters, these early caregivers transformed the experience of illness from one of fear into one of quiet sanctuary. As darkness deepened over both English valleys and Italian hillsides, the soft flickering of candlelight reflected off stone arches, casting gentle shadows across peaceful rooms where patients rested deeply. This enduring legacy of compassionate environment building continues to inform our understanding of healing today, reminding us that true rest is a profound medicine, and that the simplest natural comforts, a faint scent of meadow sweet, a cool, moist cloth, and a tranquil space, can quiet the mind and restore the body to a state of soft, uninterrupted peace. As the centuries turned from the early medieval era toward the late Middle Ages, the concept of the hospital underwent a quiet and profound transformation across the European continent. What had once been modest monastic infirmaries, tucked quietly behind cloistered walls to serve small religious communities, gradually expanded into generous civic and religious institutions designed specifically to offer sanctuary, nourishment, and medical care to all those in need. In these expanding spaces, healing was understood not merely as the clinical administration of herbs or physical remedies, but as a holistic restoration born of clean surroundings, proper rest, wholesome food, and compassionate hospitality. The physical atmosphere inside these early hospital halls was deliberately crafted to be deeply peaceful, safe, and reassuring to all who crossed their stone thresholds. High walls of thick stone sheltered visitors from the unpredictable weather and harsh elements outside, while orderly daily routines brought a sense of quiet predictability to each passing hour of the day and night. Attendants kept wood fires low and steady to maintain a gentle, comforting warmth throughout the vast halls, while fresh rushes and aromatic herbs like dried lavender, mint, and rosemary were scattered along the stone pathways to purify the ambient air and release a subtle, soothing fragrance. For the weary traveler or the frail townsfolk, entering such a sanctuary offered an immediate release from the burdens of the long road, wrapping them in a calm, protective environment where the body could gently lay down its heavy exhaustion and begin its quiet, natural process of physical recovery. Among the most celebrated and architecturally grand of these medieval sanctuaries was a remarkable complex located along one of the primary travel arteries connecting northern Europe to Rome. Situated along the Via Francigena pilgrim route in Tuscany, the 14th century hospital of Santa Maria della Scala welcomed weary travelers into its grand Pellegrino hall, where soaring vaulted ceilings and high arched windows allowed soft hillside air to drift across rows of clean wooden beds, located directly opposite the magnificent Cathedral of Siena. This expansive institution stood as a grand testament to civic responsibility, communal charity, and thoughtful architectural design. Within the spacious Pellegrino Hall, every spatial element served to cultivate deep tranquility and physical ease for the resting guests. The tall, arched windows captured the cool, sweet breezes rising from the surrounding Tuscan hillsides, circulating fresh air high beneath the brick vaults before letting it settle gently around the sleeping quarters below. Caregivers moved softly down the wide central aisle, attending to each guest with quiet devotion, offering cups of clear spring water, warm nourishing broths simmered with garden herbs, and soft wool blankets washed clean in mountain streams. The generous spacing of the hall ensured that each bed enjoyed privacy, dignity, and ample room to breathe, creating an atmosphere of quiet sanctuary where the mind could let go of long journey anxieties and the body could settle into deep, restorative ease. The philosophy of care within Santa Maria della Scala reflected a growing appreciation for how surroundings directly influence human well-being and physical health. Medieval physicians and caregivers recognized that the human senses played a vital role in restoring internal balance to the spirit and physical body. And so, the visual and auditory landscape of the hospital was curated with extraordinary intentionality. On the expansive brick walls of the Pellegrino, master painters rendered vivid, beautiful frescoes depicting scenes of charity, hospitality, and compassionate medical care, using warm earth tones of terracotta, ochre, soft gold, and lapis lazuli. In the dim amber glow of evening oil lamps, these painted figures seemed to watch over the hall with quiet benevolence, reminding every traveler that they were welcomed, valued, and deeply safe. The soundscape of the institution was equally serene, the soft murmur of evening vespers floating gently from nearby chapels, the rhythmic footfalls of attendants moving gracefully in soft leather slippers, and the quiet rustle of crisp linen sheets combined into a steady, soothing lullaby. Outside, the night settled over the red-tiled roofs and winding cobblestone streets of Siena. But inside the grand hall, the atmosphere remained cocooned in soft warmth and quiet order, shielding its occupants from the cold night air and all outside worries of the world. As midnight approached and the surrounding Tuscan countryside fell into complete stillness, the gentle currents of night air continued to drift softly through the elevated windows, carrying the sweet fragrances of wild thyme, cypress, and pine from the nearby hillsides. Those resting upon the sturdy wooden frames could gaze up at the elegant sweep of the stone arches, feeling the reassuring weight and permanence of the sanctuary structure overhead. There was no rush within these protective walls, no jarring noises or sudden alarms. Time seemed to linger peacefully, measured only by the slow burning of beeswax candles and the quiet, attentive shifts of the night watchman tending to the low oil lamps. In this tranquil environment, early medicine revealed its most fundamental and enduring gift: the provision of a safe, clean, and gentle refuge where healing could unfold naturally through undisturbed sleep, soft warmth, and quiet contemplation. Every detail of the hall was arranged to soothe the senses and encourage deep rest. As the stars moved slowly across the high Tuscan sky, the weary guests at Santa Maria della Scala closed their eyes, wrapped in the enduring warmth of human kindness and the quiet peace of an early hospital built to shelter both body and soul. As the Middle Ages gently yielded to the quiet dawn of the Italian Renaissance, the philosophy surrounding institutional care underwent a profound and peaceful transformation across the sunlit cities of Tuscany. For centuries, the work of tending to the sick and vulnerable had rested primarily within the secluded cloisters of monastic orders, where infirmaries were tucked away behind heavy stone walls, illuminated by flickering candlelight, and governed by solemn spiritual devotion. Yet, as the civic life of thriving merchant towns expanded, a new vision of community responsibility began to take root in the public consciousness, one that viewed medicine, environment, and civic duty as harmonious aspects of a compassionate society. Scholars, physicians, and civic leaders began to observe that the physical spaces enclosing the sick possessed a subtle yet significant power over the recovery of both body and mind. The dark, cramped quarters of medieval refuges slowly gave way to an architectural philosophy that prioritized balance, spatial clarity, uncluttered geometry, and an abundance of clean, moving air. In places like Florence, where arts and trades flourished alongside rigorous intellectual inquiry, wealthy craft guilds stepped forward to sponsor public works that reflected not only their economic prestige, but also a deep commitment to the welfare of their most fragile citizens. They sought to construct environments where order, beauty, and quiet dignity might serve as silent partners in the delicate work of healing, offering a restful haven removed from the bustling noise of urban streets and the dusty heat of summertime markets. It was against this backdrop of cultural renewal and civic empathy that one of the most remarkable medical and social institutions of the early 15th century was conceived. In the heart of Florence, the wealthy and influential trade guild representing the city's finest silk weavers and merchants turned its attention toward the care of foundlings and frail children who had nowhere else to turn, recognizing that true sanctuary required an environment crafted with deep artistic and structural intention. The guild entrusted the design of their new hospital to the master architect Filippo Brunelleschi, whose revolutionary understanding of classical proportions and spatial harmony was reshaping the skyline of the city. Brunelleschi envisioned a structure that would visually and physically breathe, welcoming the natural elements while providing a protective shelter for the young lives within its care. Commissioned in 1419 by Florence's Silk Guild and designed by architect Filippo Brunelleschi, the Ospedale degli Innocenti featured a famous 9-arched open loggia that filtered soft Mediterranean sunlight and hillside breezes into quiet timbered wards where caregivers rocked infants and young patients in carved walnut cradles. The elegant portico, with its repeating semicircular arches supported by slender composite columns, created a graceful buffer between the public square and the peaceful interior rooms. The mathematical precision of the loggia's design, where the height of each column equaled the distance between them, imparted a subtle sense of stillness and rhythm to all who approached it. Through these open arcades, the warm Italian light was softened as it swept across smooth terracotta tile floors, while gentle currents of air continuously refreshed the expansive indoor spaces, dispelling stagnant odors and bringing a soothing coolness to warm afternoons. Beyond the famed loggia, the internal organization of the hospital reflected a meticulous dedication to comfort, cleanliness, and peaceful routine. The timbered ceilings of the broad wards absorbed the small, ambient sounds of daily life, preventing harsh echoes and creating a gentle acoustic environment where troubled children could easily rest. Caregivers moved softly along wide, scrubbed corridors, attending to the physical needs of their young charges with quiet routine, bathing them in fresh water, dressing them in soft linen garments, and ensuring that each carved cradle received ample attention and warmth. The integration of high, wide windows allowed indirect daylight to fill the rooms throughout the day, eliminating dark corners where dampness or dust might collect, and providing a visual connection to the calm courtyard gardens outside. In these central courtyards, aromatic herbs such as lavender, sage, and mint were cultivated, filling the air with delicate, pleasant scents that drifted back through the open windows on evening breezes. Physicians of the era, operating under early understandings of environmental health and the restorative quality of pure air, observed that patients housed in these well-ventilated, beautifully proportioned rooms exhibited a calm demeanor and suffered less from the restlessness that so often afflicted those confined to dark, stagnant quarters. The thoughtful balance of form and function demonstrated that architectural beauty was not a mere luxury, but an essential component of holistic medical care, capable of easing anxiety, encouraging deep sleep, and nurturing fragile lives back to health. The quiet legacy of the Ospedale degli Innocenti extended far beyond its immediate neighborhood, establishing a profound benchmark for hospital architecture across Europe for generations to come. By demonstrating that public medical institutions could be designed as grand, beautiful sanctuaries rather than somber places of last resort, the Renaissance master builders inspired a fundamental shift in how societies approached health care and civic welfare. The gentle harmony of Brunelleschi's loggia, where human scale, natural light, and protective shelter merged into a single coherent structure, offered a visual testament to the therapeutic value of peace and order. In the peaceful dusk of Florence, as the last rays of golden sunlight faded from the terracotta rooftops, and the cool evening breeze drifted down from the Tuscan hills, the quiet wards of the hospital remained places of deep tranquility. The slow, rhythmic rocking of carved walnut cradles under vaulted timber ceilings mirrored the steady, calming cadence of the surrounding countryside settling into night. It was a space built upon the enduring belief that kindness, reflected in noble arches and soft, filtered light, could provide a gentle haven for the human spirit, guiding weary bodies into serene and restorative slumber. In the gentle arc of medical history, the 15th century marked a serene transformation in how human communities tended to the weary and the sick. Away from the hurried noise of bustling medieval city centers, early European hospitals began to cultivate environments designed explicitly to quiet the mind and settle the senses. Architecture and medicine converged in a shared understanding that healing required more than physical remedies. It demanded an atmosphere of stillness, cleanliness, and soft order. Within the stone walls of these burgeoning sanctuaries, the daily rhythms of care were synchronized with the natural cycles of light and shadow. Caregivers measured the passing hours by the gradual shift of light across quiet courtyards and the gentle stirring of infusion kettles in the infirmary kitchens. In places like Tuscany, where the Renaissance was unfolding with a reverence for harmony and proportion, hospitals expanded their herbal apothecaries into serene garden quadrangles. Here, fragrant herbs and flowering shrubs were cultivated not only for their therapeutic properties, but also for the calming presence their aromas provided to those resting nearby. In 1430, the apothecary of Florence's Hospital of Santa Maria Nuova commissioned ceramicist Giunta di Tuggio to craft 1,000 cobalt blue majolica jars, stored in the quiet spice cloister garden to steep evening rosewater and violet syrups for bedridden patients. These glazed vessels, lined neatly along dark wooden shelves beneath vaulted arcades, held simple yet soothing preparations intended to ease restlessness and soften the onset of sleep. The cool ceramic surfaces preserved the delicate essences of petals gathered in morning dew, offering a gentle remedy derived directly from the earth. The creation of such apothecary jars reflected a deep cultural belief that beauty and order were themselves essential components of restorative care. As evening descended over Florence, the air in the spice cloister grew still, carrying the faint, sweet scent of drying blossoms and distilled floral waters through the stone archways. The soft blue patterns painted onto the majolica jars mirrored the fading twilight sky, bringing a sense of quiet dignity to the work of the apothecary monks and attendants. Each evening, as dusk settled over the city, small silver spoons measured portioned syrups of violet and rosewater into pewter cups, destined for the quiet wards where patients lay waiting for nightfall. The subtle sweetness of these herbal syrups was thought to temper internal heat, calm quickened breath, and invite a deep, uncomplicated slumber. In an era before complex pharmaceuticals, the art of healing rested heavily on these gentle botanicals, carefully harvested, slowly steeped, and served with a reassuring hand. The routine of the apothecary was conducted with a meditative rhythm, where every movement, from grinding dried petals in a stone mortar to sealing a jar with parchment, was performed with quiet care. Patients resting in nearby chambers could hear the low, rhythmic murmur of vesper prayers filtering through the courtyard, blending seamlessly with the whisper of breeze through olive leaves, creating a soothing auditory tapestry that encouraged physical release and mental tranquility. Further north, across the rolling hills and vineyards of Burgundy, a similar devotion to dignified, quiet sanctuary shaped the construction of great charitable institutions. Founded in Burgundy in 1443, the Hôtel-Dieu featured the timber barrel-vaulted Hall of the Poor, where alcoved wooden beds were draped with heavy red curtains to give recovering patients a quiet, private sanctuary. Rising above the stone floor, the majestic wooden ceiling resembled the overturned hull of a grand sea vessel, crafted from rich French oak and painted with subtle decorative details that drew the eye gently upward. Beneath this vast, protective canopy, the spacious hall was arranged with thoughtful precision, ensuring fresh air could circulate freely while keeping cold drafts at bay. The recessed bed alcoves lined both sides of the expansive hall, elevated slightly off the floor to protect occupants from dampness and cold stone. By drawing the thick crimson drapes closed around their beds, patients could retreat into a warm, muffled cocoon of soft darkness, insulated from the soft footsteps of passing caregivers and the low whispers of neighboring rooms. This spatial arrangement transformed the traditional open hospital ward into a collection of private, peaceful rooms within a grand communal space. The deep red fabric shielded weary eyes from morning sunlight, while preserving the ambient warmth generated by heated stones wrapped in linen. Within these sheltered enclosures, the human body was allowed to rest without interruption, supported by clean linens, soft feather pillows, and attentive care. These early hospitals demonstrated a profound understanding of how physical surroundings influence the healing process, establishing a tradition where dignity, stillness, and comfort were considered essential medicines. The integration of quiet garden cloisters, beautifully crafted storage jars, and curtained sanctuary beds reflected a gentle philosophy that valued the peace of the patient above all else. In these quiet spaces, the noise of the outside world faded away, replaced by the soft glow of beeswax candles and the subtle fragrance of lavender spread across freshly washed floorboards. Patients were not merely treated for their ailments, they were held in a continuous state of calm care, where every detail of the environment was calibrated to reduce stress and foster deep recovery. As night blanketed the grand timbered halls of bone and the stone cloisters of Florence, the soft rustle of linen, the gentle breathing of sleeping souls, and the quiet vigilance of nighttime attendants created an atmosphere of profound safety. In looking back through the centuries at these early sanctuaries, one finds a timeless reminder that true healing begins in places of deep quiet, where the mind is settled, the body is sheltered, and the night is allowed to perform its slow, restorative work. Across the rolling hills and quiet valleys of late medieval Europe, the art of caregiving was gradually taking root within spaces built to offer safe harbor from the cold world outside. Long before modern clinical wards or high-technology diagnostic tools, human healing was intertwined with the fundamental need for shelter, stillness, and spiritual ease. In these early centuries, the hospital was not merely a place for physical intervention, but a sanctuary where the weary traveler and the infirm could find a clean bed, warm nourishment, and the soothing presence of attendants dedicated to their comfort. The philosophy of care rested upon the gentle principle of hospitality, acknowledging that a tranquil environment, free from bitter winds, provided the essential foundation upon which natural resilience could slowly recover. Within the quiet walls of these early institutions, the rhythm of the day was marked not by urgent haste, but by the soft passage of daylight into twilight, the steady flickering of beeswax candles, and the subtle fragrance of dried herbs hanging from rafters to freshen the air. Attendants moved softly across stone floors, tending to fires, preparing warm barley broths, and smoothing linen sheets, creating an atmosphere where rest itself was considered the most potent medicine available. As cities grew, civic leaders realized that public health required structures intentionally designed to to foster this therapeutic quietude, combining architectural majesty with intimate human compassion. It was against this backdrop of expanding civic care that one of the most remarkable medical sanctuaries of the era came into being in the heart of Burgundy. In 1443, Chancellor Nicholas Rollin founded the Hôtel-Dieu de Beaune, designing its famous Grande Salle des Pauvres with a soaring, polychrome barrel-vaulted timber ceiling shaped like an inverted ship's hull, where thick woolen curtains around each oak bed retained gentle hearth warmth while filtering out evening light. This extraordinary creation was far more than an impressive display of craft. It was a carefully calculated space designed to elevate the human spirit while providing physical protection to those in need. The magnificent ceiling, crafted with meticulous detail by master carpenters, stretched overhead like the protective belly of a vessel, painted with vibrant pigments, intricate geometric patterns, and heraldic motifs that gave the vast room an air of dignity and quiet reverence. Beneath this towering wooden canopy, solid oak beds were arranged neatly against the high walls, leaving a central aisle free for fresh air to circulate peacefully throughout the room. Each bed served as a private sanctuary within the larger communal hall, fitted with heavy draperies of fine cloth. When drawn closed, these thick woolen curtains created a quiet, enclosed cocoon for the patient inside, insulating them from chill drafts that swept through stone buildings during winter, while preserving the soft, ambient heat radiating from the great stone fireplaces located at either end of the hall. Furthermore, by blocking out the bright rays of afternoon sunlight or the distracting glow of torches in the evening, the curtains allowed patients to rest undisturbed at any hour, wrapped in a peaceful darkness that encouraged deep, restorative slumber. The atmosphere inside the Grande Salle des Pauvres reflected a profound understanding of how sensory experience influences recovery and well-being. The gentle acoustics of the timber ceiling softened the sound of footsteps and low voices, preventing harsh echoes from disturbing the stillness of the hall. Fresh straw inside clean mattresses was replaced regularly, while aromatic lavender, meadowsweet, and thyme were sprinkled upon the floorboards to release subtle, calming scents whenever anyone walked across the room. Sunlight filtered through high stained glass windows, casting pools of sapphire, amber, and deep crimson across the polished tile floor, adding warmth to the space without glare. In the evening, as the sun dipped beneath the Burgundian vineyards, nuns of the Order of Saint Marthe moved gracefully down the central passageway, checking on each bed with quiet devotion, offering sips of clean spring water or herbal teas infused with chamomile and mint. The design of the hall ensured that no patient felt isolated or forgotten. Yet, the heavy curtains afforded them complete privacy whenever they wished to sleep or pray. In an era when illness was often accompanied by vulnerability, entering such a hall offered an immediate sense of safety and profound dignity. The integration of beauty, functionality, and compassionate care created an environment where the body was granted the time and peace necessary to mend, surrounded by structural harmony and constant, gentle watchfulness. As the centuries passed, the Hôtel-Dieu de Beaune stood as a testament to the power of thoughtful, humane architecture in the history of medicine. It demonstrated that a hospital could be a work of art, a place where beauty and utility joined together to serve the poorest members of society with the same elegance once reserved for palaces. The principles embodied within its great hall, the insistence on clean air, gentle thermal regulation, visual privacy, and aesthetic serenity, helped shape the long evolution of hospital design across Europe, inspiring future generations to recognize that the physical environment plays an active role in human healing. Today, looking back upon those vaulted timber beams and quiet curtained alcoves, we can appreciate how early healers sought to construct spaces that cradled both body and mind in calm comfort. As night settles completely over the peaceful landscape, the memory of those tranquil halls reminds us of the enduring human impulse to create sanctuary, to offer shelter to the weary, and to provide a quiet, warm space where sleep can come softly and without disturbance. As the mid-15th century unfolded across northern Italy, a quiet shift began to reshape the way human communities thought about spaces dedicated to healing and rest. For centuries prior, houses of care had often grown organically out of necessity, modest structures attached to monastic cloisters, or small urban shelters where travelers and the infirm found temporary refuge beneath simple wooden roofs. Yet as the intellectual and artistic rhythms of the Renaissance gathered momentum, scholars, physicians, and civic leaders began to look at civic health through a new, harmonious lens. They realized that the physical environment itself played a delicate, essential role in soothing the body and comforting the spirit. No longer were medical spaces viewed merely as passive shelters from the elements. Instead, they were increasingly envisioned as active sanctuaries of restoration, where architecture could be intentionally crafted to mirror the order, quiet beauty, and balance found in nature. In cities like Florence, Venice, and Milan, the layout of stone walls, the placement of broad archways, and the orientation of windows relative to the path of the sun became subjects of deep consideration. It was during this era of gentle transformation that master builders began to integrate the principles of classical geometry with practical ideas about cleanliness, natural illumination, and constant ventilation. The movement of air, once overlooked or feared as a carrier of nighttime vapors, came to be understood as a soft, cleansing presence capable of carrying away stale odors and bringing fresh life into quiet rooms. High vaulted ceilings were raised above long halls to allow warm air to drift upward, while wide stone corridors were aligned to capture the prevailing winds that swept across riverbanks and open countryside. Within these emerging spaces of care, the ambient environment was carefully tuned to diminish sensory overload, replacing the chaotic noise of medieval streets with the soothing hush of sheltered courtyards, the rhythmic trickling of central stone fountains, and the soft rustle of clean woven textiles. This evolving philosophy recognized that recovery required an atmosphere of profound calmness, where the patient could simply rest, wrapped in quiet comfort, while the gentle passage of time performed its subtle, unhurried work. Nowhere was this noble synthesis of artistic elegance and environmental care more grandly realized than in the heart of Lombardy, where civic vision met the architectural mastery of the early Renaissance. Designed in 1456 by the Renaissance architect Filorete, Milan's Ospedal Maggiore featured wide cruciform halls centered around quiet open-air courtyards, where vaulted ceilings and high-set windows allowed fresh breezes to flow softly across beds lined with freshly washed linen. Filorete, whose thoughtful design drew inspiration from the classical ideals of symmetry and proportion, conceived the structure not merely as a practical building, but as a living organ of civic compassion. The grand cruciform layout, 4 long, spacious wings intersecting at a central point, allowed caregivers to observe and tend to multiple rows of beds with quiet efficiency, while simultaneously ensuring that every arm of the building remained intimately connected to the outdoors. The open-air courtyards served as green lungs for the vast complex, capturing the cool morning air and allowing gentle currents to drift inward through lofty archways. The high-set windows, positioned carefully near the rise of the vaulted ceilings, drew light softly into the long stone halls without subjecting resting individuals to direct glare, casting long, peaceful shadows across the smooth brick floors as the afternoon sun made its steady journey toward the horizon. Beneath these sweeping arches, the air remained remarkably fresh and calm, constantly renewed by the subtle pressure differences between the warm upper vaults and the cool, shaded courtyards below. Beds were arranged with generous spacing between them, giving each person a sense of personal sanctuary, while the crisp, clean linen provided a tactile, comforting touch that signaled safety and care. The soft scent of lavender and dried herbs, sometimes strewn across the floorboards or suspended in small cloth bundles near the entryways, mingled naturally with the crisp smell of sunshine captured in the freshly laundered fabric. In this serene atmosphere, the architecture itself seemed to whisper a quiet assurance of peace, protecting its occupants from the harsh realities of the outside world and inviting a deep, restorative sleep. As night fell over the city of Milan, the Ospedal Maggiore settled into a profound and comforting silence, illuminated only by the soft, warm glow of oil lamps set in small alcoves along the brick corridors. The gentle design of Filorete ensured that even in the quietest hours of the evening, the air within the cruciform halls remained sweet and still, continuously refreshed by the calm breezes that lingered in the central courtyards. Attendants moved softly along the wide aisles, their steps echoing faintly against high plaster walls as they adjusted blankets and offered cups of cool spring water to the sleeping patients. This commitment to dignity, order, and spatial harmony marked a profound turning point in the history of institutional care, setting a timeless precedent that would inspire hospital design across Europe for centuries to come. The belief that healing flourishes best in environments defined by light, air, cleanliness, and tranquility began to spread from the Italian peninsula into neighboring lands, gradually reshaping civic institutions into true places of sanctuary. As we reflect back upon these early Renaissance halls, with their stately arches, quiet gardens, and sunlit windows, we are reminded of the enduring power of gentle care and thoughtful design. The soft rustle of clean linen, the gentle drift of summer air through high windows, and the rhythmic calm of a quiet courtyard all speak to a deep, timeless human desire to create places of shelter where the weary body may rest and find peace. As the 15th century unfolded across Europe, the philosophy of healing began to take shape, not only in medicinal remedies and botanical ointments, but within the very walls that sheltered the sick. For centuries prior, spaces built to care for the ailing had often been modest and enclosed, shaped more by immediate necessity than deliberate architectural harmony. Yet, during the gentle dawn of the Renaissance, thinkers and builders turned their minds toward the profound relationship between human wellness and the physical environment. They began to contemplate how spacious halls, orderly geometry, natural light, and fresh movement of air might quiet a restless mind and support the body's natural return to strength. In this quiet transformation of thought, the hospital evolved from a simple shelter into a carefully crafted sanctuary. Architects sought to harness the calming elements of nature, the steady rhythm of sunlight passing across stone floors, the gentle whisper of breezes moving through open archways, and the soft fragrances of quiet gardens. The design of these early institutions was grounded in the belief that beauty, order, and tranquility possessed their own silent efficacy, capable of easing distress and inviting restorative stillness. Each doorway, window, and courtyard was planned with a reverence for rest, creating spaces where evening air could wander freely and the mind could find relief from the weight of illness. Human compassion found expression in enduring brick and stone, shaping physical environments that honored the dignity of every patient. This vision of architectural healing found one of its most remarkable realizations in the serene landscape of 15th century Lombardy. In 1456, Renaissance architect Antonio Filarete designed the Ospedale Maggiore in Milan, with 4 symmetrical brick courtyards planted with fragrant orange trees and white jasmine, utilizing a cross-shaped ward layout that allowed gentle evening breezes to flow continuously across patient beds. Filarete's design reflected a balance of utility and quiet beauty, creating a sanctuary where the physical layout itself promoted constant ventilation and serenity. The four courtyards served as green lungs at the heart of the complex, catching the soft air of the Lombard plain and filtering it through rows of citrus leaves and pale blossoms. As dusk descended over Milan, the sweet, clean perfume of jasmine would drift through tall arched openings, mingling with the subtle, warm scent of ripening oranges. The cross-shaped wards, intersecting at a central point of quiet focus, were aligned so that air would never stagnate, drawing a steady, imperceptible current of freshness along the high-ceilinged corridors. Patients lying in their beds could look out toward the verdant quadrangles, watching shadows lengthen across warm red brickwork, while feeling cool night air brush gently across their skin. Every detail, from the width of the windows to the proportion of the cloisters, was measured to evoke spaciousness and ease. In this quiet haven, the simple act of breathing became a source of comfort, as the natural world was invited directly into the place of recovery, enveloping those within in peace and botanical fragrance. Further south, along the curving banks of the Tiber River in Rome, a similar dedication to peaceful recovery took form within one of the oldest charitable foundations in Christendom. The Ospedale di Santo Spirito in Sascia had provided care to pilgrims and the infirm for centuries, but during the late 15th century, it underwent a profound architectural renewal that sought to harmonize grand proportions with tender patient care. The heart of this renewal was a vast, elegant ward designed to accommodate those in need of shelter and recovery within a single hall of extraordinary dimension. Rising high above surrounding city streets, the structure was crafted to feel open, airy, and bathed in soft, indirect light filtering down from above. The vast interior space allowed air to circulate without draft, maintaining a comfortable atmosphere throughout changing seasons. As twilight settled over the hills of Rome and amber evening light faded into dusk, the great hall transformed into a tranquil haven where patients rested in quiet repose. Soaring ceilings muted small, ordinary sounds, turning whispers into soft echoes, and allowing the spirit of the space to settle into restful stillness. Here, Renaissance architectural ambition was put entirely in service of human comfort, ensuring that even in a large institution, an individual could feel protected, unhurried, and surrounded by dignity and peace. Within this magnificent Roman sanctuary, care extended beyond physical shelter to touch the deeper emotional and auditory senses of those recovering within its walls. Rebuilt in 1478 under Pope Sixtus IV, the 120-meter Corsia Sistina ward in Rome's Ospedale di Santo Spirito in Sascia featured a pipe organ positioned beneath a central octagonal lantern, which was played softly during evening hours to drift soothing melodies down the hall and quiet recovering patients. Positioned At the exact geometric midpoint of the vast hall, the octagonal lantern acted as a crown of light by day and a vessel of sound by night. As darkness gathered over Rome, a musician would take his place at the organ, pressing keys with a delicate, unhurried touch. Quiet, resonant notes rose gently into the hollow of the lantern before cascading down in soft waves, carrying harmonious melodies across the entire length of the hall. The music washed over rows of beds like a gentle lullaby, softening evening anxieties and guiding weary minds toward peaceful sleep. The acoustic design ensured that notes were never loud or jarring, but rather bathed the immense hall in ambient warmth. In those quiet twilight hours, as music drifted down long corridors and blended with night air, patients found a rare and deeply comforting respite. It was a synthesis of art, medicine, and architecture, demonstrating a profound understanding that healing requires not only the nourishment of the body, but also the quiet soothing of the human spirit. As twilight settles quietly over the ancient city of Rome, the soft, rhythmic murmur of the Tiber River carries a soothing presence through the cooling evening air. For centuries, the waters of the Tiber had observed the steady evolution of civic life and human care, bearing witness to how the ancient world gradually transformed its understanding of healing and rest. By the late 16th century, the urban landscape of Europe was undergoing a subtle yet profound shift in how spaces for the sick were conceived and constructed. No longer were places of refuge seen merely as simple shelters of necessity. Instead, master builders and physicians began to recognize that the physical environment itself played an integral and comforting role in human recovery. The surrounding air, the gentle entry of natural light, and the quiet dignity of orderly surroundings were increasingly understood as essential elements of care. In Rome, where centuries of architectural wisdom intersected with a deep-seated tradition of monastic hospitality, this growing awareness found expression in structures designed to harmonize with the natural rhythms of the surrounding landscape. The movement of fresh air off the river, carrying the cool moisture of twilight, was welcomed as a vital contributor to an atmosphere of calm. As the noise of daytime activity faded into the stillness of dusk, these deliberate design choices created a serene backdrop where patients could rest deeply, surrounded by an abiding sense of order, space, and quiet dignity. At the heart of this architectural and medical philosophy stood one of the most venerable institutions of the Renaissance world, situated along the tranquil curve of the riverbank. Rebuilt in 1590 along the Tiber River, Rome's Ospedale di Santo Spirito featured a soaring vaulted hall topped by an octagonal cupola, engineered with high clerestory windows to allow gentle river breezes to circulate silently above rows of linen-covered beds. Within this vast, airy sanctuary, the great hall stretched out with graceful proportion, its high ceilings designed to lift warm air upward while drawing in the cool, invigorating currents off the water below. The octagonal cupola stood as a central crown, allowing soft, diffused light to spill downward, creating a peaceful ambient glow that shifted gently as the sun moved across the horizon. Beneath this spacious canopy, long avenues of beds were arranged with meticulous care, each frame dressed in clean, crisp linen that provided comfort and cleanliness to those in need. The elevated clerestory windows were positioned far above the floor, so that the movement of air remained soft and unhurried, never creating harsh drafts, but rather a continuous, silent tide of fresh air that refreshed the room throughout the day and into the quiet hours of the night. In this thoughtfully crafted space, the grand scale of the building did not feel imposing. Rather, it imparted a sense of quiet shelter, wrapping its inhabitants in an atmosphere where physical distress was met with spaciousness, clean comfort, and the soothing rhythm of natural ventilation. The inner life of such a hospital unfolded with a quiet, predictable rhythm that brought deep reassurance to those resting within its shelter. Throughout the day and well into the evening hours, attendants and caregivers moved silently across the smooth stone floors, attending to each patient with gentle, unhurried diligence. The acoustic environment of the vast hall was defined by soft whispers, the light rustle of laundered linens, and the faint, constant stir of the river breeze filtering through the high windows above. The practice of institutional medicine during this era was increasingly attentive to cleanliness, order, and the restful quality of the patient's immediate surroundings. Clean linen was changed regularly, providing a cool and crisp touch against weary skin, while the expansive layout prevented the overcrowding that had historically burdened earlier medieval infirmaries. The high vaulted ceilings and continuous, silent circulation of air ensured that the hall remained free of heavy odors or stagnant warmth, replacing discomfort with steady, refreshing currents that carried the faint, natural scent of the river and distant gardens. As night fell gently over Rome, small oil lamps were lit sparingly along the perimeter, casting long, soft shadows against the smooth plastered walls and leaving the upper reaches of the octagonal vault in peaceful dimness. Patients lying in their beds could look upward into the soft shadows of the cupola, listening to the gentle movement of air far above them, feeling protected from the restless world outside. In this quiet environment, the body was afforded the space it required to rest, free from unnecessary agitation, supported by an environment designed explicitly to nurture stillness and peaceful recovery. Looking back across the long history of healing arts, the thoughtful construction of spaces like the Ospedal di Santo Spirito represents a compassionate bridge between ancient sanctuary traditions and modern hospital design. It marked a period when human ingenuity began to systematically align architectural engineering with the fundamental needs of human well-being, recognizing that healing is as much about peace, air, and human dignity as it is about remedies and medical interventions. The integration of high clerestory windows, expansive vaulted halls, and natural river breezes reflected a profound respect for the restorative power of a calm environment. As the hours grew late and the city of Rome drifted into sleep, the great hospital along the Tiber remained a silent guardian of comfort. Its high windows catching the soft moonlight, while river breezes continued their quiet movement above the rows of resting patients below. The gentle flow of the Tiber outside mirrored the steady, compassionate work within, offering a timeless testament to how human care and thoughtful architecture can join together to create enduring spaces of safety, rest, and peace. Across the quiet waters of the Venetian lagoon in the early centuries of the Renaissance, the understanding of health began to gently shift from merely treating physical ailments to cultivating holistic environments of stillness, light, and sensory tranquility. For generations, early hospitals across Europe had served primarily as places of shelter. Yet, as urban spaces evolved, caregivers and civic architects recognized that the physical surroundings of a convalescent played an intimate role in their recovery. High stone vaults were designed to encourage the quiet circulation of fresh marine air, while expansive arched windows permitted soft, indirect sunlight to warm the cool floors of hospital wards. In these sacred spaces of rest, the rhythms of care aligned closely with the steady, unhurried cadence of nature itself, offering weary bodies a sanctuary protected from the bustling activity of urban markets and trade routes. Physicians and humanists of the era noted that when the senses were untroubled by harsh noises, dark shadows, or stagnant air, the body's subtle internal balances could more easily return to a state of equilibrium. The gentle rustle of leaves, the soft filtering of twilight across plaster walls, and the distant, measured movement of tides all contributed to a growing appreciation for therapeutic architecture. Rather than relying solely on bitter herbal drafts or rigorous purges, early modern healers began to intentionally integrate soothing visual elements, pleasant natural fragrances, and harmonious acoustic qualities into the everyday life of the hospital. This emerging philosophy treated the hospital not merely as an institution of care, but as a sanctuary designed to quiet the mind, steady the breathing, and gently guide the spirit toward peaceful restoration. Among the maritime republic's most thoughtful institutions, the spatial design of healing spaces reflected a deep reverence for peace, reflection, and quiet restoration. In 16th century Venice, the Ospedale degli Incurabili designed an open-air courtyard surrounded by potted lemon trees, where recovering patients listened to the soft, sacred choral singing of female orphan musicians trained to ease mental restlessness through evening vespers. This peaceful sanctuary within the stone walls provided a gentle refuge where the crisp scent of citrus blossoms drifted along the sea breeze, creating an atmosphere where body and mind could unburden themselves of lingering tension. The young musicians, known as the Figli di Coro, spent years mastering intricate sacred polyphony behind delicate gilded grills, allowing their seamless harmonies to cascade into the open courtyard without the singers ever being fully seen. To the patients resting in the surrounding arcades or walking slowly along the sun-dappled flagstones, the music felt almost ethereal, as though the air itself had dissolved into a quiet, comforting melody. Caregivers observed that as the soothing notes of the Vespers echoed off the brickwork, patients who had experienced restless nights or lingering anxieties found their breathing growing slow, and even their pulses settling into a steady, restful rhythm. The deliberate inclusion of fragrant lemon trees served both an aesthetic and subtle therapeutic purpose. The bright foliage offered a comforting visual anchor, while the subtle aromatic oils released by the leaves refreshed the senses after the heat of the day. Through this harmonious combination of living greenery, open sky, and gentle sacred song, the hospital crafted an environment where healing was understood as a soft, continuous melody shared between nature, art, and compassionate human care. The thoughtful integration of acoustic beauty and natural elements marked an early recognition of how profoundly the nervous system responds to peaceful ambient surroundings. Long before modern clinical science formally documented the physiological benefits of auditory relaxation, early hospital directors understood that soft, structured music could quiet a troubled mind far more effectively than complete, lonely silence. The gentle cadence of evening vespers provided patients with a sense of temporal structure as daylight faded into night, anchoring their days in a comforting rhythm of calm expectation. As twilight descended over Venice, casting long blue shadows across the courtyard pavement, the combination of cool evening air and delicate choral harmonies offered a natural transition into deep, restorative sleep. The acoustics of the open courtyard were meticulously considered, allowing the voices to carry gently through open doors and windows into the surrounding patient rooms, so that even those who were bedridden could partake in the soothing atmosphere. Within these airy chambers, the soft reverberations of sacred song dissolved the sharp edges of pain and fatigue, replacing restless thoughts with a calm, meditative quietude. The potted lemon trees, carefully tended in the center of the courtyard, added a touch of vital warmth to the stone architecture, their glossy evergreen leaves catching the faint light of evening lamps. This intentional harmony of sight, sound, and scent reflected an enduring belief that true convalescence requires the gentle realignment of the whole person, inviting a quiet tranquility that settled deeply into the spirit. As night fully settled over the lagoon, and the final notes of the vespers faded slowly into the still air, a profound quiet would envelop the hospital wards, broken only by the soft murmur of the tide against the canal walls outside. patients lay in comfortable repose, their minds eased by the subtle beauty of the evening's music and the fresh, lemon-scented breeze that continued to drift through the open corridors. This early modern synthesis of architecture, art, and medical care demonstrated that healing is not merely a technical endeavor, but a gentle art of nurturing peace within the body and environment alike. The legacy of these early Venetian hospital courtyards remains a timeless reminder of the restorative power found in simple, beautiful spaces designed with quiet intentionality. In every era, the human heart seeks out such quiet refuges, places where light is soft, air is clear, and gentle sounds guide the mind away from the burdens of the day toward complete, restful ease. As the bright sunlight of the high Middle Ages gently gave way to the soft, inquiring dawn of the Renaissance, the study of medicine began to turn its gaze once more toward the quiet rhythm of the natural world. Across the peaceful valleys, monastic yards, and hillside gardens of 16th century Europe, physicians and botanists sought to understand the healing properties of plants, not merely through ancient manuscripts, but through the calm, methodical observation of living leaves, fragrant roots, and delicate blossoms. In quiet apothecary rooms and sunlit study chambers, woodcut illustrations began to capture the precise contours of native flora with an unprecedented clarity and tenderness, preserving every fine leaf vein and curved stem for future generations of healers. The air in these sanctuaries of early science was often thick with the soothing scent of dried sweet marjoram, lavender, meadowsweet, and chamomile, hung in tidy bundles from hand-hewn oak beams to dry in the gentle, lingering draft. Ceramic jars and glass vials rested silently along dark timber shelves, holding crushed seeds, powdered bark, and dried petals gathered during the warm summer months. Here, medicine was cultivated as an art of patient observation, where the slow cycle of planting, tending, harvesting, and preparing botanical remedies mirrored the steady, comforting rhythms of the natural seasons themselves. Scholars walked slowly through garden paths and courtyard plots, carefully noting how time, damp soil, and gentle spring rainwater shaped the subtle potency of each herb, seeking to restore balance to the human body by leaning softly into the quietude of the earth. Among the most devoted practitioners of this Renaissance botanical revival was the German physician Leonhard Fuchs, whose deep reverence for the restorative properties of nature illuminated the pages of his scholarly work. Fuchs believed that a true understanding of medicine required an intimate, peaceful acquaintance with the living flora that grew along meadow paths, forest edges, and riverbanks, where the morning mist still clung to soft green petals. He spent long, quiet hours walking through the countryside, observing how herbs unfolded in the sun, and documenting their physical structures with meticulous, artistic precision. In his 1543 botanical treatise De Historia Stirpium, German physician Leonhard Fuchs recorded that steeping the dried roots of garden valerian and crushed aniseed in warm spring water produced a fragrant, earthy evening draught that quieted nervous restlessness and lulled weary minds into deep slumber. The preparation of such remedies was approached with a quiet, ritualistic care that invited both physician and patient into a state of tranquil reflection. The garden valerian, harvested late in the autumn when its underground roots held their richest and most concentrated essences, was gently washed, sliced, and dried in shaded alcoves where the cool evening breeze could pass over them without harsh sunlight. When combined with the warm, licorice-like sweetness of crushed aniseed and clean, warmed spring water, the resulting infusion offered a comforting sanctuary from the mental burdens of the day, demonstrating how early Renaissance medicine sought to ease the mind by working in gentle harmony with the body's natural inclination toward rest and quietude. This gentle focus on soothing draughts and quiet evening rituals reflected a broader understanding among early modern healers that peaceful sleep was foundational to the restoration of health and the balance of vital spirits. Long before the complex machinery of modern pharmacology emerged, physicians recognized that the human body possessed an innate, quiet capacity to mend itself when granted deep, undisturbed stillness. In the quiet corridors of early municipal infirmaries, monastic hospitals, and domestic bedchambers, the soft glow of candlelight illuminated small clay cups filled with steaming infusions, as attentive caregivers spoke in hushed tones to reassure those in their charge. The gentle steam rising from an herbal brew carried subtle aromatic compounds that softened the edges of bodily weariness, encouraging slow, deep breathing and allowing daily anxieties to drift away like faint smoke into the quiet night air. These simple, time-tested preparations were not merely treatments for physical ailments, but deliberate invitations to stillness, reminding patients that true healing often begins when the restless thoughts of the waking day subside into the soft darkness of evening. The careful recording of such herbal formulas in handsome folio volumes ensured that this compassionate knowledge could be preserved across centuries, offering a comforting bridge between the quiet wisdom of medieval herbalists and the developing practices of early hospital care. As night fell over the timber-framed towns and quiet, rolling countryside of early modern Europe, the peaceful legacy of these botanical treatises lived on in countless homes and quiet infirmary wards. The thoughtful observations of physicians like Fuchs helped transform the study of plants from scattered folklore into a respected empirical science rooted in kindness, patient observation, and quiet attentiveness to the human condition. In every carefully drawn leaf, every dried root stored in an apothecary chest, and every precisely documented remedy, there lay a profound respect for the subtle power of the natural world to bring solace to the weary. The slow steeping of roots in warm spring water, the the gentle release of sweet herbal aromas, and the soft, gradual descent of sleep remained timeless elements of human care, seamlessly uniting the evolving art of medicine with the quiet peace of the earth. As the constellations turned slowly across the dark, clear night sky, the memory of these early healers and their gentle drafts continued to whisper a soft message of rest and renewal, inviting weary minds in every era to release their burdens, quiet their thoughts, and yield peacefully to the soothing embrace of slumber. As soft twilight settles across the high, fertile valleys of central Mexico, the historical narrative of medicine expands into a tranquil sanctuary where botanical wisdom and gentle landscape architecture converged to restore the weary human spirit. Long before European medical traditions sought to isolate single chemical compounds, indigenous healers across Mesoamerica understood that true physical recovery was intimately linked to the harmony of one's immediate surroundings. The soothing properties of native flora and the quiet, rhythmic cycles of the natural world. In this serene cultural realm, carefully engineered water channels drifted through terraced lands, carrying clear, cool mountain spring water to nourish expansive gardens filled with aromatic trees, flowering vines, and medicinal herbs selected over countless generations for their subtle therapeutic gifts. The air in these ancient botanical sanctuaries was soft, humid, and thick with natural perfume, creating a soothing environment deliberately crafted to settle an overactive mind and ease the heavy burdens of bodily fatigue. Indigenous physicians moved through these verdant spaces with quiet reverence, gathering blossoms at specific hours when their essential oils were richest, observing how light, soil, and moisture influenced the delicate potency of each plant. This holistic approach to human wellness recognized that quietude, cool shade, running water, and gentle fragrance were not merely pleasant accompaniments to medical care, but fundamental elements of the healing process itself, easing the mind into a peaceful state where the body could naturally rebuild its strength. This profound understanding of nature's subtle remedies was meticulously recorded during a remarkable moment of cultural preservation in the 16th century, when native knowledge was transcribed into text for future generations to study. In the 1552 Aztec medical treatise, Libellus de Medicinalibus Indorum Herbis, physician Martin de la Cruz recorded that steeping the fragrant, vanilla-scented petals of the Yalixochitl magnolia flower in warm spring water created a gentle evening draught to soothe nervous tension and invite restful sleep. Known affectionately to local herbalists as the heart flower because of the tender shape of its unopened buds, the Yalixochitl yielded a delicate infusion that released a subtle, sweet perfume as the warm water softened its thick, ivory-white petals. preparation was crafted with deliberate patience and care, allowing the water to slowly draw out the plant's soothing volatile essences without scalding or altering their delicate aromatic nature. Drinking this warm preparation in the gathering shadows of dusk allowed patient and practitioner alike to participate in a quiet evening ritual, where the rising steam carried soft notes of warm vanilla and fresh earth into the room, encouraging slow, steady breathing and easing the tightness that often settles in the chest after long days of strain. Martin de la Cruz described how such simple, plant-based drafts could gently steady a racing pulse and quiet a restless mind, demonstrating how indigenous medical traditions prioritized gentle remedies that worked in complete harmony with the body's intrinsic capacity to seek balance, quietude, and peaceful repose. The integration of these calming botanical remedies into organized institutional care marked a compassionate evolution in early hospital design, transforming places of healing into living ecosystems of rest and recovery. Established in 1569 within the former Royal Botanical Gardens of Moctezuma in Oaxtepec, Mexico, the Hospital de la Santa Cruz cared for weary patients amidst irrigated groves of sweet-scented magnolia trees and native passion flower vines cultivated by indigenous healers for their restorative calm. Here, the hospital grounds were not stark or sterile enclosures, but rather expansive, lush paradises built around thermal springs and ancient waterways, where soft breezes passed gently through dense canopies of green, filtering the bright afternoon sunlight into dappled, golden shade. Patients rested in open, well-ventilated rooms that looked directly out into the gardens, allowing them to inhale the fresh, oxygen-rich air, softened by the sweet aroma of blooming magnolia trees and the delicate tendrils of climbing passion flowers. Indigenous healers, working alongside hospital attendants, maintained the intricate network of irrigation ditches that hummed with the quiet sound of trickling water day and night, ensuring that the surrounding soil remained moist and the ambient temperature comfortably cool even during the warmest months. The presence of passion flower vines, long revered for their ability to quiet nervous restlessness and ease insomnia, provided both visual elegance with their complex blossoms and practical medicinal leaves for evening teas, turning the physical hospital environment itself into a continuous, gentle therapy designed to support recovery through peace, sensory comfort, and natural beauty. Reflecting upon these early Mesoamerican hospitals and botanical texts reveals an enduring truth about the history of medicine, that the art of healing has always extended far beyond clinical remedies to encompass the quiet architecture of the environment itself. The legacy of institutions like Oaxtepec demonstrates how ancient traditions recognized the profound therapeutic value of silence, aromatic air, shaded walkways, and the gentle presence of growing things in fostering physical and mental renewal. As dusk deepened over the gardens of Santa Cruz, the evening air grew cool and still, carrying the sweet, vanilla-tinged scent of magnolia blossoms through open corridors and quiet recovery rooms, wrapping patients in an atmosphere of deep security and peace. In these tranquil spaces, under the watchful, compassionate care of experienced practitioners, and surrounded by the timeless rhythms of nature, the body was invited to lay down its burdens, quiet its wandering thoughts, and surrender to the soft embrace of night, reminding us that true medicine often begins with the simple, quiet gift of rest. As twilight gently descended across the landscape of early modern Europe, the art of healing was intimately bound to the quiet rhythms of the natural world. Long before the advent of modern synthetic laboratories or mass-produced pharmaceuticals, early medical practitioners, village apothecaries, and dedicated monastic caregivers looked to the surrounding fields, forests, and cultivated gardens for remedies to ease human suffering and foster a state of peaceful recovery. In medieval monastery infirmaries and early municipal hospitals, care was grounded in a deep respect for the subtle balance of the human body and the soothing properties of plant life. Healers spent countless hours observing how various flora interacted with the human spirit and frame, carefully recording which roots brought warmth to cold limbs, which leaves stilled a troublesome fever, and which fragrant blossoms invited quiet, restorative sleep. This empirical approach to medicine represented a continuous, centuries-long tradition of gathering knowledge, blending ancient Greek and Roman medical theories with the lived, practical wisdom of local herbalists. With the advent of the printing press during the 16th century, this vast storehouse of botanical understanding was systematically organized into beautifully detailed volumes known as herbals. These encyclopedic texts became cherished guidebooks for physicians and apothecaries alike, serving as the foundational manuals for early hospital dispensaries. Within these calm spaces of healing, the preparation of remedies was carried out with extraordinary patience and reverence, transforming simple leaves, flowers, and barks into comforting draughts, teas, and ointments designed to restore harmony to body and mind. Among the most influential figures in this flourishing era of botanical literature was the English botanist and herbalist John Gerard, whose life was dedicated to the careful study and cultivation of medicinal plants. Gerard maintained a famous garden in London, where he tended hundreds of native species alongside rare botanical specimens gathered from distant shores, observing their subtle seasonal changes with an attentive and peaceful spirit. In his 1597 treatise, the Herbal, English botanist John Gerard documented that steeping fresh meadowsweet blossoms in warm spring water produced a delicate, almond-scented evening draught that quieted digestive discomfort and settled an overstimulated mind. Meadowsweet, with its feathery clusters of pale, cream-colored flowers that grew in abundance along damp meadows and tranquil riverbanks, was celebrated by early healers for both its pleasing aesthetic beauty and its gentle therapeutic touch. Gerard noted that preparing such a draught required no violent boiling or harsh processes, but rather a slow and gentle steeping in pure, warm water to release the plant's fragrant, soothing oils. Offered to patients in the quiet hours of the evening, this sweet infusion served as a gentle balm for those troubled by tension, digestive unrest, or the weariness that follows long periods of illness. The widespread appreciation for meadowsweet and similar botanical remedies reflected a growing recognition among early medical practitioners that healing was most effective when it worked alongside the body's innate capacity for rest, using gentle natural agents to smooth away physical and mental distress. As the 16th century gave way to the 17th, the practice of herbal medicine became increasingly organized within the walls of early European hospitals and organized apothecary shops. These early medical institutions were designed to provide a structured, clean, and tranquil sanctuary for the sick, moving away from the chaotic conditions of earlier centuries toward a more deliberate environment of patient care. In these quiet wards, the apothecary's workroom was an orderly haven of scents and textures, filled with labeled ceramic jars, polished copper scales, glass alembics, and neatly organized wooden drawers containing dried petals, crushed seeds, and aromatic barks. Apothecaries worked in close collaboration with hospital physicians to prepare standardized remedies, ensuring that every draught, elixir, and poultice was crafted with precision and consistency. The atmosphere within early hospital infirmaries prioritized stillness, clean air, and gentle routine, recognizing that physical healing depended as much upon emotional tranquility and restful sleep as it did upon medical treatments. Attendants softly moved through the sunlit or candlelit wards, administering warm broths and soothing herbal teas that helped patients unwind after painful procedures or prolonged fevers. The subtle scents of lavender, chamomile, and meadowsweet lingered in the air, creating a serene ambience that encouraged tension to melt away. This holistic approach to patient care demonstrated an early understanding of the deep interconnection between mental calm and physical recovery, establishing a tradition of gentle hospital care that centered the patient's comfort above all else. Reflecting upon this era from the perspective of modern medical history reveals the remarkable intuition and keen observational skills of early herbalists and hospital caregivers. Long before modern chemistry possessed the tools to isolate specific active molecules or map their precise physiological pathways, early botanists correctly identified the calming and pain-relieving qualities of plants through careful, patient observation. Decades and centuries later, scientific research would confirm that plants like meadowsweet contain natural salicylates, the organic chemical compounds that eventually provided the foundation for the synthesis of modern aspirin, validating the empirical wisdom recorded so thoughtfully by Gerard and his contemporaries. Yet beyond their chemical significance, these early botanical remedies carry a timeless lesson about the restorative power of gentle, compassionate care. The early history of medicine reveals that healing has always been a slow, quiet art, sustained by a deep connection to nature, an appreciation for restful stillness, and a profound dedication to comforting the human spirit. As night settles softly over the world, the story of these ancient healers and early hospital wards offers a comforting reminder of humanity's long, gentle journey toward health, balance, and quiet repose. As the 17th century unfolded across Europe, the understanding of hospital design and patient care began to undergo a quiet, subtle evolution. Across the continent, civic leaders and religious orders increasingly recognized that the physical environment played an indispensable role in nurturing the spirit and restoring the body. Hospitals were no longer viewed merely as temporary shelters for the destitute or isolated wards for the afflicted, but as places of sanctuary where order, clean air, and gentle routine could work in harmony with nature to foster recovery. Along major waterways, where fresh air circulated freely and clean water was readily accessible, great stone institutions were constructed with tall windows, airy corridors, and spacious vaulted halls. In these expansive rooms, beds were arranged with generous spacing between them, allowing the soothing breezes of late afternoon to drift through the wards, sweeping away stale air and carrying with them the faint, refreshing scents of river mist and surrounding gardens. The daily rhythms within these sanctuaries were deliberate and unhurried. Caregivers moved softly between rows of linen-draped cots, speaking in muted tones that encouraged a lingering sense of stillness throughout the day. The sound of water gliding smoothly past heavy stone foundations served as a constant, comforting backdrop, lulling weary minds into a state of quiet contemplation. Healing in this era was understood not as a sudden or dramatic intervention, but as a long, patient unfolding, a gradual rebalancing of the body's natural state, supported by cleanliness, warmth, wholesome nourishment, and unmitigated rest. Every aspect of the hospital's architecture and daily schedule was crafted to minimize stress and shield the sick from the anxieties of daily life, creating a peaceful threshold where recovery could take root naturally. Central to this philosophy of holistic comfort was the hospital apothecary, a dedicated sanctuary within the institution where plants, minerals, and sweet floral waters were transformed into gentle remedies. Rebuilt in 1622 along the banks of the Rhone River, the Hôtel-Dieu maintained a vaulted apothecary room stored with hundreds of faience ceramic jars of sweet elderberry syrup and violet water, which caregivers served warm each evening to settle recovering patients into calm sleep. Stepping into such an apothecary room was like entering a quiet temple of natural memory. High stone arches overhead maintained a cool, stable temperature throughout the changing seasons, protecting sensitive botanical ingredients from the harshness of weather. Rows of polished wooden shelves were lined with meticulously crafted faience vessels, painted in soft blues, deep cobalts, and warm ochres, with graceful calligraphy denoting their contents: dried blossoms of chamomile and lavender, powdered roots of marshmallow, syrup of wild rose, and fragrant waters distilled from spring petals. The air within the room was thick with the reassuring, earthy perfume of dried leaves, sweet honey, and simmering herbal infusions. Here, apothecaries and dedicated caregivers labored quietly throughout the day, measuring dried herbs on delicate brass scales, grinding seeds with smooth stone pestles, and carefully brewing mild decoctions over low charcoal fires. When dusk began to gather over the Rhone, filling the hospital corridors with soft indigo shadows, caregivers moved through the apothecary carrying copper kettles of warm water and small ceramic cups. They carefully combined sweet fruit syrups and aromatic floral distillates, preparing bedtime drinks designed specifically to ease tension, soothe irritated throats, and bring warmth to tired limbs. As these sweet infusions were served bedside, the gentle steam carried delicate scents of elderberry and violet through the ward, signaling to everyone present that the worries of the day were ending and the period of nocturnal rest had begun. The practice of offering warm, sweetened herbal draughts at nightfall reflected a deep understanding of human comfort that transcended the simple administration of medicine. Long before the discovery of modern pharmaceuticals, early hospital practitioners recognized that emotional serenity and physical ease were inextricably linked, particularly during the vulnerable hours of darkness. The simple act of receiving a warm, pleasantly scented cup from an attentive caregiver provided patients with profound psychological reassurance, reminding them that they were held in an environment of active, protective care. The gentle warmth of the elderberry and violet drink relaxed tight muscles, encouraged deep and steady breathing, and invited a comforting sensation of heaviness into the body. Outside the tall arched windows of the ward, the waters of the Rhone reflected the faint glimmer of evening stars and the warm, golden glow of candlelight emanating from within the hospital walls. Inside, conversation gradually subsided into soft whispers, then into a deep, rhythmic stillness interrupted only by the rustle of clean linen and the steady, quiet breathing of resting patients. The night watchgivers walked the aisles with cushioned footsteps, tending to oil lamps, adjusting extra blankets, and ensuring that no draught disturbed those who had drifted into slumber. In this peaceful environment, sleep was regarded as the primary healer, a sacred interval during which the body silently repaired itself without hindrance. This harmonious blend of architectural grace, compassionate caregiving, and botanical artistry established an enduring legacy for early European hospitals. It demonstrated that true medical care extends far beyond the treatment of physical ailments to encompass the entire sensory experience of the patient. The quiet legacy of places like the Hôtel-Dieu lives on in the foundational belief that hospitals should be places of deep rest, where human compassion and natural beauty join together to guide the body gently toward wholeness. As the 17th century unfolded across distant lands, the art of caregiving began to settle into quiet, deliberate spaces where nature and compassionate tending moved in soft, comforting harmony. In the early hospitals established during this era, recovery was understood as a slow, patient process supported by the steady rhythm of the natural world, the warmth of clean hearths, and the gentle fragrance of carefully tended plants. Far across the Atlantic, amid the vast pine forests and misty waterways of North America, a sanctuary of quiet care took root on the bluffs overlooking the river. Established in 1639 along the St. Lawrence River, the Hôtel-Dieu de Quebec saw Augustinian nuns cultivate quiet apothecary gardens of native balsam fir and wintergreen, steeping the fragrant needles into gentle evening teas to warm recovering patients. In those cool northern evenings, as shadows lengthened across stone corridors, the soothing steam from these herbal infusions filled the ward with the rich, resinous scent of surrounding woods, bringing physical comfort to those weary from long voyages or winter illness. The Augustinian sisters understood that true healing required an atmosphere of absolute tranquility, where the body could rest undisturbed while nature performed its work of restoration. Their garden beds, planted with native flora learned from local indigenous knowledge, became living storehouses of calm, where every leaf and needle was harvested with reverent care. Within these colonial walls, medicine was experienced as a peaceful, nocturnal ritual of warmth and quiet repose, while monastic infirmaries in New France were discovering the comforting properties of North American evergreens. A parallel devotion to gentle, plant-based remedies was flourishing across the quiet villages and rolling countryside of England. Here, herbalists sought to bring the healing arts into the hands of ordinary households, encouraging a deep relationship with wild plants blooming along meadow pathways and quiet hedges. Central to this movement was an appreciation for simple infusions prepared at dusk, designed to quiet the agitation of the day and prepare the spirit for undisturbed slumber. In his 1653 medical treatise, the English physician, herbalist Nicholas Culpeper, recorded that steeping fresh yellow cowslip blossoms in warm spring water yielded a delicate, golden evening draught that quieted nervous tension and guided restless minds into peaceful rest. Culpeper's writings captured a widespread belief of the era that the natural world held gentle, accessible comforts for every human condition, particularly those quiet afflictions of the mind that keep sleep at bay. Cowslips, with soft yellow bells nodding gently in the spring breeze, were gathered in early May. Their delicate petals dried away from direct sunlight to preserve their subtle sweetness and faint, honeyed aroma. When steeped in warm water, these blossoms released a pale liquid smelling of sun-warmed fields, offering a comforting bedtime routine that smoothed away daily anxieties, providing a peaceful bridge between the waking world and the quiet restoration of night. These twin traditions, the apothecary gardens of colonial Quebec and the meadow-born herbal treatises of 17th century England, illustrate a vital phase in the history of human medicine, where early hospitals and domestic caregivers alike recognized the intimate link between sensory comfort and physical healing, long before modern science isolated active chemical compounds. Practitioners observed that receiving a warm, aromatic drink in a quiet, darkened room allowed the body's innate restorative powers to take hold. The quiet infirmary wards of the Hôtel-Dieu and the modest rural kitchens of England both relied on the soothing qualities of temperature, scent, and peaceful time. Whether it was the resinous pine warmth of North American balsam fir or the soft floral notes of European cowslip, these gentle draughts served as a quiet invitation for the body to relax its vigil. Early hospitals were not merely places of treatment. They were sanctuaries designed to buffer the vulnerable against the harshness of the elements and the distress of disease. By pairing clean linens, regular quiet hours, and carefully timed herbal teas, caregivers established a restful atmosphere that allowed the heart rate to slow and muscles to ease into stillness. This holistic approach to care reminded both caregiver and patient that healing was an internal process, best nurtured by patience, quiet surroundings, and gentle attention. As night settled fully over these early centers of care, the quiet routines of evening medication transitioned seamlessly into the deeper silence of nighttime repose. In both the hospital wards along the St. Lawrence and the thatched cottages of the English countryside, the final task of the evening was to ensure that every patient felt secure, warm, and at peace. The gentle warmth of the herbal teas lingered long after the last cup was drained, radiating through tired limbs and easing the breath into a slow, steady cadence. Nurses and herbalists understood that the quiet darkness held its own therapeutic power, provided it was entered with a calm mind and a comfortable body. The legacy of these early healers lies not only in the specific botanicals they cultivated, but in their deep respect for the subtle art of human comfort. They created environments where the transition into sleep was honored as a crucial therapeutic milestone, ensuring that the body was given every opportunity to repair itself in stillness. Today, as we reflect on the long journey of medical history, these quiet moments of historical care remind us of the enduring human need for gentle warmth, peaceful spaces, and the quiet solace found in the natural world. As the light fades and the room grows quiet, the restful spirit of those ancient gardens continues to whisper a message of peaceful comfort, inviting the mind to rest easy and welcome the deep peace of the night. As the light of the 18th century began to settle across the river valleys of northern Europe, the understanding of human healing underwent a subtle yet meaningful shift. For generations, the care of the sick had been an intimate, localized endeavor, carried out within quiet, small domestic spaces, rural infirmaries, or monastery cloisters, where the rhythms of prayer and routine measured out the slow hours of recovery. Yet as cities grew and the study of human physiology deepened, a new philosophy of institutional care began to take root. Physicians and caregivers increasingly recognized that true physical restoration required more than just remedies and tinctures. It demanded an environment structured around peace, clean air, gentle light, and unbroken rest. In urban centers across the continent, hospitals began moving away from the cramped, shadowy quarters of earlier eras toward purpose-built structures positioned near flowing waters or green fields. Waterways offered a soft and rhythmic backdrop that masked the bustling activity of city life, while adjacent gardens provided fresh air and soothing natural aromas thought to balance the body's internal energies. In these evolving sanctuaries, care was measured not by dramatic interventions, but by the steady, attentive presence of attendants who understood that quietness itself possessed a profound therapeutic value. The gentle passage of day into night became a deliberate part of the healing process, allowing the body to align with the natural cadence of sleep. One of the most notable examples of this thoughtful approach to care emerged in northern Germany during the early decades of the century. Established in 1710 along the Spree River, Berlin's Charité Hospital featured quiet timbered wards surrounded by fragrant linden trees, where evening caregivers served recovering patients warm teas steeped from dried linden blossoms to settle restlessness before sleep. The location was chosen with great intention, situated just outside the city walls, where the air remained wonderfully crisp and untainted by urban smoke. The architecture reflected a harmonious balance between functionality and rustic calm. Timbered beams framed soft, whitewashed rooms designed to capture the gentle breeze rising off the river currents. Through open casement windows, the rustle of heart-shaped linden leaves created a soft, rhythmic murmur that drifted through the wards as twilight deepened into night. The caregivers at Charité paid meticulous attention to the subtle transitions of the evening hours. As dusk cast long, violet shadows across the manicured grounds, lamps were dimmed, linens were smoothed, and the gentle aroma of herbal infusions drifted down the long hallways. Linden blossoms, gathered during their midsummer bloom and carefully dried in airy attics, were revered for their gentle calming properties. Steeping these sweet, pale flowers produced an amber-hued tea, whose delicate, honeyed scent filled the quiet wards with a soothing warmth. This nightly ritual of offering warm tea was more than simple nourishment. It was a peaceful sign to the body and mind that the burdens of the day were coming to a close, inviting deep, uninterrupted repose amidst the rustling trees and soft river light. The integration of herbal traditions alongside structural hospital care illustrated a broader harmony between empirical observation and natural medicine during this restorative era. Before the advent of synthetic pharmaceuticals, physicians relied heavily upon botanical gardens cultivated directly on hospital grounds or sourced from local herbalists. Plants like linden, chamomile, lavender, and valerian were not seen merely as folklore, but as essential tools for regulating the nervous system and easing the transitional states of sleep. In the timbered wards along the Spree, the preparation of evening teas followed a methodical, tranquil routine. Water drawn from deep, clean wells was warmed slowly over low hearth fires, ensuring the delicate essential oils within the blossom petals were preserved rather than scorched. Caregivers walked quietly between wooden bedsteads, speaking in low, comforting, gentle tones as they handed earthenware cups to those in their care. The warmth of the vessel between tired hands, combined with the gentle steam rising into the cool night air, served to ground patients in a sense of safety and ease. In this tranquil environment, the body's natural restorative processes could unfold without the intrusion of noise or anxiety. The slow ebb and flow of the river Spree, visible through the trees outside, mirrored the steady, unhurried breathing of the sleeping wards. Over time, observations made in these calm surroundings reinforced the clinical understanding that adequate, peaceful sleep was one of the most vital foundations for overcoming illness and rebuilding physical strength. As night fully settled over the grounds of the Charité, the hospital transformed into a silent refuge where the boundaries between nature, architecture, and human compassion blurred into a singular, restful stillness. The gentle sway of the linden branches outside, bathed in the soft, silvery glow of the moon, stood as silent sentinels over the timbered structures below. Inside, the quiet breathing of the resting patients filled the space with a steady, soothing cadence, punctuated only by the occasional soft footstep of an evening nurse making their rounds to ensure every blanket was secure and every window properly adjusted. This deliberate focus on patient comfort and environmental tranquility marked a crucial evolutionary step in the history of institutional medicine. It signaled a profound shift away from viewing hospitals merely as places of isolation, redefining them instead as gentle sanctuaries dedicated to holistic healing, rest, and renewal. The lessons learned in those early timbered wards were fresh air, natural beauty, warm herbal teas, and quiet evening routines were treated as indispensable medicines, continue to resonate through the centuries as a timeless testament to the enduring healing power of peace, rest, and thoughtful care. As the 18th century unfolded across Northern Europe, the philosophy guiding the care of the sick began to undergo a quiet, deliberate transformation, moving away from cramped, improvisational shelters toward thoughtfully designed spaces dedicated entirely to human recovery. In the misty landscapes of Scotland, where traditions of learning, philosophy, and medicine had long taken deep root, physicians and builders alike began to recognize that the physical environment itself played a vital role in restoring the body's natural balance. Where earlier hospices had often been dark, enclosed structures adapted from older religious houses, this new era heralded a harmonious synthesis of classical architecture and enlightened medical thought. Hospitals were no longer viewed merely as places of temporary refuge for the destitute, but as living instruments of health, carefully planned to harness the restorative qualities of clean air, natural daylight, and structured tranquility. Across growing urban centers, civic leaders and medical guilds collaborated to construct dedicated infirmaries, understanding that true healing required a serene environment where the nervous system could settle, undisturbed by the noise, soot, and clamor of crowded city streets. Within these emerging institutions, every single detail, from the orientation of the high windows toward the soft morning sun to the impressive breadth of the stone corridors, was considered with deep reverence for the patient's comfort and emotional well-being. The rhythm of daily life inside these walls was intentionally paced to match the gentle, unhurried cadence of human breath, creating an enduring atmosphere of safety where the body could quietly gather its strength. As twilight descended over the ancient stone towers, slate roofs, and cobbled lanes, a profound stillness would settle over the wards, allowing the soothing work of physical rest to take precedence over the anxieties and weariness of the day. Among the most celebrated achievements of this enlightened era was the construction of a landmark sanctuary for healing in the heart of Scotland's historic capital. Built in 1738 in Scotland by architect William Adam, the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh featured high-ceilinged, cross-ventilated wards where nurses served recovering patients warm barley water decoctions steeped with fragrant orange blossom water to soothe restlessness before evening sleep. The building stood as a magnificent masterpiece of Georgian architectural proportion and practical human empathy, thoughtfully designed with tall, expansive windows set directly opposite one another, so that fresh, cool breezes from the surrounding hills could flow continuously through the spacious rooms, gently carrying away the stale air and heat of the day. as the late afternoon sun cast long, warm golden shadows along the polished wooden floors and lofty plaster ceilings. The atmosphere within the wards grew remarkably peaceful, softened by the steady, unhurried movements of the nursing staff. These caregivers moved with quiet grace between the neatly arranged wooden bed frames, attending not only to physical remedies, but to the subtle emotional needs of those recovering from illness or surgery. The evening routine was crafted with exceptional tenderness. As dusk settled over Edinburgh's historic winds, nurses prepared traditional, warm infusions of carefully simmered barley, yielding a smooth, comforting liquid that was easily digested and deeply reassuring to a fatigued body. To this soothing beverage, they added delicate drops of distilled orange blossom water, whose gentle botanical aroma drifted softly through the cross-ventilated air, filling the grand room with a subtle floral essence known to quiet anxious thoughts and ease the mind into tranquility. As patients held the warm earthenware cups in their hands, sipping the fragrant decoction, while listening to the gentle whisper of evening air passing through the high windows, lingering tensions yielded to a profound, restorative calm. This thoughtful interplay between spacious architectural design and gentle, nourishing care marked a quiet revolution in early modern medicine, establishing a compassionate standard of hospital care that echoed throughout Europe. By prioritizing fresh air, orderly tranquility, and simple botanical remedies designed to ease the mind into slumber, these early institutions demonstrated that recovery relies deeply upon an environment that honors the human body's innate need for rest and rhythm. The high ceilings and open spaces of the Edinburgh Infirmary, combined with the subtle aroma of orange blossom and the watchful, caring presence of dedicated nurses, transformed the experience of healing into a peaceful, communal sanctuary. Within these light-filled halls, the practice of medicine extended far beyond medicine cups and surgical tools. It embraced the soothing power of environment, scent, and quiet human presence. As night deepened over the city and the last glow of twilight faded from the tall window panes, the wards settled into a profound, uninterrupted quiet, punctuated only by the gentle rustle of clean linens and the soft, rhythmic breathing of patients drifting off to sleep. In these early hospitals, medical philosophy embraced a timeless principle that within a space crafted with wisdom, fresh ventilation, and compassionate human care, the body and mind could quietly mend, wrapped safely in the restful embrace of night. As the 18th century unfolded, the understanding of human health began to intertwine more deeply with the quiet rhythm of the natural world and the thoughtful arrangement of built spaces. Across growing towns and cities, communities gradually recognized that the environment surrounding an ailing individual played a silent yet profound role in their eventual restoration. Before this era, care had often been decentralized, carried out within the familiar confines of family homes, modest infirmaries, or monastic sanctuaries, where warmth and simple nutrition were the primary remedies available. Yet, as municipal centers expanded and the study of human anatomy and hygiene deepened, a new philosophy of medical architecture began to take root. Physicians and civic leaders alike observed that dark, poorly ventilated rooms seemed to linger like a heavy weight upon the spirits of the sick, whereas bright spaces filled with circulating breezes and gentle sunlight encouraged a softer, more predictable path toward recovery. This gentle realization shifted the focus of early hospital design toward harmony, balance, and quiet order. Builders began to orient corridors to capture the movement of the sun throughout the day, ensuring that natural illumination filtered into patient rooms from dawn until dusk. Windows were fashioned to open widely, allowing the crisp, clean air of morning to sweep away the stale stillness of night. Along the quiet streets of colonial towns, where the hum of daily trade echoed off timber facades, the need for serene retreats became increasingly clear. Hospitals were no longer conceived merely as shelter for the destitute, but rather as dedicated sanctuaries of calm, crafted specifically to support the body's natural capacity to mend in peace. In this evolving vision, the hospital was meant to feel like a tranquil haven set apart from the hurry of the world, a place where time slowed down, where soft footsteps echoed lightly on polished floors, and where the gentle rhythm of rest could unfold without disturbance. This soft shift in perspective found one of its most graceful expressions in the middle of the 18th century, within a town renowned for its orderly grid of streets and quiet proximity to flowing rivers. Founded in 1751 by Benjamin Franklin and Dr. Thomas Bond, Pennsylvania Hospital in Philadelphia featured a tranquil courtyard planted with leafy shade trees and sweet herbs, where recovering patients sat on quiet benches along brick pathways to breathe fresh morning air. The design of this landmark institution reflected a deliberate marriage of practical civic organization and a deep reverence for the restorative qualities of nature. Here, amidst the gentle murmur of leaves rustling in the summer wind, the courtyard functioned as an outdoor room of quiet reflection and healing. Patients emerging from the quiet stillness of the internal wards could step out into a realm defined by soft greenery and aromatic flora. The sweet, clean fragrances of mint, sage, and lavender drifted on the breeze, blending with the subtle earthy scent of damp soil after a light morning rain. The brick pathways, laid with careful precision, provided a stable and gentle surface for those taking their first delicate steps toward renewed strength. Overhead, the broad canopy of oaks and maples filtered the bright sun into dappled patterns of light and shadow, protecting recovering individuals from harsh glare, while inviting them to sit comfortably in the warmth of early daylight. These shaded benches offered a serene space to sit quietly, listening to the distant chirping of songbirds nesting in the branches, or watching the slow movement of clouds across an open sky. In an era before modern pharmaceuticals, such simple, natural elements, pure air, soft shade, fragrant plants, and restful views were understood to be vital components of the healing art. The presence of the garden reminded caregivers and patients alike that recovery was not a hurried event, but a slow, unfolding process that prospered best in an atmosphere of unhurried calm and natural grace. The restful environment of Pennsylvania Hospital marked a meaningful step in the story of institutional care, illustrating how human compassion and observational science could unite to create spaces of genuine comfort. In the quiet routine of the facility, morning arrived softly across the courtyard, carrying the subtle scents of herbal gardens through open windows into the patient chambers. Nurses and attendants moved with gentle care and quiet reverence, attending to the needs of each person with a steady cadence that mirrored the peaceful surroundings. The integration of outdoor garden spaces into the immediate design of the hospital provided a thoughtful blueprint for future medical sanctuaries across the expanding continent and beyond, inspiring architects and healers to prioritize natural light, fresh air, and pleasant landscapes in their planning. For those staying within its walls, the daily rhythm was structured around rest, simple nourishment, and the quiet comfort of peaceful surroundings. As afternoon waned and the long, golden shadows of evening stretched across the brick walkways, the courtyard settled into a gentle, restorative stillness. The soft whispering of leaves in the night breeze replaced the murmur of daytime conversations, creating a soothing auditory backdrop that eased weary minds into sleep. Patients resting in their beds could gaze through high, clear windows at the softly swaying silhouettes of the shade trees against the twilight sky, feeling a quiet sense of security in the structured care around them. This thoughtful approach to medical spaces recognized that healing was a holistic experience, encompassing not only physical treatment, but also the peace of the mind and the comfort of the senses. As night deepened over the quiet city of Philadelphia, the tranquil courtyard of the hospital stood as a lasting testament to the enduring human desire to nurture and restore. The soft, warm glow of oil lamps cast a gentle light along the brick corridors and out across the dark garden paths, where sweet herbs released their faint scent into the cooling night air. Inside, the atmosphere was one of deep and peaceful repose, where the steady breathing of sleeping patients filled the quiet rooms with an easy, rhythmic calm. The legacy of these early hospitals lives on in our modern understanding that spaces built with care, light, and nature have a timeless power to soothe the spirit and support the body. The vision shared by early pioneers who saw the value of a shaded bench, a quiet pathway, and a breath of fresh morning air laid the groundwork for a tradition of medicine that honors both science and the restorative quiet of the natural world. And as the stars moved slowly and silently across the night sky, the hospital rested in deep tranquility, holding within its quiet walls the gentle promise of another peaceful morning, another quiet dawn, and the steady, quiet continuation of life's natural healing rhythm. As the 18th century drew toward its close, a quiet revolution began to reshape the physical spaces dedicated to human healing across the Western world. For generations, traditional infirmaries had often been dark, overcrowded, and static spaces where illness lingered in heavy, unmoving air. Yet as physicians and scholars gradually came to understand the profound connection between environment and recovery, a new architectural philosophy emerged, one that sought to invite the natural world directly into the ward to assist the body in its restoration. This gentler vision found its definitive expression in France, where medical thinkers recognized that light and ventilation were as essential to recovery as any tincture or tonic. In his landmark 1788 report on Paris hospitals, Surgeon Jacques Tenon designed wide pavilion wards with 14-foot vaulted ceilings and tall arched windows that allowed natural sunlight and fresh river breezes to continuously refresh patient beds. Within these expansive halls, the physical structure itself seemed to exhale the lingering heaviness of the day. The lofty vaulted ceilings created a vast overhead reservoir for rising warmth, while the high arches of the windows framed views of the sky and permitted soft daylight to illuminate every corner without glare. As breezes swept up from the river and filtered softly across the linen-draped beds, patients experienced a continuous exchange of air that soothed fevered brows and quieted restless thoughts. The simplicity of Tenon's design demonstrated that healing spaces could be crafted as sanctuaries of stillness, where natural rhythms of wind and sun provided gentle solace through the long hours into twilight. While European surgeons were reimagining the architecture of hospital wards to harness the refreshing qualities of wind and light, a parallel movement was unfolding across the Atlantic in the quiet streets of North America. Here, the focus on patient comfort extended beyond structural design to encompass the soothing properties of nature's botanical remedies. Founded in 1751 by Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Bond in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Hospital established a quiet apothecary garden of sweet peppermint, chamomile, and fennel on Pine Street, where caregivers prepared warm herbal drafts to settle recovering patients into tranquil evening rest. Tended with great care, this verdant garden provided a living treasury of gentle botanicals that complemented the hospital's medical mission. Along the brick-paved paths of Pine Street, the bright green leaves of sweet peppermint released their crisp scent into the afternoon heat, while delicate white chamomile blossoms bowed softly in the evening tide their subtle fragrance lingering in the humid air. Nearby, tall stalks of fennel waved gently in the soft breeze, offering seeds long valued for their ability to ease digestion and calm internal disquiet. In the quiet hours before nightfall, apothecaries and nurses harvested these fresh leaves and seeds, steeping them in simmering water to create warm, fragrant infusions. Carried room to room in simple ceramic mugs, these herbal drafts brought physical warmth and psychological reassurance to those in bed. The simple act of sipping a warm tea prepared from herbs grown just outside the hospital window created a tender bridge between the natural world and institutional care, helping weary patients set aside their anxieties and yield to the quiet pull of nighttime slumber. Together, the airy pavilion wards of Paris and the fragrant gardens of Philadelphia marked a profound shift toward a more humane, holistic model of medicine, one that prioritized comfort, calm, and atmospheric harmony. In these early modern hospitals, evening was not merely a transition of time, but a carefully nurtured ritual of repose. As twilight descended over the city streets, the daily activity of the wards naturally subsided into a restful hush. Attendants moved softly across polished wooden floorboards, their footsteps echoing only faintly beneath the high ceilings as they performed their final duties of the day. Windows were adjusted to admit just a trace of the cool evening breeze, carrying with it the distant, soothing sounds of rustling leaves and quiet river waters. In the soft glow of low-burning oil lamps, the subtle scent of steeped chamomile and peppermint mingled with the fresh night air, creating an environment that was at once clean, aromatic, and deeply comforting. Patients lying beneath light wool blankets felt the steady flow of air above them, matching the slow, peaceful cadence of their own breathing. There was no haste in these spaces, no jarring noise or sudden disturbance, but rather an overarching sense of safety and quiet sanctuary. Every element of the hospital environment, from the grand architectural arches down to the simplest cup of tea, worked in harmony to quiet the senses and invite healing sleep. As the stars emerged in the darkening expanse above, framing the tall arched windows in deep indigo, the hospitals settled fully into the quiet sanctuary of the night. The combination of thoughtful architectural design and gentle botanical care created an enduring foundation for early modern nursing, demonstrating that the environment itself could serve as a powerful instrument of healing. Beneath the 14-foot vaulted ceilings, the wide wards offered ample space for body and mind to rest without feeling confined or burdened. Across the sea on Pine Street, the quiet apothecary garden lay peaceful under the moonlight, its peppermint, chamomile, and fennel resting until dawn, having fulfilled their humble purpose for another day. In these calm spaces, recovery was understood as a quiet, gradual process that unfolded best in stillness. Surrounded by fresh air, gentle daylight, and warm herbal comforts, generations of patients found a peaceful refuge from pain and weary thoughts, drifting smoothly into deep, restorative slumber, while the world outside slept on in quiet harmony. As night deepened, the gentle pulse of life within these walls slowed to a tranquil murmur, reflecting the timeless truth that healing begins when the mind and body are permitted to rest in complete peace. As the 18th century drew toward its quiet close, a subtle and compassionate shift began to reshape the philosophy of medical care across Europe. For generations, traditional hospitals and municipal infirmaries had often been defined by cramped stone halls, echoing corridors, and a constant, restless commotion that offered little comfort to those seeking recovery. Yet, amidst the evolving understanding of human health, a new generation of practitioners and thoughtful observers began to recognize that the surrounding atmosphere played an indispensable role in the healing process. They observed that the mind and body do not mend in isolation from their environment, but rather respond continuously to the sights, sounds, and air that envelop them. This emerging perspective encouraged a departure from rigid, punitive forms of confinement, inviting instead a deep appreciation for tranquility, sunlight, and orderly simplicity. Medical thought gradually aligned itself with the comforting cadence of the natural world, recognizing that soft light filtering through a window, or the gentle stillness of a quiet room, could steady a troubled spirit far more effectively than harsh restraint. In this evolving climate of care, the physical design of healing spaces began to transform, shifting away from cold, utilitarian structures toward environments deliberately crafted to instill a sense of safety, dignity, and quietude. The overarching goal was no longer merely to manage illness, but to cultivate a serene haven where the body's innate restorative energies could awaken without interruption. This gentler philosophy found one of its most remarkable and enduring expressions in the quiet countryside of northern England, where traditional ideas of institutional care were thoughtfully reimagined from the ground up. Founded in England in 1796 by William Tuke, the York Retreat replaced institutional wards with quiet cottage rooms opening onto fruit orchards, where recovering patients rested on wool-cushioned benches while listening to the soft rustling of apple trees. Here, the starkly regimented schedules of older institutions gave way to an unhurried, home-like rhythm designed to soothe overstimulated senses and restore inner balance. The architecture itself was purposefully modest, characterized by warm timber, domestic proportions, and low windows that framed serene views of grassy slopes and shaded paths. Instead of dark, locked chambers, patients found open doors leading into sunny courtyards where the air carried the subtle, sweet fragrance of blossoming trees and damp earth. Soft wool fabrics covered the furniture, offering physical ease and a sense of domestic warmth that made the retreat feel less like a clinical facility and more like a peaceful country sanctuary. In the quiet afternoons, individuals were encouraged to walk leisurely along the gravel paths, to tend small garden plots, or simply to sit quietly under the canopy of leaves, allowing the calm movement of the breeze and the gentle dappling of sunlight to ease their burdens. The York Retreat demonstrated that medicine could be deeply effective when paired with profound respect for human dignity, establishing a pioneering model of moral treatment that emphasized kindness, open space, and the therapeutic solace of nature. The quiet success of this gentle approach sent soft ripples across the broader medical landscape, inspiring hospital architects and physicians to reconsider how all spaces of recovery ought to be constructed. As the 19th century unfolded, the principles pioneered in quiet country retreats gradually began to influence the design of larger public infirmaries, specialized sanatoriums, and general hospitals throughout the world. Designers began to prioritize expansive, well-ventilated wings, wide verandas, and central gardens where patients could sit out in the open air during warm afternoons. High ceilings and broad windows were incorporated into patient wards, ensuring that natural daylight could bathe every corner of the room, displacing the damp shadows of earlier eras. The presence of green spaces, whether small interior courtyards planted with ferns and herbs, or wide lawns shaded by mature trees, came to be seen not as an extravagant luxury, but as an essential element of sound medical practice. Physicians observed that patients residing in rooms with views of nature often experienced a more peaceful recovery, requiring less sedation and exhibiting a steady, quiet resilience. The simple act of observing the changing light of the afternoon, or listening to the distant, rhythmic chirping of birds, helped to anchor weary minds in the gentle present, distracting them from pain and anxiety. This gradual integration of landscape architecture into medical planning reflected a growing, intuitive truth that true healing flourishes best where human care and natural serenity meet in quiet harmony. Today, as we look back across the long, evolving history of medicine, the shift toward compassionate, environment-focused care stands as one of its most comforting and enduring milestones. It reminds us that true healing is never solely a matter of clinical remedies and technical procedures, but also of space, stillness, and gentle time. The quiet cottage rooms and sunlit orchards of early sanctuaries paved the way for modern healthcare spaces that value light, quietude, and human connection above cold efficiency. As evening settles in and the world outside grows soft and quiet, there is a deep and reassuring peace in knowing that for centuries, dedicated healers have sought to create spaces of rest and refuge for all who need them. The soft rustle of leaves in a quiet garden, the comforting warmth of a simple room, and the slow, steady rhythm of breathing in clean, peaceful air continue to offer their timeless medicine to us all. In the quiet darkness of the night, we can let our minds rest in these peaceful spaces, cradled by the gentle history of human care and the quiet. enduring sanctuary of nature's rest. As the 19th century advanced, a quiet transformation began to unfold within the philosophy of medical architecture, moving gently away from the dense, enclosed urban infirmaries of previous eras towards spaces specifically designed to breathe. For many generations, traditional care facilities had been constructed with thick stone walls and narrow, shadowy corridors where stagnant air remained heavy and still, reflecting earlier medical beliefs that illness was best contained behind tightly shuttered doors. However, through patient observation and the gradual study of public sanitation, physicians and designers began to realize that the physical setting surrounding a sickbed was not merely a passive backdrop to recovery, but an active, vital participant in restoring human health. A soothing realization took root across Europe. Human bodies thrive when bathed in natural sunlight, surrounded by peaceful greenery, and sustained by the steady, quiet, unimpeded flow of fresh outdoor air. Wards were gradually reimagined as spacious, airy sanctuaries rather than overcrowded halls, opening their large windows to the sky and inviting the gentle breezes of the natural world to assist in the silent process of healing. This emerging movement prioritized cleanliness, generous proportions, and architectural harmony, recognizing that a calm, uncluttered visual environment could soothe an overstimulated mind while encouraging deep, restorative sleep. Long, sun-dappled hallways began to replace cramped passageways, and wide windows were carefully positioned to capture the gentle movements of morning and afternoon air currents. Architects collaborated closely with medical thinkers to study how natural ventilation drifted through buildings, seeking elegant ways to prevent stagnation and replace stale indoor atmospheres with a continuous supply of outdoor freshness. As these peaceful design principles gained momentum across the continent, hospitals evolved from somber, imposing institutions into welcoming havens of quiet restoration, where the soft rustle of wind through open casements provided a subtle, comforting background to daily care. Among the most celebrated expressions of this architectural movement was a remarkable institution established in France, which sought to harmonize structured clinical function with the tranquil, therapeutic rhythms of the natural world. Built in 1854 in Paris, the Hôpital La Reboissière was constructed around a central garden of shady chestnut trees, with 6 detached parallel pavilions connected by open glazed arcades, allowing calm, sunlit breezes to circulate continuously across patient rooms. This innovative design, frequently known as the pavilion layout, marked a profound departure from traditional single-block hospital structures by dividing the facility into separate, self-contained wings aligned in parallel rows. Each long pavilion was separated from its neighbor by wide, open stretches of lawn, ensuring that daylight could enter every window without being obstructed by nearby brickwork. The central garden functioned as the calm heart of the hospital, where mature chestnut trees spread their broad canopies over neatly lined gravel paths, filtering the brightness of the noon sun into a soft, restful shade. Connecting the individual pavilions were lightweight, glass-enclosed corridors that allowed staff and recovering patients to walk comfortably between wings while maintaining an uninterrupted view of the verdant courtyards outside. As fresh air passed gently through the leafy garden and moved along the glazed arcades, it swept softly through the long patient wards, carrying the quiet, fresh scent of living trees into every corner of the building. Rooms arranged within these open pavilions felt remarkably serene and expansive, gently buffered from urban noise and free from the oppressive heat that had historically afflicted crowded city infirmaries. Patients resting near the tall windows could watch the gentle swaying of green leaves against the sky, finding deep comfort in the quiet order of the grounds and the steady, refreshing circulation of soft summer breezes. The influence of this harmonious architectural philosophy soon extended across borders, inspiring healthcare institutions throughout the world to place environmental calm at the center of medical planning. In the decades following the construction of pavilion-style hospitals, medical communities increasingly recognized that healing was a holistic process influenced as much by light, atmosphere, and quietude as by clinical interventions. By designing spaces that prioritized ventilation and connected individuals directly with natural scenery, architects helped reduce the emotional distress long associated with hospital stays, offering patients an environment that felt restorative rather than restrictive. This gentle synthesis of structural engineering and environmental mindfulness established a lasting blueprint for modern healthcare, proving that thoughtful spatial design could serve as a silent partner in the restoration of health. Within these peaceful institutions, the daily routine unfolded with a tranquil cadence that mirrored the quiet transitions of nature. As afternoon softened into early evening, the atmosphere across the hospital grounds settled into a deep, soothing stillness. Sunlight filtered gently through the tall windows at a low, golden angle, casting long, warm patterns across pristine floors and quiet corridors. Outside in the central garden, the chestnut trees stood as gentle guardians against the fading light, their broad leaves rustling softly in the cool evening breeze. Inside the wards, twilight brought a gentle hush as bedside lamps were slowly lowered, casting a soft, warm glow across tidy rooms. The quiet circulation of fresh air continued completely unbroken through the transoms, carrying the cool purity of the dusk air over sleeping forms and bringing a sense of peaceful ease to those who lay resting. In these moments of evening quiet, the hospital revealed its true purpose, not merely as a site of medical treatment, but as a sanctuary of rest and renewal. As night descended peacefully over the courtyard, the quiet history of these compassionate spaces offered a timeless reminder of humanity's enduring effort to build environments where the body could heal and the mind could rest in perfect peace. As the 19th century advanced, a quiet revolution began to reshape the fundamental spaces of healing, turning away from claustrophobic, dimly lit rooms toward the boundless sanctuary of the natural world. Doctors and caregivers increasingly recognized that the atmosphere surrounding a sickbed was just as vital to recovery as any medicine poured from a glass vial. High in the tranquil Silesian countryside, where the rustle of evergreens offered a soft, perpetual hush, this gentle philosophy took physical form. Founded in 1854 in the Silesian pine forests of Gerbersdorf, Dr. Hermann Bremer's sanatorium pioneered open-air rest therapy by placing patients on sheltered wooden loungers, where they breathed cool, resin-scented forest air while wrapped in heavy wool blankets under the evening sky. Here, among the tall, silent pines, time seemed to slow down to match the slow, steady rhythm of deep inhalation and peaceful release. Patients lay comfortably beneath the vast canopy of dusk, protected from harsh winds by simple timber verandas, feeling the soothing chill of evening air against their cheeks, while remaining warm and cocooned beneath thick layers of woven wool. The scent of pine resin carried a clean, soothing purity that cleared the mind and stilled the troubled spirit, offering a profound sense of safety and stillness. In this quiet forest refuge, the simple act of breathing became a form of gentle prayer and restoration, demonstrating to the medical community that nature, when met with patience and stillness, possessed an innate power to soothe worn lungs and tired hearts. As twilight deepened into night, the distant call of woodland birds and the gentle murmur of wind through needle-laden branches created a comforting lullaby that coaxed weary bodies into long, restorative sleep, establishing a timeless model for environmental medicine that placed comfort, peace, and pure mountain air at the very center of the therapeutic journey. This profound appreciation for environment soon swept from mountain retreats into the very heart of urban institutional design, transforming how hospitals were planned, built, and maintained across Europe and beyond. The focus shifted away from mere shelter toward creating active spaces of light, air, and quiet order, where the body's natural healing mechanisms could work unimpeded by stale air or dark corners. A central figure in this movement was a pioneering voice whose observations on sanitary care changed the face of healthcare architecture forever. In her 1859 text Notes on Nursing, Florence Nightingale specified that hospital wards required large, south-facing windows so rooms would be gently bathed in soft sunlight and continuously refreshed by calm morning air. She understood with remarkable clarity that human beings, much like plants, thrive when exposed to the gentle warmth of natural daylight and the continuous movement of fresh, unpolluted atmosphere. Under her guidance, long, spacious pavilion-style wards were constructed with soaring ceilings and expansive glass panes that captured the low, golden rays of the morning sun. The soft light streamed across clean, polished floors and immaculate linens, bringing a calm, uplifting brightness to those who lay resting within. The carefully positioned windows allowed a gentle, continuous breeze to drift across the room, quietly sweeping away lingering dampness and stale odors, while filling the space with the crisp, renewing scent of the garden outside. Patients lying in these sunlit beds could look out upon grassy courtyards or drifting clouds, feeling connected to the steady, reassuring rhythms of the passing day. The rhythmic opening and closing of sashes, the subtle shift of shadows across the plaster walls, and the continuous circulation of clean air created an environment of profound, serene order, where the anxiety of illness gave way to the soothing predictability of nature's gentle daily light. Together, these 19th century innovations marked a gentle turning point in the long history of medicine, uniting scientific observation with a deep reverence for the restorative harmony of the natural world. The forest sanatoria and the sunlit hospital pavilions both rested upon a shared, compassionate realization that true recovery requires an environment where every sensory detail invites peace, stillness, and deep rest. No longer were infirmaries viewed merely as places of confinement or solemn treatment. Instead, they were reimagined as tranquil sanctuaries where light, temperature, fresh air, and thoughtful care worked silently in unison to support the body's silent inner wisdom. As the sun set on that transformative era, the principles of quiet rest and environmental purity became woven into the very fabric of modern healthcare. Tonight, as you lie in the quiet safety of your own room, you can feel a subtle kinship with those who once rested on sheltered wooden verandas under Silesian skies, or awoke to soft sunlight filtering through tall, south-facing windows. The gentle breeze that rustles your curtains, or the cool air that fills your lungs, is part of that same long, comforting legacy of healing that stretches back through the generations of thoughtful caregivers. The body remembers how to rest when surrounded by stillness, allowing the mind to drift into peaceful quietude while breathing softly, slowly, and easily. The grand history of medicine, with all its discoveries and gentle shifts in understanding, ultimately leads back to this simple, timeless truth that in quietness, in pure air, and in soft, comforting light, we find the deepest restorative sleep, wrapped in safety as the night folds gently around us, holding us in absolute peace until the quiet dawn breaks once more across the waiting world. As our journey through the long and gentle history of medicine reaches its quiet resting place, we may look back across the centuries and trace the slow, steady arc of human compassion. From the earliest days, when solitary gatherers wandered beneath twilight skies to seek soothing herbs in quiet meadows, the pursuit of healing has always been rooted in a deep desire to offer comfort and ease pain. in ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt. Early practitioners recorded their observations on soft clay tablets and weathered papyrus scrolls, blending gentle botanical teas with earnest hopes for recovery. Centuries later, in the tranquil sanctuaries of Asclepius set among Mediterranean pine groves, the sick lay down in peaceful colonnades to dream, believing that healing began when the mind and body settled into quiet stillness. As time flowed onward, this ancient understanding found new life within the serene courtyards of early Islamic Bimaristans, where the soft splash of marble fountains and the gentle melody of lute music were deliberate medicine, carefully arranged to calm troubled spirits and encourage peaceful rest. Monastic infirmaries across medieval Europe similarly opened their heavy wooden doors to the weary, offering simple broths, clean linen sheets, and the reassuring cadence of evening prayers whispered in low, soothing tones. Each era added its own small thread of wisdom to the tapestry of care, slowly shaping the belief that a space dedicated to healing should be a sanctuary of quietness, order, and gentle restoration for both the body and the mind. As the centuries folded into the 19th, this growing devotion to human well-being transformed the physical spaces of medicine into places of light, quiet order, and pure, restorative atmosphere. Scholars and caretakers began to observe with increasing clarity how the physical environment itself could act as a gentle medicine, coaxing the body back toward health through cleanliness, soft light, and constant, unobstructed airflow. In her landmark 1859 treatise Notes on Nursing, Florence Nightingale specified that hospital wards at London's St. Thomas's Hospital feature opposing 15-foot windows left open 2 inches at the top, allowing a whisper-quiet ribbon of fresh night air to circulate continuously over sleeping patients. This thoughtful architectural design recognized that true rest requires a continuous stream of pure air, carrying away the lingering heaviness of illness while enveloping the sleeper in a cool, renewing breeze. The tall windows, stretching gracefully toward lofty ceilings, allowed soft daylight to filter down during the afternoon, and as night descended, offered a clear view of the peaceful evening sky. The simple, deliberate decision to leave those tall window sashes open just a few inches created a natural, gentle rhythm of circulation, ensuring that every breath taken in the quiet hours of midnight was as clean and refreshing as a soft breeze moving through a quiet forest glade. Through such careful observations, the early hospital evolved from a mere shelter into a sanctuary designed to harmonize with nature, where every element, from the spacing of the beds to the soft movement of the night breeze, was calibrated to support the quiet, unconscious work of bodily recovery. In these quiet, well-ordered wards, the passage into evening brought a profound sense of stillness, reflecting the innate wisdom of the human body as it transitions from the labors of waking life into the restorative depth of sleep. The steady, rhythmic whisper of cool air drifting across soft blankets served as a gentle lullaby, easing anxious thoughts and encouraging muscles to release their lingering tension. Throughout history, whether in ancient timbered shelters or modern stone infirmaries, healers came to recognize that true recovery takes place not in moments of sudden activity, but during the silent, unhurried hours of nighttime slumber. As twilight faded into dark, lamps were dimmed to a soft amber glow. Footsteps grew light upon the polished floors, and the busy activities of the day yielded to a gentle, collective stillness. In this quiet environment, breathing naturally slowed, heart rates settled into calm, steady rhythms, and the body turned its full energy inward toward repair and quiet renewal. The history of medicine, in many ways, is the story of discovering how best to clear away disturbance, so that this natural, self-sustaining process of rest can unfold without hindrance. From the early herbalists who gathered night-blooming flowers to the visionaries who built light-filled hospital halls, every advance was guided by a profound respect for the body's silent capacity to mend when granted peace, clean air, and comfortable repose. Now, as our exploration comes to its natural conclusion, we can appreciate how every step along this centuries-long path has brought us to a deeper understanding of comfort, care, and peace. The ancient healers who watched over the sick by firelight, the scholars who cataloged remedies in quiet libraries, the architects who designed airy wards, and the dedicated nurses who moved softly between beds in the dark of night, all shared a single, timeless purpose: to create a space where life could rest, recover, and be renewed. As you lie here now, enveloped in warmth and safety, you inherit the quiet legacy of all those centuries of care and thoughtful devotion. The world outside grows still. The night air moves soft and cool beyond the glass, and there is nothing left that requires your attention or effort. Everything has been prepared for your complete comfort, allowing you to loosen every remaining hold on the day that has passed. Let your thoughts drift away like faint mist carried on a night breeze. Let your breathing become deep and effortless, and allow yourself to sink into the deep, soothing embrace of restful sleep, knowing that you are safe, peaceful, and entirely at rest.